Well, I've reached a new year, so it's time to update my entire Blu-ray and DVD collection. And over the past year, I have acquired a ton of new Blu-rays. This is going to be a very long video. Now, last year I tried to do this, but I ran out of energy, so I stopped talking individually about my thoughts on each film and just started showing them to the camera because I ran out of energy. That's because I was a little overly ambitious. I tried to do it all in one day. Not going to do that this year. I'm going to try and film this video over the course of a couple of days, maybe a week. So if my shirt changes, the background, the lighting quality of the background changes, that's because I stopped recording, took a break, came back later. So that's just to let you know that's where it happens. So I'm going to have more time and energy to actually talk about each individual film. So let's get started with the numbers. First one on here is 101 Dalmatians, the live-action film from the early 90s, 1996, I believe, starring Glenn Close. This is directed by the same guy that did Home Alone, and you can tell it's basically Home Alone with puppies. It's one of the stronger Disney live-action remakes, which I realize is not a very high bar. It's not great, but it's entertaining enough. And then we have the sequel, 102 Dalmatians, which I actually think is the better film. And I think I'm the only one who thinks that, because everyone else seems to kind of hate this movie. I think it's a lot funnier. I think the premise is a lot stronger. I think the characters are a lot more interesting. So 102 Dalmatians, I think, is a lot better than 101 Dalmatians. And then this one we have a TV series from Big Idea, the creators of VeggieTales, that is 321 Penguins, which was sort of a side project they were doing around the time that the Jonah movie was coming out. And then I guess they made it into a full-fledged TV show that aired on Cubo or something like that. I've only seen the first couple episodes of this. I haven't seen all the episodes. I think there's like 30 episodes or something on this. I've only seen the first couple. I don't like it as much as VeggieTales, but it's nice. It's a nice little Big Idea project. It has, the same kind of lessons and everything as VeggieTales, so it's got good lessons. I can't really complain about it. I just don't find it as entertaining or witty as VeggieTales. And this one, I wasn't sure where to put it because it's not really maybe I can put it in alphabetical order, so I just put it under the number 4 because it's 4 film favorites. And it includes Legend of the Guardians, The Owls of Ga'Hoole, Where the Wild Things Are, Yogi Bear, and Space Jam. Legend of the Guardians I think is really good. It's Zack Snyder. It's got a lot of stylized action. But for a kid's film that's PG, it's incredibly dark and violent, so that's a little surprising. Where the Wild Things Are I actually hadn't seen until I bought this Blu-ray set because it was cheap. It was like $5 at Walmart. It's okay. It's definitely very slow, but it's got some style. Not really a kid's movie. It's more for adults. Not because it's inappropriate necessarily, just because it's very mature, and like I said, it's kind of slower paced. I think the effects are really good, though. I just didn't click with it as much. Yogi Bear, I think, is kind of garbage, actually. I liked this movie when I was a kid, and I'm like, yeah, this movie's pretty cringy. And then we have Space Jam, which is a product of the times, but it's entertaining enough, it's funny enough, and there you go. And now we have 50 First Dates, which was a pleasant surprise for me because Adam Sandler movies they get a little bit of a bad rap. They generally tend to be very crass. They generally tend to be very lowbrow. But this was a genuinely sweet movie. I thought it was really cute. It does have some of the crasser Adam Sandler humor, but at the end of the day, I still thought it was a very sweet, heartfelt, genuine, cute little movie. So I wouldn't mind going back and watching that again sometime around today. And I just dropped a few of the DVDs. Then we have The Fifth Wave, which is a movie that came out around 2016, and it did not do so well. That's because it came out just a couple of weeks after The Force Awakens. And it's not because it's a bad movie, it just had the unfortunate circumstance of being released in January. That January happened to be a couple weeks after Force Awakens. I think if they had released this maybe around the summer or another month where there wasn't a lot of competition, I think it probably would have done a lot better. I know it's based on a book series. I haven't read the book series, so I can't really speak how I just read the book. But as a movie, I think it's a pretty fun little alien invasion movie, and it's got some good twists. And then, concluding the number section, we have 9, a Tim Burton-produced film that's based on a short film done by the director Shane Acker. This is a pretty good film. It's pretty short. It's about an hour and 15 minutes or some change. But for what it is, it's pretty good. It gets the job done. It's very exciting. It's a little bit violent, which is why it's PG-13. But I like it. It's a fun little post-apocalyptic film. And if you're a fan of the Fallout games, particularly Fallout 4, it's got kind of that same vibe to it. So you haven't seen 9, highly recommend. That's it for the numbers. Now we go to the A's. All right, so kicking off the A's, we have the 2009 Jim Carrey movie, Christmas Carol. A movie that I'm very mixed on. And it's got really good motion capture. It's got really good performances. And I like the idea that all of the ghosts are played by Jim Carrey as well, because it kind of shows like his different lives. Like, that's a really cool idea. But unfortunately, we also have Robert Zemeckis being very show-offy, because there's a few scenes that go on for a bit too long and don't really add anything to the plot. It's a good adaptation, but it has a few issues with it. And we have another Christmas movie right here, A Christmas Story, one of the most iconic Christmas movies ever. Of course, you know, they play it on TV all the time around the Christmas season. It's very funny, of course, very quotable, and even though it takes place in a very specific time period, it still also feels very timeless at the same time. Of course, the character is very relatable. I think every kid can relate to it, the adults can get a lot out of it as well. It's a very fun, very funny classic Christmas movie that everybody can enjoy. And then this next one is kind of an odd one. It's Cinderella's Story, The Shoe Fits. Now, the reason I have this is because a few years ago I was dating a girl who was like really into like the Disney Descendants. Who was like, all right, I'll give those a shot. And I really enjoyed Descendants. And I particularly enjoyed the actress Sophia Carson. So of course I'm like, all right, let's watch everything she was in. And I think she's a really good actress. I mean, she was in a movie this year on Netflix called Purple Hearts. The movie itself not very good, but she was good. And there's a couple of movies she was in that I, you know, even though they're not good, I still enjoyed them. But Purple Hearts was one of those where I was like, yeah, that one was legitimately bad, but she was good in it. And, you know, as far as direct-to-video sequels go, aimed at a very specific audience, this is one of the better ones I've seen. It's pretty good for what it is. I think it is a little bit clever. I haven't seen the other Cinderella Story movies, so I can't speak for those, but this is the one that I own and have watched. This next one, even though there are 2 movies on this case, it still only counts as one. That is Addams Family and Addams Family 2, or Addams Family Values. I prefer this one. This one went a little too dark with some of the humor, particularly the first 20 minutes where a lot of scenes of attempted infanticide are played for laughs. That didn't really sit right with me. It kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. And then for some reason there's like this Thanksgiving subplot. I don't know. Just Addams Family Values, the plot I don't think is as strong, but Addams Family 1 I think is pretty good for what it is. And then we have the animated version of Addams Family. And it's funny because I thought this was a Tim Burton movie because it has that very specific style. It's not Tim Burton. It's the guy who I think produced Shrek 2. But apparently I predict the future because Tim Burton did a Addams Family TV show. It's on Netflix. And I'm currently in the middle of watching it. And so far I'm really enjoying it. And yeah, I like this movie. It's a little bit heavy-handed with the message. It's a little bit cliche with the message. But I still think it is a lot of fun. And then we have the animated Addams Family 2, which I actually prefer to this one. And I actually think it's the best out of all the Addams Family movies. It's got a very interesting plot. It's a little predictable with the villain twist, but I guess if you're a kid, it's a bit of a twist, but to me it was pretty obvious, but I still thought it was fun. And then another Sophia Carson movie that was on Disney Channel. It's the Disney Channel version of Adventures in Babysitting that came out in 2016. Haven't seen the original. I enjoy this, but for a kids movie, it's very complicated. Like, there's a lot of plotline that goes on, and it moves very quickly, so it's kind of weird that the movie exists, because it's very convoluted for a kids movie, but I still think it's kind of fun. And then we have the classic Disney Renaissance Disney movie, Aladdin, which came out in 1992, I believe. Of course, Robin Williams, one of his best performances, if not his best performance. The songs are very catchy, the animation is vibrant, the villain is creepy, so yeah, this is a fantastic movie. And then we have one of the few Disney live-action remakes that I think is just as good, if not better than the original, and that's, of course, the live-action remake of Aladdin. And I think some of the changes were actually pretty good. I wasn't a fan of all the changes, but I think some of the changes are interesting. I think Will Smith did a good job as the genie. Of course, it's not Robin Williams, but he did his own thing with it, and I think what he did was pretty good. It's got a lot of style. Guy Ritchie definitely added a lot of style to this. I think it's fun, and I don't mind them coming out with Disney live-action remakes, because that means every time they come out with one, I go back and rewatch all of them to do a ranking, and that means I have an excuse and opportunity to watch this one again, because up until Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers came out, this was my favorite one. But then Rescue Rangers came out and put it on second place, but that's still pretty good, considering there's like 25 of those remakes now. To be in second place is still pretty good. Then we have a movie that's incredibly underrated and not a lot of people saw, Alita Battle Angel. It's a shame no one saw this. It's fantastic. It did not make it very much money, and unfortunately it's because of this movie that James Cameron is going to start making 20 Avatar sequels instead of the sequels that he should be making. So hopefully now that Disney owns Fox, they bought Fox shortly after this came out, or the deal was finalized shortly after this came out, they'll realize there is potential in this franchise, and they'll give it a TV show on Hulu or something. I don't know. Hopefully we get something else to continue this at some point. I just don't want any more Avatar sequels at James Cameron. Do Alita instead. The next one is The Amazing Spider-Man, the 2012 one starring Andrew Garfield, which I think is fine, but I don't think it needed to be an origin story. I think if they were going to do a reboot, they probably should have done what they did with Spider-Man Homecoming, where he's already been Spider-Man for a while. And you can tell this is a movie where it was kind of mixed. It was like they had some of the outline of script for what was supposed to be Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, because the villain of that movie, I think, was supposed to be the Lizard and Black Cat or something else, but of course Black Cat's not in this one, but of course they took the idea of having the Lizard as the villain, and then they also retooled it to be an origin story, so it's a little mixed on what it's trying to be, but I still think it's pretty good. Of course, Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield have a lot better chemistry than Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst, and I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not, but that's what I thought of it, and I think it's pretty good. Though, do we really need to see Uncle Ben dying for, the 5,000th time? And then we have Amazing Spider-Man 2, which at the time I thought was actually a better sequel because it wasn't an origin story and it felt a lot fresher. But I'm like, okay, yeah, this movie is overly complicated. It's got too many plot lines because they were trying to make their own version of the MCU before Marvel got the rights back. So he was like, okay, we're going to make our own Spider-Man universe because Marvel's doing their universe because we control the rights to Spider-Man. We're going to do a Spider-Man universe. So they were planning on doing Amazing Spider-Man 2, 3, 4, and a Sinister Six movie, and who knows what else. And this movie tanked hard, or at least didn't make as much money as they were hoping. Critics hated it, audiences were mixed, and they went, okay, this isn't as profitable as we thought. Okay, Marvel, what can we work out some sort of deal with you? And then they put him in Captain America Civil War, and then of course we got this. But what this is, I still think it's good. I think that, what's his name? Dane DeHaan. I think Dane DeHaan did a really good job as the Goblin. And of course, we got Jamie Foxx back as Electro in Spider-Man No Way Home, so everything connected a little bit. So it is a little bit awkward, though, seeing how they were trying to set up other things. Like Black Cat has a cameo, and she's not in it. And there's a deleted scene where Peter sees his dad, which they should have kept in the movie because it adds a lot of gravitas and weight to that. And I think probably would have worked better had they led into a third one, but unfortunately we did not get any more sequels to this. But I still think it's really good, and of course it has one of the most dramatic scenes, and it has one of the most emotional endings ever, which makes me all the more mad that we did not get a third one to continue on that plot line. Then we have Anastasia, the animated film from 1997. I know a lot of people don't like this movie because it's not historically accurate, but what it is, I think it's good. I think it's got good animation. I think it's got good voice acting. I think the songs are really catchy. I think they're really fun. So I actually really, really like this movie. It's actually probably one of my favorite animated films. Then we have Annie, the original from the 80s. I don't remember the exact year. I want to say it was 1984. Maybe earlier, but I don't know. But yeah, again, I do think the movie is a bit long because it is almost 3 hours. But I still think it's good. Of course, the acting is really good. Of course, Carol Burnett is fantastic as Miss Hannigan. The songs are iconic. The choreography is really good. It's a good story. And of course, there's a reason that is a classic. And then we have the remake from 2014, which a lot of people don't like. I think it's good-ish. I like that they set it in modern day and gave the songs sort of a modern sound. I think the songs are pretty good. I think the story for this part is pretty good. The only thing about this movie I don't really like is Cameron Diaz, because she can't sing. She was very miscast. And even she agrees that she wasn't good in the movie, so that's not really particularly mean to say that, because even she agrees with that. And I think it was her last acting role, and I think that is the reason, this movie is the reason that she's no longer acting, unfortunately, which is very sad, but yeah, she was miscast. And then we have Ant-Man, a movie which was a very pleasant surprise, because I thought, okay, Guardians of the Galaxy kind of struck gold, because that movie's about a talking raccoon in a tree. There's no way that's going to work, and it ended up working. But okay, now they're taking another huge gamble by making a movie about a guy whose powers are controlling ants. This is going to be really stupid. It ended up being hilarious. It's actually one of my favorite MCU movies, and I'm very much looking forward to Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania next month. Very, very excited for that, and of course, Ant-Man and the Wasp, which I think is the better sequel, though I love the first one. I do think this one is better, because it's even funnier, the plot is a lot stronger, and I like that there's two of these characters now, because they work very well off each other. Of course, we get more Louise, who's probably my favorite character in these movies. And then we have this movie, which I wasn't sure what to expect when I got this. I just sort of blind got it because I was planning on doing the DreamWorks one that I did last year, which of course I did. And I bought this movie to prepare for it, even though I hadn't seen it, which was a terrible decision because I don't like this movie. I watched it once, never felt the urge to watch it again. And that's because it's just very cynical, it's very mean, it's very ugly. It's not one of my favorite DreamWorks movies. I think it's one of their worst, but I own it now because I made the stupid decision to blind buy. Then we have Aquaman, a movie that I have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with. I like Jason Momoa in it, and it is good, but I don't think the villain is very good. I think Black Manta is a cool villain, but the main villain, King Orin, he's just a knockoff Loki. It takes a lot of inspiration from Thor, and I do think it is kind of funny. It does have a lot of good action, but the plot is not the strongest. And really, I think Black Manta should have been the villain, and hopefully we'll get more of him in Aquaman 2, and Aquaman 2 will hopefully be better. Then we have another movie that I think is a little bit underrated and is probably one of the smartest science fiction movies I've ever seen. That is Arrival, because it's an alien invasion movie that isn't a typical alien invasion movie. It's not an alien invasion movie where everybody's shooting guns and having this big war. No, it's a little bit more cerebral. It's definitely a lot smaller scale. It's definitely a lot more dramatic. I think it's very smart. It has a very smart script. It has some very smart twists. If you haven't seen Arrival yet, it is fantastic and definitely worth a watch. And I was debating whether to put this one under L or A, because it's Lemony Snicket's a series of unfortunate events. But when I put it in the Bluray.com app, I filed it under A, so I guess you should put it under A. So it's a series of unfortunate events. I like the movie, and I like the show, but I like them both for different reasons. I do think Neil Patrick Harris was the better Olaf. I think Jim Carrey went a little bit too off the rails. I think they gave him a little bit too much freedom with the acting, so of course he did his typical Jim Carrey shtick. But I think everyone else in the movie is pretty good. I do think adapting it into a TV show is better, though, because they adapted the first 3 books into this movie, and it kind of got us around it. It has that Tim Burton look to it, but it's not Tim Burton. It's actually Brad Silberling, and he directed the first Addams Family movie, which is also very Tim Burton-esque. He also directed Men in Black, so I still think it's pretty good. And this is actually one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. I don't like it as much now, but I'm still entertained by it, even though I don't like it as much. Next up, we have Assassin's Creed, which I actually think is pretty good, even as far as video game movies go, and even just as a standalone movie, it's pretty good, and it's a shame it didn't get a sequel because they made the incredibly stupid decision to open this on the same day, or at least pretty close to the same day, as Star Wars Rogue One. Why would you do that? Of course it's gonna bomb, so yeah, so maybe if they'd released it during maybe a smaller month, it probably would have done a lot better, but apparently Netflix is doing a TV show of this, so hopefully we'll get some sort of continuation, because I loved this movie. I thought it had just as much style as the games, and I'm very excited to watch it again when the Super Mario Brothers movie comes out, because I keep telling myself I'm going to do a video game movie ranking, and I never get around to it. I was going to do it last year because there were a lot of video game movies come out. We had Uncharted, we had Sonic. I never got around to doing it. Hopefully I'll have time to do it this year, but we'll see, because I want to talk about this movie in depth when we do that ranking. Then we have another animated Disney movie that is a little mixed, but I still kind of enjoy. That's Atlantis, and it's also got the direct-to-video sequel, Milo's Return, which I liked. Milo's Return. It's definitely a TV show pilot for a show that didn't exist, unfortunately, which is a shame, because Milo's Return shows what an Atlantis show could have been, and it was interesting because it's kind of like Scooby-Doo. I actually really liked the idea of it, but it's a shame that we never got that as a TV show. But as far as the first Atlantis goes, I think it's pretty good, though characters are kind of generic, the plot is kind of generic, but it's got a lot of good action, it's got a lot of style to it. It was definitely very unique for the time it came out, because it didn't really look like any other movie at the time, especially for Disney. So, but of course it tanked. But what are you going to do? Then we have one of my favorite TV shows ever, that is Avatar: The Last Airbender, the complete series on Blu-ray. One of the best TV shows ever. This is still a show that I go back and watch every once in a while, and I always get something new out of it. It is fantastic. It still holds up, and it is just absolutely, absolutely amazing. I adore this show. Then we have Avengers from 2012, of course, ensemble cast. I'm not going to talk too much about it because I talked about this movie at length in all my MCU rankings. So, ensemble cast, very good. Maybe it's not as big scale now, because the MCU has become so big now, but at the time, This was the biggest they had gone, and it paid off tremendously, even though by comparison to the other Avengers movies now, it maybe is a little bit not as big scale, but it is still fantastic. And then we have the sequel, which is not as good. It's Avengers Age of Ultron. James Spader is good as the villain, but the plot really slows down in the second act. I get that they're trying to set up for Civil War, and I get that it paid off later because they set up the Hawkeye show, but it really slows down in the second act, so it's a little bit of a step down, but it is still a pretty decent little film. And then we have Avengers Infinity War, which until Spider-Man No Way Home came out, was my favorite MCU movie. But again, second place on a list of like 30-something movies now, plus all the shows, and it's still being second place. That's still great. Of course, this is very ambitious, and this film really should not have worked because it has like 30 main characters, and it starts off with introducing as the villain. And, you know, if you don't watch the other MCU movies, you're going to be confused, but if you have watched the other MCU movies, it is a very amazing payoff. And then we have the conclusion to the Infinity Saga, or one of the conclusions, Avengers Endgame, which I think is pretty good. It's a very short 3 hours. I'm not a fan of some of the story choices near the end. I do think Captain America should have gone. I don't think Captain America should have gone back to live with Peggy because it means he's kissing his niece in Civil War, as I've brought up many, many times. I think he should have ended up with Black Widow. But yeah, what are you gonna? I mean, the Russo brothers wrote all those movies, so you need to go back and read what you wrote. That is an example of why you should always do that, because then you end up with weird, creepy things like that. And that is it for the A's. Now we move on to the B's.
Oh, not the B's! Not the B's!
Kicking off the B's, we have Batman the movie from 1966, starring Adam West. The first Batman movie, probably the first, like, I don't want to say mainstream superhero movie, but it was in theaters. It was one of the earlier superhero movies. I mean, yeah, by today's standards, it's kind of cheesy, but there's movies that are incompetently made, like Batman and Robin, and there's movies that are campy sort of on purpose. Like, even the TV show was campy, but everyone had a fun time making it. You could tell everyone was enjoying it. You could tell they embraced the ridiculousness. I mean, Batman had a shark repellent in this one, for goodness sakes. It's a nice little ensemble with Joker and Catwoman and Penguin and the Riddler, and everybody's just having an absolute blast. Yeah, it's kind of silly. It's basically a live-action cartoon, but it's silly, and it's fun, and it's campy, and it's enjoyable. And next we have these 4 Batman movies here. This still only counts as one Blu-ray, though. 1989, Michael Keaton. 1992, Batman Returns. Batman Forever with Val Kilmer. And Batman and Robin. 3 out of 4 of these movies are good. Batman, of course, one of the best superhero movies ever, even though it is a little bit corny by today's standards. Of course, you have the Joker with the Prince music. Stuff like that is a little bit cheesier by today's standards, but it's still pretty well made. Batman Returns, of course, very much darker tone. Of course, to the point where it was very big controversy when McDonald's had toys based on this, because Penguin is freaky, and it really, really, really earns the PG-13 rating, and I'm frankly surprised it's not rated R, because it is very dark, very violent. Batman Forever, which was a little bit more of a campy style, very similar to the Adam West film, except it does have enough seriousness to kind of justify it. And then there's Batman and Robin, which is an absolute mess. Just everything about it is hokey, cheesy, and just it's unbearably unwatchable. It's not even fun. Like, Batman, the movie with Adam West, is at least fun. This was just so poorly made. Then probably one of the greatest animated series ever made, Batman, the complete animated series on Blu-ray. I don't think people realize how much this influenced the comics, because Harley Quinn was created for the show. She was not in the comics prior to the show coming out, and now, of course, she's a much beloved character of everybody. She's in the live-action forms now. And Kevin Conroy's performances and Mark Hamill's performances are so iconic that people, when they're in the comics now, they hear those voices. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy, because he did pass away, quite sadly, a few weeks ago. And then moving on, we have the Dark Knight trilogy, which I still have filed under B because it's Batman Begins. I just have it filed by like release order by the Batman movies. Batman Begins, Dark Knight Rises. I think this trilogy is a bit overrated, but it is still very well made. It is still well done. It has a very tight, very compelling script. They're still good, but I do think people praise them a little bit too much. You have Batman vs. Superman, the Ultimate Edition. Obviously, the Ultimate Edition is a huge improvement, though I do think it does have a few flaws of its own. I don't think that the extra character they added really adds much to the plot, and just kind of is spouting redundant exposition that we already got. but it does kind of clear up some of the things about Lex Luthor that don't really make sense. Jesse Eisenberger's miscast. Some of the twists are kind of stupid, but it is still kind of a fun movie. I mean, it's Batman versus Superman. It promised Batman and Superman fighting, and even though the reasons for them fighting are kind of silly, don't make any sense, I got what I wanted. I got Batman and Superman duking it out. Even though it is a little bit of a mess of a film, I still very much enjoy it. And then my favorite movie from this last year, and probably the best Batman movie ever made. Sorry, Dark Knight fans. This is the best Batman movie ever made. The Batman from 2022. Everything about this, I would call this a perfect movie. I had no issues with this film whatsoever. The acting is perfect. The story is compelling. The script is very tight. The villains are all very interesting and complex. The action is very well done. The detective side of Batman is shown more in this. It has a very compelling story. Everything about this movie is just absolutely amazing. I really hope it ends up getting nominated for a few awards this year. And even if it doesn't, that doesn't matter because I like the movie. I don't care what the paid-off Academy thinks of it. We have Disney's animated Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, the story has a few issues, like him getting cursed just because of stranger danger at 10 years old. The servant's getting cursed for, like, no reason. There is a few plot holes with this. But the animation, absolutely gorgeous. The songs are iconic. It is still one of the greatest Disney movies ever, and, of course, the Renaissance era. And then we have the live-action version, which I still like. I get why people don't like this. I do have a few issues that mainly Emma Watson, she was miscast. I think the reason that they got her was because Beauty and the Beast came out in, like, 93, I want to say. And the first Harry Potter movie came out in 97, so there was a little bit of a generational overlap. And they're like, hey, people who grew up with the animated Beauty and the Beast probably grew up with Harry Potter. Let's try and exploit the nostalgia of 90s kids by getting someone from Harry Potter to be in the starring role. But, I mean, other than her, the whole cast is pretty solid. All the voice acting's really good. I mean, the CGI, even though it is a little creepy in some parts, like the Beast doesn't look quite right. Mrs. Potts really does not look quite right. I still enjoy it. I like the new songs. I like some of the improvements they made to the story. I really like the dramatic flair to it. Next up, we have one of the few Adam Sandler movies I actually like, one of the few family-friendly Adam Sandler movies out there, Bedtime Stories. Very creative, very clever, very fun, very original. I love this movie, and that really is all I have to say about it. And then next we have a movie that has become oversaturated by meme culture, and I really don't understand the memes behind this movie. I never found the memes behind the movie that funny. And that's B-Movie, and I gave a review of this on my channel last year during DreamWorks January, so if I hold on to that, you can go and watch that. And then a movie whose name you should not say 3 times, Beetlejuice. Of course, this is a really fun movie to watch any time of year, but especially around Halloween. And this was Michael Keaton, like, 1 year before he became Batman. Also directed by Tim Burton, who also did that film. This is a very fun movie, and it's basically reverse Ghostbusters. Instead of humans coming into the house to get rid of ghosts, the ghosts come into the house to get rid of humans. It's kind of a fun idea. Even though the third act is a little bit easy by today's standards, it's a little bit weird, but this is still kind of a fun, quirky little movie. And then this one is an independent film that was actually filmed locally. So where I live, we have a film studio called Tremendous Pictures, and their biggest film was probably The Gallows because that had the widest release. This is a smaller movie that came out a couple years later. That's Behind You. This is a little haunted house movie. It's very creepy, so if you want to see an independent horror film, and you should support independent film and filmmakers anyway, and if you like independent horror and haunted house horror, Behind You is one to check out. And then this is a movie that I'm very excited to talk about sometime at the end of the year when the Timothée Chalamet Wonka movie comes out, when I would probably try and do a Roll to Dollar ranking, and that is the BFG, The Big Friendly Giant, from Steven Spielberg, of all people. And it is just a match made in heaven. Steven Spielberg doing a Roald Dahl book. It's very imaginative. The CGI is very impressive. The plot's very fun. The characters are all great. And then next up we have one of the few children's film comedies, one of the few family film comedies, I should say, from the early 2000s. This movie's like a little bit over 20 years. I think it's maybe turned 20 years old last year in 2022. And that is Big Fat Liar. Whenever this movie came on TV, I would watch it because I didn't own it at the time. So they would play this movie like on Disney Channel or Nick or Cartoon Network or one of those kids' channels during the summer sometimes. I think Nick, because I think Amanda Bynes is on the Amanda Show at the time. So, yeah, this is really good. Of course, Paul Giamatti, absolutely hilarious in this. This is a great film. I love this movie. It's so, so funny. And it has a really good message as well. And then one of my favorite Disney movies, one of my all-time favorite Disney movies, in fact, when I did the ranking of all 60 animated Disney films when Encanto came out of 60, this came in at 6th place. So it was in the top 10. It was just barely the top 5. But that is Big Hero 6. Animation's awesome. The story's emotional. Characters are all really great. And they made a really good TV show. I'm not talking about the Baymax shorts because I didn't like those. I'm talking about the Big Hero 6 TV series that came out just a few years ago. That one is fantastic. So, its conclusion is hopefully we'll get maybe a sequel or maybe another TV series. And then we have another Marvel movie right here. We have Black Panther. I mean, the story doesn't really make a lot of sense when you think about it. I've already talked about why the story doesn't make sense if you go back and watch any of my MCU rankings, so I'm not going to talk too much at length about that. But R.I.P. to Chadwick Boseman as well. And then one of my favorite MCU movies, and this is the movie that Brad Bird should have made when Incredibles 2 came out. This is the movie I was hoping Incredibles 2 was going to be, with the family superhero dynamic, when it ended up being an Elastigirl spin-off movie instead. But I was hoping if we get an Incredibles sequel, it would be a family superhero dynamic like this movie, Black Widow. And it's funny that Brad Bird was not involved with this, because it very much feels like a fusion of Incredibles and Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, which was the Mission Impossible film that he directed. This is great. The family has a very good dynamic with each other. The villain is just absolutely despicable. The plot's fun. The action is very fun to watch. It is one of my favorite MCU movies. It always ends up in, like, I think the top 10, maybe even the top 5. So there is that. And then a supremely underrated Disney film that I don't think it's anywhere near the best of the Disney films, or even in, like, the top 20, but it's still very watchable, and I liked it more when I was a kid. As an adult, not so much now, but I still like to put it on from time to time. That is Bolts. I find this movie a little bit less entertaining now, but it's by no means a bad film. It just has a few more issues that I notice now as an adult, especially when it thinks a bit more critically, but it's still entertaining. And so if you haven't seen Bolt, it might be one to check out, especially if you have kids who enjoy talking animals and superheroes, though it's not really a superhero movie, kind of, sort of. And then we have a movie that it seems everybody but me hates, but this one is that I like despite its problems. That is Vin Diesel in the movie Bloodshot. Now, it does feel like a movie that came out like early 2000s, but I also think that was kind of the intention. I don't think it was a case of they had no idea what they're doing. I think it was intentionally made to feel like that kind of film. And when I say that, I mean like the Jason Bourne movies from like 20 years ago, and those type of action films that came out in the early 2000s. It's really good. I think it is a good little attempted revenge thriller. I think it has a really good, fast-paced, exciting plot. The villain is kind of fun. The villain is actually played by Guy Pearce. He does a really good job in this as well. So it is a actually kind of fun movie, and though it's not great cinema, but I enjoy it, and it's fun. And then we have another very supremely underrated Disney film. That is Brother Bear, which unfortunately also does come with the direct-to-video sequel, Brother Bear 2, which I was not as big of a fan of. But this is a very sweet, heartfelt little movie. Great message, great animation, great songs. It's not a musical, but it does have songs that serve as narration from Phil Collins and also Tina Turner. And the songs in this are like almost Lion King level, or at least the first one is. The first one is basically like Circle of Life from Lion King. It's one of my favorite Disney songs. And of course, the two Moose. I forget who the other actor is, but I know that Rick Moranis plays one of them. And they're really funny. The second one, they overstay their welcome a little bit, but the first one's a lot better, and it's a little bit underrated. It's a shame that nobody really talks about or remembers it. And then we have probably the best Transformers movie, which I realize is not a very high bar, but that is Bumblebee. I don't think it's coincidence that this is the only one that Michael Bay did not direct, and it ends up being the best one. I think he stayed on as producer or something, but he didn't direct it, and it's good because it feels the most like classic Transformers. It takes place in the 80s. Everything about it is very 80s. John Cena is great as kind of the antagonist, kind of a little bit self-aware about what type of movie he's in. Haley Steinfeld, of course, before she was on Hawkeye as Kate Bishop, she was in this movie, and she does a really good job. But I really enjoyed this movie. It feels very classic Transformers, and I'm very excited to see what happens with Transformers Rise of the Beasts in June. I really hope it does not disappoint, and you will be getting a Transformers ranking in June, hopefully, which also includes the Transformers animated film from 1987 that I do not own yet, but I do plan on purchasing it sometime before Rise of the Beasts comes out. And concluding the Bees, we have Buzz Lightyear Star Command, the direct-to-video spin-off of Toy Story that is odd because this one had Tim Allen, but then they spun it off into the TV show, and that one had Patrick Warburton. But it's a great show, and I was disappointed by Lightyear. I was hoping it would be more like this, but what we ended up getting was just not very good. This is a great movie, though, so if you want to see a Buzz Lightyear movie that's actually good, watch this one, and then watch the TV show. Though it's not on Disney Plus, though, but I got this pretty cheap on eBay, so if you want to check that out, then there you have it. All right, that ends the B's. Now we move on to the C's. All right, kicking off the C's, we have Captain America, the First Avenger, one of my all-time favorite movies, MCU or otherwise. It is probably in my top 10 movies of all time, and it is, of course, a very different type of superhero movie, mainly because not only does it take place in World War II, but unlike the other Marvel movies that have been released up to this point, this person isn't a rich billionaire, he's not a super genius, he's not a scientist, he's not a god or anything like that. He's just an ordinary guy trying to do the right thing who has kind of a broken body, and of course, they give him the superpowers. But even with the superpowers, he doesn't let the power go to his head. He stays true to who he is before he was the serum. Very different type of superhero movie. I absolutely love it. And I'm hoping with the purchase of Fox and getting X-Men eventually, I'm hoping they'll go back and do like a World War II team-up movie between Wolverine and Cap as like a flashback. Because we only saw like a little bit of World War II. It kind of montaged through it. So I'm hoping that they'll show a little bit more of World War II. It's like, here's why you montage through it, because we wanted to use Wolverine, but we couldn't, but now we can. Hopefully that is what ends up happening when we finally get Wolverine introduced into the MCU. And then we have the sequel, The Winter Soldier, which is even better. And this movie is so perfect that not even honest trailers could make fun of it. They're like, yeah, this movie's perfect. We're just going to have to nitpick because we're a comedy show. So when even honest trailers is impressed by your movie, you know you did something right. And even certain people that I know of that don't really resonate with comic book movies that much, they're kind of sick of them, they love this movie because it's not really a superhero movie. It's a political thriller with espionage and an intriguing story. It's fantastic. And this is the movie that made me ship Captain America and Black Widow, and unfortunately that never happened because in Avengers Age of Ultron, she suddenly has an out of nowhere romance with Bruce that came out of nowhere. It also never goes anywhere, so I have no idea what they were thinking with that. Like, why set it up if you're not going to follow through with it? And then we have the third one, Captain America Civil War, which is almost perfect. Captain America is so close to being a perfect MCU trilogy. But now in retrospect, this movie has a few issues, which of course I've talked about Captain America kissing his niece, and then, I've addressed my issues with this movie in my MCU rankings, so I'm not going to talk too much at length about it. And then we move on from Captain America to a very different type of Captain Underpants. Now, as far as DreamWorks movies go, this is probably one of the best ones they've ever done because the animation is so different than all the other DreamWorks films, and even though its main focus is potty humor, it's actually done pretty tastefully, or at least as tastefully as you could do that type of humor. I think what Mr. Krupp says in this movie sums it up best. He says something along the lines of, your comics are lowbrow and have the lowest form of humor, but they're still really funny. That's what this movie is. I mean, even adults can get something out of it, and I loved the books growing up, so I'm glad we finally got a movie of it. There is a TV show on Netflix, but I haven't gotten around to watching that yet, but I am curious. I will eventually check that out when I get around to it. Hopefully the stays true to the books. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts? Have you seen the Captain Underpants, I would say Captain America. Have you seen the Captain Underpants TV show that's on Netflix? What are your thoughts on that? Let me know what you think. And then we have another movie. We have Casper, which is funny because I just showed you Addams Family a few minutes ago with the A's. That has Christina Ricci as Wednesday Addams, and this also has Christina Ricci as the girl in this. So I guess there was kind of a period of time where she was sort of typecast as like the spooky girl. But yeah, I mean, this is the only good Casper movie, at least in the live action ones, because I know this is a trilogy. They did a ranking of those a couple years ago around Halloween time. This is still really good, even if it's a little bit dated, but for a PG movie, there's a lot of language in it, though, which surprises me. I mean, this is back in the 90s, I guess. This is back when PG actually meant something a little bit harsher, but this is still a good movie, though. It's still really fun. I still really enjoy it. I enjoy watching it kind of around Halloween, but if you have kids, probably preview it or find a way to edit out some of the language in it. And then we have another movie that probably seems weird that I own it in my collection, but these are movies that I loved as a kid, and even though they're a little bit silly now, I still kind of enjoy them. Cats and Dogs, and then the sequel Cats and Dogs 2. Yeah, they're talking animal movies, but it's a talking animal spy movie. It's like Mission Impossible or James Bond, but with animals. And it's still kind of clever, and it's very much is geared towards the little children, but there's still a few good performances. I mean, Tobey Maguire's in the first one as the Beagle, and I forget the guy's name plays the cat in the first one, but he does such a good job at playing the cat, the evil cat in this. He's just so fun to watch. And the second one is a little bit more of a apology for the first one, because cat lovers like cats aren't evil, and then they're like, well, not all the cats are evil. Some cats are still good, so they team up to fight this one evil cat together because they have a common enemy now, and that one's pretty good as well. Maybe not as good as the first one. I really liked the second one as a kid. Like, I was really obsessed with the second one when it first came out. Like, I watched it all the time. But now I'm like, yeah, the first one's a little bit better, though. But I still kind of enjoy them, even though they are children's films. And then we have a movie that, again, everybody but me hated. This movie got absolutely trashed by critics. It got absolutely trashed by audiences. And I don't know why. I mean, I do acknowledge there are some problems with it, but I still find it kind of entertaining. And that is Chaos Walking. Mainly because of the performances. I get the script is a bit clunky. The ending is a bit rushed. The story itself is very clearly a book that's been chopped up to be recognizable. But I didn't even read the book, so judging it as a movie, I was still kind of entertained by it. I thought it had an interesting premise. I thought Tom Holland did a really good job. I thought, he was really funny in this. I thought Daisy Ridley did a really good job. I think everyone involved did a pretty good job with it, but I do acknowledge it does have quite a few problems, and I can see why people did not like it. But I did, and that is my own personal opinion. And then we have 2005's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I do own the original from 1978 with Gene Wilder, but that's called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. So that is in the W section, so that'll be towards the end of the video. And I like this. I mean, this one is truer to the book. Looking at the two compared to how true they were to the book, this one, for the most part, is truer to the book. But then Tim Burton decided to give Willy Wonka daddy issues, which nobody was asking for. So I don't know why they decided to throw that in there, but the daddy on his dad is played by Christopher Lee, so we do get that performance. So there is that. So I really enjoy that. You'll be getting my full thoughts on those, again, around December when the new Willy Wonka movie comes out. I'm going to do a roll doll ranking. I might even do a ranking of all the Willy Wonka movies. So we'll see. We'll see if I have time for that. And then a movie that I recently reviewed just a couple of months ago for November, which I am planning on finishing November, by the way, sometime in January, because I only have like 6 movies left on the list. So I'll try and finish those up sometimes, since I didn't get to finish up in November because of certain things that were going on in my life. And that is Charlotte's Web. I already reviewed this. If you want my full thoughts on it, you can watch my review of that. But I think it's really cute. I think the CGI, even though it was made in 2006, still really holds up. It doesn't look terribly fake. I think it's got a pretty good cast behind it. It stays true to the heart of the book. It doesn't try to be modern or hip with modern references, which is what a lot of movies were doing around the time. Now they decided to keep it simple and keep the spirit of the book. So there is that. I think they kind of knocked it out of the park with that. And then one of the funniest DreamWorks movies, and one of my favorite DreamWorks movies, Chicken Run, a movie that I did not appreciate as much as a child, but now I find this movie absolutely hilarious. And I just recently found out that Netflix is doing a sequel to this, but DreamWorks is not involved, and none of the original cast is returning, unfortunately. So I don't know how that's going to turn out. So it's supposed to come out sometime this year, so we'll see how that ends up turning out. But I'm just glad that we're getting a stop-motion film again. Hopefully we'll get more Wallace and Gromit, too, because, man, it's been a long time since they put out Wallace and Gromit anything. So hopefully the sequel is good. But, man, this movie is hilarious. It's clever. It's original. And it's a shame that the best animated film category did not exist yet, because it definitely would have been animated, and it may even have won, but 2000 was a pretty solid year for animation. And then we have another Disney live-action remake. We have Christopher Robin. It's basically Hook, but with Winnie the Pooh, but it's still very genuine and sweet and everything, and it is definitely geared more towards adults who grew up with Winnie the Pooh as opposed to kids, because when I went to go see this in theaters, the kids were all kind of asleep, and it wasn't even a late show, it was a matinee, and the kids were sleeping during it, so they probably found it boring, but I really enjoyed it. It's heartfelt, it's cute. Ewan McGregor is great as Christopher Robin. Everyone involved is really good as well. It's one of the best Disney remakes, which again I realize is not a very high bar. And then this one's a criminally underrated film, and that is Chronicle, a movie that I kind of slept on when it came out, but everybody was telling me what a great movie this was. And I was like, well, is that just because you're dumb middle schoolers because you like this movie, or is it legitimately good? And I checked Netflix, almost perfect ratings across the board. IMDb, it has a super high score. Rotten Tomatoes has a super high score. Rotten Tomatoes is really good. So I was like, all right, I'll check this out, and I loved it. And it's like found footage X-Men. It has a really exciting plot, and this told the story of hubris, and the main character's hubris and the downfall of turning evil, which is kind of what they were trying to do with the Star Wars prequels. It told a better version of that type of story in a crisp 90 minutes than George Lucas was able to do in 3 2-hour films. And also, Dane DeHaan is a much better actor in this than Hayden Christensen was. He probably would have been a much better Anakin Skywalker had he been acting at the time. So, Chronicle, this is a found footage superhero movie, but it is fantastic. So, if you haven't seen this movie yet, it's an underrated comic book type movie. It's not based on a comic book, but it is a comic book type of movie. So, please watch it if you have not yet seen it. And then continuing on with the C's, we have Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
What goes of Narnia? It's the chronic. What goes of Narnia? We love that crying. What goes of Narnia?
Liam Neeson, he's awesome as Aslan the Lion. Of course, Tilda Swinton, she's great as the White Witch. Everyone in this movie is fantastic. This is one of my favorite Disney movies and one of my favorite fantasy films. I just absolutely adore this movie. And then we have the sequel, which it's been a while since I watched the other two, so I can't really give like my thoughts on if these are better than the first one. But I remember loving this one a lot, and that is mostly due to the character of Reepicheep. I know he's hilarious. That is Prince Caspian. And, of course, this is a fantastic film as well. Like I said, it's been quite a while since I watched it, though, so I can't really give full thoughts on it and tell you if it's better than the first one, but I really enjoyed it. And finally, we have Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, which was movie 3, even though there were 7 books, and then they stopped making them. But I'm hearing rumors that they're thinking about rebooting it as a TV show somewhere. They're talking about doing it on Netflix. I really hope it's not Netflix that does it, because I'm really worried that they're going to take all the Christian allegory out of it to get a mainstream audience. I'm really hoping if they do it, that it ends up going to like VidAngel or one of those other like Christian-based streaming services so it can still keep the spirit of the books. But who knows? I mean, I'm surprised Disney kept all the Christian allegory in there as well, frankly. But yeah, I mean, as far as concluding the trilogy goes, I guess it's fine, even though there's 5 other books they didn't adapt, or 4 other books they didn't adapt. But as a conclusion to a movie trilogy, I think it's pretty good, though. And then moving on, we have the Disney live-action Cinderella, which is one of my favorite Disney live-action remakes. Kenneth Branagh did such a great job at just the way everything looks is amazing. All the actors in this are amazing, especially Cate Blanchett as the stepmother. She's just so despicable. This is just one of my favorite live-action Disney remakes. And then we have another really underrated Halloween-type movie, and that is Cirque du Freak, The Vampire's Assistant. This is basically like Twilight for boys mixed with Goosebumps and Lemony Snicket. And the book series is fantastic. I love the book series. They did a really good job. This is like the first 3 books, I think. 3 or 4 books adapted into this movie, and it's a shame that it did not do well, because I would have loved to see this continue, because it's so good. Like, right as it builds up to one of the most exciting parts, right as it gets this really exciting cliffhanger, and then the end, it didn't continue. So maybe they'll adapt it into a TV show, or we'll get a reboot or something. Hopefully this will make a resurgence, and someone will keep adapting it as a property. And then another movie that I got for November, or at least got it around the time I was doing November, and a movie I reviewed, and that is Clock Stoppers. Of course, I said it was pretty good. It's dated. It obviously came out in the early 2000s. It's got all the early 2000s tropes and cliches, but it's still really entertaining. And for what it was, it's somewhat original. Some of the concepts are pretty good, or at least they were original for the time, but it's very much trying to capitalize on Spy Kids. It's very much trying to be like teenage Spy Kids. So, but it's still pretty good. And then we have one of Spielberg's earlier films, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Now, this is a little bit of a slow burn film, but it's still brilliant. It's still definitely a must-watch. If you're trying to get into cinema or trying to get Spielberg, this is definitely a required viewing, I would say, because the mystery behind everything is so intriguing. The acting is really good. It is great. It has a really good ending as well, even though the effects maybe are not the best, and maybe it is a little bit slower paced. But that does not make it any less of a great film. And then we have a film that I was really disappointed did not get nominated for Best Animated Film of the year that it came out. And it's a movie that everybody's kind of not really talked about that much, unfortunately. That is Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. This is super hilarious. I love this movie. This is actually done by Phil Lord and Chris Miller, who did the Lego Movie, The Individuals vs. Machines, and did Spider-Verse. This is one of their earlier kids' films. It's super hilarious. It's fun. The animation is fast. The jokes are brilliant. They're super clever. And unfortunately did not get nominated for Best Animated Film. And I don't own the sequel because I don't like the sequel. The sequel was really annoying, and the jokes in that one are really stupid. I found the sequel just so stupid. But This one is hilarious. And then we have another movie that's when it came out, the marketing was very mysterious as to what it was. The first trailer didn't even have a title for it. And then it came out and everybody was just like amazed at how intense it was. That is Cloverfield. And even though J.J. Abrams' name is on this, he only produced it. But this was actually directed by Matt Reeves, who just recently did The Batman with Robert Pattinson. This is one of his other films. So if you like Matt Reeves, watch this. It's fantastic. It's found footage Godzilla. And this is not like Blair Witch or any of those other found footage fantasy movies where it's or found footage films where it's supposed to make you think that it was real. This is very clearly not real because it's found footage Godzilla, but it's still great. It's still really intense though. And man, and of course, obviously they got A-list actors. It's like T.J. Miller's in this, so clearly it's not real because it's not like other found footage films where they get random nobody's off the street or nobody knows and have them use their real names. This is very clearly a fictional film, but it's fantastic. It is one of the best sci-fi and horror films I've ever seen. And then we have the sequel, which I think is even better because it's not found footage and the story is much more intense. John Goodman gives a fantastic performance as the villain in this. 10 Cloverfield Lane, very, very scary, very intense, very exciting escape thriller. Definitely a must watch, but if you don't like super scary escape thrillers, maybe don't watch it, but it is pretty good. And then we have the really disappointing third one, Cloverfield Paradox. It's Cloverfield in name only. It has nothing to do with Cloverfield until like the last 30 minutes. Like, as a Cloverfield movie, it's terrible. As a movie not connected to Cloverfield, just on its own, it's decent. It's not great, but it's decent. It's got Sebastian Stan, though he's not on the cover, but it's got Sebastian Stan, it's got a few other people. Or, sorry, not Sebastian Stan, Daniel Brühl. Sorry, I knew it was a Marvel. Sorry, it's got Zemo, not Bucky. I got those confused. Yeah, it's got Daniel Brühl, it's got a few other people. So, again, the cast is pretty good. They all work pretty well off each other. It's got a pretty exciting story. But connected to Cloverfield, it's not good. But as a separate movie on its own that just happens to have Cloverfield in the title, not connected to anything, it's decent. And we have one of my all-time favorite Pixar films, Coco. This movie has a lot of heart, a lot of emotion, fantastic story, fantastic world to watch, great animation, super good, super funny. I absolutely adore this movie. It always ends up in my top 10 Pixar films, I think maybe even higher. And then we have another smaller kind of horror film that kind of came and went because it had the unfortunate luxury of coming out during 2020. I don't know why they bothered to do that, but that is Come Play. Very good movie. This is kind of like the movies that Amblin used to make back in the 80s. It was like what Spielberg did kind of in the 80s, though it does have 21st century technology involved, like smartphones, which play a big part into this. It's really creepy. It's really well done. I loved it. I absolutely loved this movie. It was really, really creepy and intense. And then we have another movie that scared a lot of kids. I was one of the only kids that watched this movie as a kid that was not scared by it. Coraline. And of course, I already gave my full review on this last Halloween, so I'm not going to talk too at length about it. But it's basically like Alice in Wonderland, but a lot creepier. Like it's like if the Grimm brothers did Alice in Wonderland. So yeah, I love this movie. I loved it back then. I loved it now. I always get something new out of this movie because there's all these visual metaphors and other things you don't really notice the first few times that you watch it. So it has a lot of rewatch value. And it's the same director as Nightmare Before Christmas. It's not Tim Burton. It's Henry Selick. But yeah, also that. This one actually is Tim Burton, though. That is Corpse Bride. Again, fantastic. I already did a review of this on the channel a couple years ago around Halloween. This is still really good. I mean, the songs in it are pretty good. They're not as good as Nightmare Before Christmas, but they're still pretty solid. The plot, of course, is very original. It's very creative. I think that the underworld of this has a lot of really good visuals. It's very pretty to look at. It's very bright in the underworld. It's funny that, like, the world of the dead has more life than the world of the living, though I think that was intentional. So this is a really good film as well. And man, we're just doing like scary movie after scary movie after scary movie here. I guess a lot of the scary movies I own start with C because this next one is also a horror film. That's Countdown. This is basically The Ring mixed with Final Destination. And it's pretty good. I mean, it's a little heavy-handed with some of the messaging that it's trying to promote, and it's a little cringy in some parts, but it's still really good. I had a lot of really good twists, and I can't act like I didn't see where it was going to go. The ending's a little bit silly, but I enjoyed getting to it. It's not the destination so much as the journey is why this movie is at least worth at least one watch. So Countdown, and then there you go. And then another movie that I thought was going to be absolutely stupid, but it ended up being a pleasant surprise. Cowboys and Aliens. I heard that title and I went, that sounds super dumb. But it is directed by Jon Favreau, who did Iron Man and Iron Man 2, and this is kind of what he did after Iron Man 2 ended up not being as good as Iron Man 1. This is the first thing I said, no, I'm still a great filmmaker. And of course, great cast behind it, Harrison Ford, and Daniel Craig. It's also got a young Paul Dano, who played the Riddler in the new Batman movie. He plays Harrison Ford's son in this. If you want to see one of Paul Dano's earlier roles, it's definitely fun to watch. Of course, it manages to mash the Western and the sci-fi elements of it really well. It's a great film, and it is absolutely fantastic. And then one of my favorite Disney live-action remakes, it always ends up in like the top 5, I think, Cruella, one of the least Disney-feeling Disney remakes, and that's a good thing. Like, this is a PG-13 movie for a reason, because it explores mental illness, murder, and all sorts of things you wouldn't typically find in a Disney movie. It's like Batman Returns, mixed with, I guess they're trying to make it like Joker a little bit. It's Batman Returns mixed with Ocean's 11, I guess. It's a great heist movie. It's got a great soundtrack behind it. It's got a really great story. It's got really great characters with really good acting. This is one of my favorite Disney live-action remakes. And that concludes the C's. Now we move on to D. Alright, so next up we have Dark Shadows, which is a movie based on a TV show from the 1970s. And I think it did a good job with it. I haven't seen the show it's based on, but as a movie, it's pretty fun. Johnny Depp, of course, gives a great performance. That Eva Green is in this as the villain. She's kind of fun. It's a funny little movie. I think it's very entertaining little film. And then we have another movie that had potential, but did not quite live up to the potential, but I still enjoyed it. That is The Dark Tower. Now, I get it. Stephen King, very hard to adapt. Very few things have ever gotten it right. And I do agree this would have worked better as a TV show. But they actually are making this into a TV show for Amazon Prime, I think. They just announced that they're doing a TV show. But, as a movie, though, it's still pretty good. Matthew McConaughey and Idris Elba are really good in this movie. And it has a lot of interesting ideas. And I tried to read the books, but for some reason, my brain just isn't wired for Stephen King. I struggled to get through the first book. Got about a third of the way through the second book, and I was like, I can't do this. There's like 50 books in the series. Like, I can't do this. It's not like I have a hard time reading or anything. I actually quite a voracious reader, but Stephen King is just one of those authors that I'm just never able to get into. So, but as far as the movie goes, this is pretty good, but it is a shame it did not do well with critics or audiences. But we're getting a show, so we'll see how the show turns out. Next, we have another movie that was absolutely slammed by critics. And when I say slammed, I mean this movie has like a 6% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes or something, and I don't know why. But it's Deck the Halls with Danny DeVito and Matthew Broderick. I think this movie is really funny. I saw this movie for the first time just a couple years ago when it was on TV. I really enjoyed it. Kristen Chenoweth is in it too. She's really fun. And yeah, this is actually a really fun movie. I don't understand why people hate it. Like, it's a fun movie. It's really funny. I honestly don't get the hate for it. But speaking of Kristen Chenoweth, this is actually, by sheer coincidence, another movie she was in, though she has a fairly minor role compared to the other people in this. Descendants, which is a movie about the kids of various Disney villains, which is a fun idea. Like, I actually really enjoy these movies. I don't care that I am way past the target audience for this. I'm way past the Disney Channel audience, but I really like the idea because it connects all the Disney movies. I love when they do that, especially with, like, Kingdom Hearts and stuff like that. And, yeah, the songs are really fun. It's the same guy that did High School Musical, which actually was around the target audience age when High School Musical came out. So, he also did The Newsies. He did Hocus Pocus, though I don't really care for that one. But, yeah, so Kenny Ortega, he really knocked it out of the park with this one. And they're doing a fourth one sometime next year, so I will update my Descendants ranking whenever that ends up coming out, whatever it ends up being. And then we, of course, have Descendants 2, which is not as good as the first one, but is still really fun. My favorite character in this one has to be Captain Hook's son. In fact, I actually do a cosplay of Harry Hook, because he's really fun. Thomas Doherty has just such a blast playing this character, and I really liked him in the movie The Invitation that came out just a few months ago. He was fun in that, so I like Thomas Doherty. Hopefully he gets more work. And then we have the conclusion to the Descendants trilogy, Descendants 3. I like this movie up until the end. The end is really stupid, and it kind of ruins the point of the first two movies. I wasn't a fan of how it ended, but I do like the way that they portrayed Hades. They made him like a rock star god. They kind of did that with Percy Jackson as well, so that was a really fun way of doing that. He has a really fun villain song. So I really liked seeing Hades in this, even if the end of the movie was like, really, you did that? Like, that's how you ended it? And then we have Despicable Me, which is obviously, it's one of my favorite animated movies, even, almost 15 years later. Such a great movie. It's fantastic. Steve Carell has a great performance. The Minions, of course, are hilarious. It's fun. It's vibrant. The animation is really good. Has a really good message. I think it is just absolutely amazing. And we have Despicable Me 2, which isn't as good as the first one, but that is mainly due to the fact that the Minions are way overused. They took the comic relief from the first one and then just way overdid it with this one. But I still really enjoy it, and I like the love story between Gru and Lucy. And then we have the third one, which was a vast improvement over the second one. And honestly, the only issue I really have with this one is that there's an unnecessary side plot about Agnes going to hunt for a unicorn, and it's just kind of there to fill time, when we could have better used that time to flesh out the villain, because the villain of the movie is this 80s child star who is kind of mentally stuck in the 1980s. There's a lot of 80s pop culture. Like, you could have continued on with that, you could have expanded with that, but no, we have to waste time doing this stupid plot about Agnes. But yeah, and I really like how they got Steve Carell to do the voice of Gru and then his twin brother. So Despicable Me 3 is still a pretty solid flick, even if the second act is a little bit rocky. Next up, we have a highly underrated Disney flick from about 20 years ago or so. That is Dinosaur. I mean, even over 20 years later, this animation still holds up. It was super, super impressive when it first came out. I was super impressed by the technology when I was a kid. I mean, it's not Jurassic Park level of dinosaurs, but it's pretty good, especially because there was nothing like this at the time, because this was actually the first fully CGI Disney film that wasn't Pixar. This was the first time they'd ever done like a fully fledged computer animated film with realistic backgrounds too. This is pretty good. I mean, the story is pretty paint by numbers. It's basically just Moses, but the characters and story aren't anything to write home about, but it's still a really impressive feat technologically. So it actually is a very good visual treat. I actually really like Dinosaur. And then we have Disturbia, which is loosely based off of Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window. This is a very good mystery thriller with Shia LaBeouf. If you have not seen this movie, I highly recommend it, probably around Halloween, because it is based on Chicago. I mean, you can watch it any time of year. So if you like suspense thrillers, like really intense movies that are just edging your seat the whole time, that really keep your attention from beginning to end, this is a fantastic, fantastic film that I highly recommend it to everybody. It is amazing. And then we have Divergent, which I didn't really get into until a few years ago when my cousin wanted to go see the second one, and the trailers for this one didn't really impress me that much, so I kind of skipped over it. But I rented the first one right before we were going to see the second one, and I actually surprisingly really liked this. I don't think they have any chemistry. I think I like the plot, though. I think the plot's really interesting. It's very clearly trying to cash in on the Hunger Games craze, where everything was a YA dystopia. But for what it was, I kind of enjoyed it. And then we have Insurgent, which I actually think is the better sequel. This actually improved a lot of the problems over the original. I think the new characters are interesting. I think the action is a lot better. And then we have the third one, Allegiant, which is a little bit of a step down from the second one, but it's still pretty good. And they were supposed to do a fourth one, but they didn't do that because Shailene Woodley made some very poor life choices that involved her getting arrested, and then the studio just kind of fired her. They didn't want to recast anybody, and everybody got too old. They just decided, this didn't make a lot of money anyway, let's just can it. So there was never a conclusion to this. Luckily, I own the books, and given how the book ended, I'm kind of glad they didn't finish it, because the book's ending is just so bad. The book's ending is just so bad. Next up, we have Doctor Strange. This is not one of my favorite MCU movies. Like, it's not my top 10 or anything. It's pretty solid for what it is, though. I don't like Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness, and you've heard me rant about that movie before for various reasons. I will never own that movie, and I think Sam Raimi kind of ruined the character of Doctor Strange with the second movie. But the first one, though, it's a visual treat. It's very Inception-esque. It's kind of the closest thing that Marvel's ever going to do to doing The Matrix. Kind of reminds me of that. So for what it is, it's still a fun time, even though Sam Raimi totally destroyed who the character is in the second one. And whoo boy, we have a lot of Doctor Who. This is the Christopher Eccleston and David Tennant seasons, because Christopher Eccleston was only the Doctor for one season, which is about 12 or 13 episodes, and then David Tennant was the Doctor for the rest. They just combined both of their seasons into this box set, and I like David Tennant. He is my favorite Doctor. And then we have the Matt Smith seasons of Doctor Who. I really like Matt Smith as well, and I think Amy and Rory and all those characters, they're really fun too. And then we have Peter Capaldi, who it took me a little while to warm up to. I don't think his first season is very good, but everything after that, though, they kind of found his groove after the first season of him. And then we have the first season of Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. I really like Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. I know a lot of people hated on her, but I think she did a good job, and I'm really sad that she is gone. But I saw the trailer for the new season that's coming out where David Tennant is returning, and then they're going to replace him with a guy's name who I'm not even going to try to pronounce. But I'm going to see how he turns out. You know, I'm always cautiously optimistic about whoever plays the Doctor. I'm never petty about like, oh, they're going to ruin it. They're not going to be as good. Like, no, every Doctor Who actor has their own take on it. I'm going to just see how they do before I judge. And I really enjoyed Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. I thought she was fun. She reminded me a lot of David Tennant with her ADHD rants and her bounciness. So, you know, Jodie Whittaker is going to be a very fun performance as the Doctor. And then continuing that on, we have Doctor Who, the complete 12th series. And there is some redundancy to this box set because when I looked at the box set initially, it said that it didn't have the Resolution special. So I actually bought that separately as well. So I own 2 copies of Resolution, basically, except one's on DVD. But then, you know, I received this later after buying Resolution. So I have 2 copies of that, basically. But I actually haven't seen the 12th series all the way through. I kind of got stuck in the middle of season 11. But Doctor Who is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year, like I said. So over the summer, I'm going to try to rewatch it. I'm going to try and watch some of the episodes I haven't gotten around to watching yet. And speaking of episodes I haven't watched yet, that includes this 2-pack of Eve of the Daleks and Legend of the Sea Devils. I can't give my thoughts on this because I haven't seen it, but I am going to watch it as we get closer to the 60th anniversary or whatever the new season is called. Revolution of the Daleks. This one I have seen, actually, and I really enjoyed. They brought back Captain Jack, so I really enjoyed that. But I am going to give a fresh thoughts on that when the new one comes out. Like I said, that box set came with Resolution, which I'd already bought, so I have 2 copies of Resolution. Here you go. Here it is. It's a fun little New Year's special. And then we have Doctor Who Season 13, which I saw the first couple episodes of Season 13 just because I knew it was going to be Jodie's farewell season, but I didn't finish it. I kind of watched Doctor Who out of order, which, given that, you know, it's wibbly wobbly timey-wimey, that's pretty appropriate. So, but I'm going to watch it in the proper order this time. And I'm glad that they are in the proper order, though, because they used to have Doctor Who on Netflix, and then they took it off, and they put it on Amazon Prime. But the problem with it being on Amazon Prime was that they would have the specials listed as, like, its separate thing, and it wouldn't list which season went with what. And if you've seen Doctor Who, you know that the specials are vital to the series, because it's usually when the Doctor generates into the next actor. It's like skipping the last movie of a series and going straight to the next one. So the fact that it was out of order was very confusing, but I'm glad that all of the discs are now in the proper order with the proper watching order. And then we have Doctor Who Season 11. I skipped Season 12. Apparently I had this out of order. Ironic. I was just talking about how everything's in proper order, and I skipped over Season 11 and went straight to 12. Yeah, Jodie Whittaker's first season, though. Season 11. Obviously, she's good. And then we have Doctor Who, The Power of the Doctor, which I just recently got, because I think this is the last one I need to get before I have every episode of Doctor Who on Blu-ray/DVD. But I haven't watched it yet, because like I said, I'm way behind. And then I got this one when it first came out in 2013, which was the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, and that is Doctor Who, The Day of the Doctor. And for a long time, this was the only Doctor Who physical media I had, because everything was streaming. But now it's on HBO Max, and I don't have HBO Max, and I refuse to get it because there's nothing on there I want to watch. So I just decided to buy them all on physical media. So now I have them all, and they're in the proper order, like I said. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this one, because now I have now I have Day of the Doctor in that set, in the David Tennant Matt Smith set. So it's redundant. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Do I get rid of it for the sake of redundancy? Do I give it away to someone? I have absolutely no idea. And then finally, the last 2 movies in the D section. My dad, who doesn't really like a lot of horror movies, actually recommended this one to me, because this is actually a horror movie that he really likes. Because it's not so much horror as it is, like, horror comedy. And that is Drag Me to Hell, which was directed by Sam Raimi, who did the Spider-Man trilogy. And this movie's pretty campy. It has a really good... The story's pretty good. The character is very relatable, very likable. It's super creepy, but at the same time, it's also really fun. And it's kind of a throwback to, like, really cheesy horror movies in the 80s where like the effects were terrible, but this time it's like intentionally cheap, it's intentionally terrible, it's intentionally campy. It's not like they made this movie and they had no idea what they were doing. It's that they made it with a very specific type of style that harkens back to a very specific time period when horror movies were done in a very specific way. And this is a pretty good movie. I think it's funny, and it's funny with the intent of being funny, not funny because it is bad. And then finally, with the last little bit of the D section, we have the DreamWorks Holiday Collection, which is almost all the DreamWorks Christmas specials. At the time, it was all of them, and then they released several of them now on Netflix, which were Netflix exclusives, because Netflix has a deal with DreamWorks where they do all their series. Now, there are several of them, and I am planning on checking those out at some point. I know that there's one for Turbo, there's one for Home, there's a couple ones related to Madagascar, there's a few Kung Fu Panda ones. Haven't really seen the shows. I should probably get around to reviewing those. I will at some point when I have more time. But this has Shrek the Halls, which is the Christmas special for Shrek, Merry Madagascar, Gift of the Night Fury, and Kung Fu Panda Holiday. So there's all the DreamWorks holiday specials. And there are a couple more How to Train Your Dragon ones, but those are under the H section because they did release several other How to Train Your Dragon specials. There's a couple Trolls ones as well that came out later that I own, but those are under H, under T. But this is DreamWorks Holiday Collection, which is why it's under D. So there you go. But yeah, I really like this. This is a nice little set of Christmas specials. They're fun. My favorite one is probably the Shrek one, and then the Madagascar one, and the Kung Fu Panda one. As much as I love How to Train Your Dragon, this one just makes no sense because it doesn't make any sense for there to be Christmas in the Viking Island. I don't know. I like How to Train Your Dragon. I like the special, but it's just my least favorite of these four, though I still really like it, though. I don't find it as entertaining as some of the other ones, which is a bummer because How to Train Your Dragon is some of my favorite DreamWorks stuff. So there you go. That is the D's, and now we move on to the E's. All right, kicking off the E section, we have another Shia LaBeouf thriller. I had one in the D section, I had one in the E section, and that is Eagle Eye. Again, this is a great edge-of-your-seat, fast-paced little thriller. It's also the same guy that directed Disturbia, and he had a movie that came out last year. Can't remember the name of it, though. I think it was a movie about like a woman getting trapped in a house with a home invasion intruder. It was made by Daily Wire, but I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me. But I watched it, and whew, it was an intense little movie. So the director of this, his name is DJ Caruso. He is very good. I mean, he's very fast-paced little thriller movies. And my word, this is probably one of the most engaged I was when I first watched this movie. I was probably the most engaged with this with any movie, especially towards the end. It is a thrill ride. I highly recommend it if you have not seen it. And then this one is weird because the cover says "A Live, Die, Repeat," but that's just the tagline. But the real movie's title is Edge of Tomorrow, which is way down at the bottom. And even on the spine here, it's, I don't know why. Yeah, and even when I filed it on Blu-ray, it's like, it starts with L, because it's Live, Die, Repeat. I'm like, no, it's not the name of the movie. Live, Die, Repeat is just the tagline for it. It's Edge of Tomorrow. So yeah, this is a fun movie. It's Tom Cruise, Emily Blunt. This came out around the same time as Oblivion, and to me, for some reason, the movies looked very similar, even though they're really not that similar, but the trailers for this movie were just not very good. So as a result, it kind of did not do very well at the box office, which is a shame, because it is a really good movie. It's, you know, kind of like Groundhog Day, but with a sci-fi twist. And there's some good twists at the end. I think it's a very well-written, well-directed movie. It doesn't say on the back who directed... Oh, no, it's Doug Liman. And yeah, he's also the one that did The Bourne Identity, Chaos Walking, which you talked about earlier. So I really like this movie. It has a lot of good action and a really great story. And they keep talking about doing a sequel, but they never will. Personally, I don't think it needs a sequel, though. This is one of the few movies where I think it doesn't really need a sequel. They should leave well enough alone. That being said, if they do end up doing a sequel, hopefully it goes in some wacky directions. And then we have one of my favorite Tim Burton movies, Edward Scissorhands. It's a very sweet movie. Well, sweet by Tim Burton standards, of course. Tim Burton, of course, is a very twisted and warped mind. But for a Tim Burton movie, it's actually really sweet. It's really cute. It's really heartfelt. Johnny Depp just does such an amazing job in this movie. Winona Ryder does such a great job in this movie. And it's set around Christmas time. We actually watched this a couple years ago on Christmas Eve, and I was the only one who'd seen it because I'd watched it a couple months prior to do my top 5 Tim Burton movies for that video, and I was the only one who'd seen it. So for everyone else, my family got to see it for the first time a couple years ago, and that was a real treat to see that. But they were like, yeah, that was a really good movie. I'm like, yeah, I told you. So Edward Scissorhands, really great movie as well. And then we have another really genuinely sweet Christmas movie. It's probably one of the greatest Christmas movies of all time. Everyone quotes it year after year. It gets a big resurgence year after year. Will Ferrell, the movie Elf, one of my all-time favorite Christmas movies. This movie is hilarious. I never, ever get tired of it. This movie, I loved watching it. I probably watch it around 20 times a year during Christmas time. I think the only movie I watch more than that is Nightmare Before Christmas, and that's just because it's also Halloween in addition to Christmas. But Elf is probably one of my all-time, if not my all-time favorite Christmas movie. Now we have Ella Enchanted, which I know a lot of people who read the book hate this movie, but I didn't read the book, and I like this movie. And you can tell this was kind of around the time that Shrek was coming out. They were trying to capitalize on, let's do fairy tales, but kind of poke fun at them, that kind of idea, which apparently the book is not like that at all. But I really like this. I like how it's this kind of fun jukebox musical, which for some people doesn't work. For me, it worked. I think it has a really good cast. It's got Carrie Elwes, who played Wesley in The Princess Bride, as the villain in this, which I find a little bit ironic. I guess it's true what they say. You either die the hero or you live long enough to become the villain. This is a fun movie. And I find it funny that Lucy Punch, who plays the stepsister in this, also plays the stepsister in Into the Woods in the Disney movie. So, talk about typecasting. Yeah, Anne Hathaway is a delight in this movie. The movie is super, super fun. I adore it. And then we have Emperor's New Groove and the inferior sequel, Kronk's New Groove. It's not a terrible sequel. It's still very watchable, but it does not hold a candle to this one. Because this one is what's kind of one of those lightning in a bottle movies. And given the production troubles that it had, it really should not have worked. But even to this day, it still does not get the attention or recognition it deserves. Probably because of the production troubles of it. It cost Disney a lot more money than it made, and so Disney's kind of, I don't want to say ashamed of it, but they certainly don't see it as a profitable market, even though they got a sequel and they got a TV show, which TV show was okay, but all the jokes in the TV show were basically just rehashed of the jokes in this, so it was not as clever as the movie. But yeah, this movie's great. If you haven't seen Emperor's New Groove, you owe it to yourself to watch it. It is hilarious. Then we have another really good Disney sort of satire movie, that is Enchanted, and apparently the case to this is, oh, there we go. That is Enchanted, and I was really disappointed by the sequel, Disenchanted. You know, if you watched my ranking of all the movies that came out this year, it was pretty low on that list. It wasn't on my worst list, because it was still somewhat entertaining, and it wasn't super incompetently made, but man, it does not hold a candle at all to the original one. This is another one of those sort of lightning in a bottle type movies that just could not recapture the magic with the second one, which I knew they probably weren't going to, but I was going to give it a shot anyway. But yeah, I got pretty much expected. It was not a good sequel, but this is fantastic, and it's actually one of my sister's favorite movies as well, to the point where she wore out the DVD. So when I bought the Blu-ray, I was like, I'm never going to use the DVD. So I took out the DVD, put it in the case for the DVD that she had because the disc didn't work anymore, and so she has her own DVD copy as well, and she loves this movie just as much, if not more, than I do. The songs are catchy. It's hilarious. Everyone in the cast is amazing. Then we have Encanto, which when I did my ranking of all 60 at the time, it's 61 now because of Strange Worlds, but of all 60 Disney animated films, this was like the top 3. That is how much I love this movie, and it did not do as well as it did in theaters, but when it hit Disney Plus, man, it just shot up. Everyone started doing this movie. Of course, it has amazing songs. That's because they're done by Lin-Manuel Miranda. It is a fantastic movie. It's a sweet little movie. I love all the characters. It's highly creative. And I love that it has pop culture. Hopefully this will dethrone Frozen, because I'm sick of hearing Let It Go. I would rather hear We Don't Talk About Bruno 50 times a day than have to hear Let It Go one more time. The songs in this are much, much better. And the story is a lot better, too. Then we have a movie that unfortunately did not do very well. It's based off of a book series that I really liked. And when they did the movie, I was super excited for it. The movie is good. It just didn't do very well for some reason, and that is Ender's Game. And I mean, how did this not do well? It has Harrison Ford, and has Ben Kingsley. Was it just not marketed very well? I don't know. It's a shame that this didn't do well, because I wanted to see all the other books adapted as well. But yeah, Ender's Game. This is a great movie. It has a great twist ending. Read the book first, obviously, but even if this is one of the few movie adaptations where it actually got the book right, and even kept the really just awesome twist ending. So read the book and then go back and watch this movie, and then read the other books in the series too. I don't have all the books because there's like 30 books in the series, but I think I have the first like 5 or 6, and I really enjoyed them as well. I probably get around to getting the other books. And then we have what I think is probably one of the greatest movies of all time, and I did a review for this around Halloween because this movie recently turned 40. E.T. the Extraterrestrial. If you want my full thoughts on this, go watch my review of this. But Yeah, this is one of Spielberg's best films. This proves why he is a master at his craft. The practical effects are really well done. The story is fantastic. The score from John Williams is amazing. This has some of the most iconic movie scenes and movie lines of all time. I love how it's a boy and his dog story, but it's a boy and an alien. It is such a timeless classic. Parents have been showing it to their kids for generations, and I'm sure people will continue to watch it for generations to come. And that is it for the E's. Now we move on to the F's. All right, starting off the F section, we have Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. A movie that when this came out, I didn't see it in theaters because I was kind of getting sick of Harry Potter. And then I rented it, and I was kicking myself for not having seen it in theaters because it ended up being fantastic. Eddie Redmayne was so fun in this movie. He was just great. The story's really fun. The character's really fun. I really like Jacob and all the other... I like seeing all the Fantastic Beasts. And then we have the second one, which was not as good. It went from being a really fantastic, fun little movie to dark. The first one had some dark moments too, but this one went really dark, though I did enjoy the twist ending to this one as well. And then we have the third one, The Secrets of Dumbledore, which I'm mixed on. This movie definitely proves that J.K. Rowling is a much better novelist than she is a screenwriter. I don't know if it's just she can't process it very well or something, but yeah. I mean, Jude Law is really good at this. Mads Mikkelsen did a good job, but the story was kind of all over the place because it seemed like there were two different movies that wanted to be made. You wanted the story about Newt hunting the beasts, and then you have the Wizard War, and I don't know. The tone and story were just all over the place with this one. I was not as big of a fan of this one as I was the other two Fantastic Beasts movies. And then we move on from Fantastic Beasts to Fantastic Mr. Fox, a movie that I didn't like as much as a kid, because it's definitely geared more towards adults. It's appropriate for kids for the most part, but the humor and writing is definitely geared a lot more towards adults, which is kind of an odd choice, because it's based off of a children's book, but, you know, it's got that Wes Anderson style. But, you know, Wes Anderson mixed with Roald Dahl, that is a match made in heaven, honestly. Wes Anderson doing a Roald Dahl, and I find it funny that this is basically a heist movie, and it's got George Clooney, so it's basically Ocean's 11 with animals. So he's basically playing Danny Ocean again, but in Fox form. So yeah, it's great. I will give my full thoughts on this when we get closer to this December, this Christmas, when Wonka comes out, which I realize is a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. I'm going to try and rank all the Roald Dahl films, but I do love this movie. I love it a lot more as an adult than I did as a kid, certainly. And then we have one of my favorite Pixar films, Finding Nemo. This is one of their strongest films, I think, and it's definitely, again, one of those movies that kids will enjoy it. It's definitely more for the adults, though. It's definitely more for parents, because the message is definitely one that they'll resonate with a lot more. It's a fun adventure. It's got a lot of memorable characters. It's got a lot of really quotable lines. It's really funny. Finding Nemo, I love this movie. Then we have a TV show that has had a cult following for a little bit more than 25 years now, and I only just recently saw it a couple years ago, but it was after years and years and years of people telling me to watch it, and I finally caved and watched it, and I'm so glad I did, even though it is a very short show with only about 13 or 14 episodes. Firefly, of course, this is thought of as like one of the greatest sci-fi TV shows ever, and I can definitely see why. It is super fun. It has a really good cast, really sharp writing, really tight scripts, and I do own Serenity, the movie, which was the finale to this after it got abruptly canceled when they brought it back with that movie. That is under the S section, so when we get to that, I will show you that I have Serenity, that I don't think I need to because I just told you I have it, but I will talk about it anyway. Then we have one of the other great director's movies, Flushed Away, a movie that does potty humor, but does it in a way that's a little bit classy, does it in a way that doesn't feel cringy or gross, it does it in a way that's actually kind of funny. Of course, Hugh Jackman's in it, and there's only one X-Men joke in the whole movie, which is funny. It's also got Ian McKellen, who was also an X-Men. This movie is hilarious. It's got a lot of really great visual gags, especially the background. It's got a really fun script. It's hilarious. It is one of my favorite DreamWorks films. And then we have Tim Burton's Frankenweenie, which is a full-length animated version of a live-action short he did back in early 80s, I want to say. And apparently the short was so terrifying that actually ended up getting him fired from Disney for a little while. But they've also got the live-action short on here as well. And I think it's also on Disney Plus as well, which is surprising because... but this takes all the ideas about the spoof of the Frankenstein story, and it expands it by also spoofing other monster movies, which I think was a fun little choice. It spoofs, old black and white monster movies, so it's a really cute movie, even though it is a little bit creepy by Tim Burton standards. And then we have another movie that not a lot of people talk about, and I really enjoy, Freebirds. people either think this movie's okay or they despise it. I think I'm the only person who actually really likes this movie and thinks it's better than okay. Woody Harrelson and Owen Wilson, they're hilarious in this. The story's clever. It's original. It's funny. I don't have a lot of problems with it. I think it's a really fun movie. I think it's a lot better than everyone else says it is. I don't get the hate for this movie. I really don't. We have another movie that was a pleasant surprise for me as well. That is Free Guy. I really liked the concept of this. It was really wacky. It was really original. I liked how it kind of had some of the same ideas as the first Tron movie, where the programs are, the people in the game kind of worship the creators, the users. They're sort of thought of as the gods over the programs. Kind of like Tron. I enjoyed that. Ryan Reynolds was a delight in this. I liked the subplot with the kid from Stranger Things and the other guy I don't remember. Taika Waititi was great as the villain. Everything about this movie is just so great. So, Free Guy, if you haven't seen this movie, check it out. It is really good. You will have a really good time with it, hopefully. That is it for the Fs. Now we move on to the Gs. Kicking off the Gs, we have Galaxy Quest. And if you're a Star Trek fan, obviously you owe it to yourself to watch the movie. You've probably already seen this movie. If you're a Star Trek fan, it is to Star Trek what Spaceballs is to Star Wars, in my opinion at least. It's got a great game. I mean, if you're not a Star Trek fan, it's still just a good, if you're a fan of anything, it's a great love letter to fandom and Comic-Cons and things like that. So if you're a geek, you owe it yourself to watch this. It's got a great performances all around. Tim Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Alan Rickman, Dwight from The Office, of all people that are in this movie. It is literally just the same plot as The Three Amigos and Bug's Life, but it's also really funny and really charming as well. And then we have a movie that was filmed locally, pretty close to where I live, and that is The Gallows, which is found footage horror film that came out a little bit over 5 years ago. And it's autographed by both of the directors because I know them and they go to my church. That's really cool that I have this personalized. In fact, even the discs are personalized with messages. So they even wrote on the discs when I had them autograph it. So that's really cool. And the case is not normally black. What I did was I took my my Dawn of the Planet of the Apes case, which is black, and I just switched the cover because I thought it looked a little cooler this way. So I personalized my own copy of this. And yeah, it's funny because even though the movie takes place in Nebraska, if you live in Fresno where this movie was filmed, it was very clearly Fresno. I mean, you wouldn't know that if you didn't live here, but there's a part where they're exiting the theater where the movie's filmed, where they're in the haunted theater, and when everyone's like, "Oh, we know that building. We passed the building every day." It's downtown Fresno where the banking district is and where City Hall is and everything. So if you ever live in Fresno, you've driven past those buildings, very clearly is Fresno. That's supposed to take place in Nebraska. But yeah, it's good. It's intense. It's got a really good cast. It's got Kathy Lee Gifford's daughter in this as well. And for a cast of relatively unknowns, they did a really good job, especially a lot of them were first-time actors. And yeah, this is a fantastic film. And I showed it to my friend who's a huge horror fan. I hadn't seen this movie. And no, I don't really watch a lot. This is one of the few rated R movies that I own because it's not really rated R. It's PG-13. The MPA is just really stupid. But I showed this to my friend who's a big fan of slasher films like Friday the 13th, those kind of movies. Even though it's not nearly as gory or violent as those, it's actually pretty tastefully done. He loved it. He loves, masked killer movies, and he just loved this movie. And hopefully you guys will too. So please watch this film and support local independent filmmakers. Then we have the sequel, which is not a found footage film. It's a little bit more of a traditional horror film. And I actually auditioned for this movie very, very, very early into production. And in fact, it was so early into production that when I brought this up again to my friend who's the director, or one of the directors of this movie, I was like, "Hey, do you remember when I did that scene? It was this and this." It's like, "Oh yeah, we dropped that concept. That was a long time ago. That was like the first draft of our script." Man, you have a good memory, because that was like 5 or 6 years ago. This movie was in production for like 3 or 4 years. Actually, the main actress who's in this, if you watch Rings of Power, she plays Yarin or someone, I can't remember her name, but Emma Horvath is her name. So she was actually recently in Lord of the Rings of Power. So good for her. She went from being in this low-budget horror movie that was filmed in Fresno to being in one of the biggest TV shows that is out right now. So good for her. So yeah, watch Gallows and Gallows Act 2. And this actually has a really good twist ending as well. It's funny because I actually know a few people who are in the cast as extras. Because again, they go to my church, or they're related to people who go to my church. So I point at them, I go, "Oh yeah, it's that person." And reading the credits, it's like, produced by so-and-so. I'm like, "Oh, I know that person. I've known them for years, even before they were a filmmaker." So it's kind of funny to see people that you know listed in the credits of a movie. It's kind of surreal, but it's also really awesome when you think about it. And then we have one of the best comedies of the last 10 or 15 years, Get Smart, which is based on a show from, I think, the 60s, maybe the 70s, which is a spoof of Mission Impossible, James Bond, things like that. Steve Carell, he's awesome in this. Anne Hathaway's awesome in this. Everybody in this movie is awesome in this. And, of course, Dwayne Johnson gives a great performance in this movie as well. It's really fun. It's really smart. It is a massively, massively entertaining film. And then next up we have the original Ghostbusters from 1984. The reason the case looks like this is because I was looking for this movie on eBay, and I wanted the cheapest version possible. I don't spring for the fancy 4K. I don't spring for the $50 steelbook. I just want the cheapest possible version of the movie. And I found it on eBay, and it said it was $3, and it said disc only. What I thought that meant, well, it said Blu-ray disc only. What I thought that meant was, oh, it's a combo pack, but they took out the DVD, so I'm going to get, as the case with the Blu-ray. But no, they literally meant, we will only ship you the disc in a CD sleeve. You won't even get any tracking information. You'll just get the disc in a really flimsy CD sleeve in an envelope. So it had no case. So what I did was I took an old DVD case, and then I printed out some artwork from Google, even though I don't have a color printer, and that is how I made my case for this movie. And I've also got Goosebumps 1 and 2 there as well, because that was the same situation where I bought a bunch of movies where it was like disc only, and ended up literally being the disc only. But I will not make that mistake again. But I guess you live and learn, buyer beware. I mean, it is eBay, so I learned my lesson with that. And then we have Ghostbusters Afterlife. I don't own Ghostbusters 2 or the 2016 Ghostbusters because they're not good. This one is good, though it is a little overly familiar. It is basically just the same as the first movie again. They didn't really break a new ground in terms of the plot. It is to Ghostbusters what Force Awakens was to Star Wars, where they basically did the same as the first movie again, just with the younger cast, a little bit more of a passing of the torch and a legacy sequel, that kind of thing. But Paul Rudd's great at this. I really wish he were more the equivalent of Bill Murray, but he's more of the equivalent of Rick Moranis' character. But I do think that it was a very loving tribute to who's the actor that died? Harold Ramis. No. I do think it was a very loving tribute to Harold Ramis. They did the best job they could with it. And there is a sequel coming out at the end of the year, supposedly, assuming it doesn't change release dates for whatever reason. Hopefully the plot for the sequel is a little bit better and a little bit more original. But I'm very excited to see what they do with this younger cast of Ghostbusters, because they're all very good. And then we have G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra. People either really like this movie or they despise it. I'm in the camp that really likes it. It's got Channing Tatum, of course. It's got Ray Park, who played Darth Maul in Star Wars, among other roles. He is Snake Eyes. Then it has Christopher Eccleston, who played the Ninth Doctor in Doctor Who, as the villain, or one of the villains. I think the cast of who's really good. A lot of people have a problem with, like, the future tech and stuff. I think it works. I think they set that up in the first scene when they're talking about these nanobites that can heal people and they're going to weaponize them. I think that kind of sets the tone for the kind of technology that we're going to get in this movie, so it wasn't totally out of place for me. I did not have a problem with it. I don't own G.I. Joe Retaliation because it sucks, but I do own Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe Origins. Henry Golding is awesome as Snake Eyes. I really liked all of the only really one that I had a problem with was the casting of Scarlet. I think she was a little bit too young. And also, this movie seemed a little chopped up. It was kind of like X-Men Origins Wolverine, where they were trying to set up like 20 other movies instead of focusing on the one story, and I didn't really feel like it had a resolved ending. But it was still really fun. I still really enjoyed it, and I still think they kind of kept the true nature of G.I. Joe and Snake Eyes, and it's at least better than Retaliation at the end of the day, so there is that. Next up, we have The Giver. I read this book when I was in middle school, and it was like a year before the movie came out. And it's funny because as I'm reading the book, I think, you know who would be really good to play the Giver in this? Jeff Bridges. And then like a year later, they announced they're doing a movie, and it's starring Jeff Bridges. So I apparently predicted the future with this. Yeah, as far as book to film adaptations go, I think it stayed pretty true to the book. It kept the same message, kept the same themes. I think they did a really good job of adapting it. Yeah, for some reason it underperformed. But that's okay, because the sequels are not very good. So I think where the book ended and where the movie ended were pretty good as it was. I think they should have just left well enough alone. So thank goodness they only did the one movie, because the sequel books are not very good. And then coming up next we have Glass, which is the third movie in the Unbreakable trilogy. But I haven't filed another G because it's both connected but also kind of its own thing, so I just keep them under their respective letters, even though they're technically a trilogy, with the other one being split. Again, a lot of people had problems with it. I thought it was good for what it was. M. Night Shyamalan has definitely done a lot worse. I thought everyone in the cast did a really good job. I thought it had some really good moments. I found it pretty entertaining. I don't get why people thought it was going to be like this big spectacle superhero movie, because I think Marvel and DC have kind of spoiled us. They made us think that every superhero movie has to be this big millions of dollar long blockbuster that has to have all the spectacle, when it was never like that. Unbreakable and Split were always very lower budget, very confined, close quarters, a little bit more street level. And I think they kept it with this. I don't know why people were expecting a big spectacle blockbuster movie. Like, did you not watch the other ones? So I think as far as it concludes the trilogy, I think they did a pretty good job. I really hope that they do a TV show about sort of the secret society that's in this movie, because that was really interesting, and they didn't really touch on the plot for that much. So I'm hoping that they will continue that on as maybe a spin-off film or a TV show. Who knows? Hopefully we get something else from Shyamalan. And I am aware he does have another movie coming out, Knock at the Cabin, but it is rated R, so I am not going to go see that. But next time he puts out a movie that's PG-13, I will try to do that and do another ranking, though Old was a terrible movie. So hopefully his next PG-13 movie is actually a bit more tastefully done. I just found Old really disgusting and tasteless. So next up we have Godzilla from 2014. For a Godzilla movie, there's not a lot of Godzilla in it. And the trailers advertised that Bryan Cranston was going to be the star, but spoiler alert, he's gone after like 30 minutes. And then we're stuck with Aaron Taylor Johnson, who is normally a pretty good actor. He's just not very good at this. For some reason, Aaron Taylor Johnson is just not very good at this. It's kind of funny that Elizabeth Olsen plays his wife in this, because they play brother and sister in the MCU, even though this came out like a year before Age of Ultron. But every time I'm like, yeah, this is just Yui now. In retrospect, it's weird, but I mean, it's pretty fun is during like the last 45 minutes or so, though. And then we have the sequel. I get that Kong Skull Island is technically next in the timeline order, or the release order for that, but that's under the K section. So coming up we have Godzilla King of the Monsters, which I think is the much better movie. I think a lot of people hated it, but they hated it for kind of the wrong reasons. I really enjoyed this one, though. I do think it was a little heavy-handed with the humans are bad to destroy the Earth. Like, does that really need to be in a Godzilla movie? Come on, guys. That was a little heavy-handed, but when it does the monster action, it does it really well. It's just, unfortunately, the human characters, except for Millie Bobby Brown, are incredibly uninteresting. Next up, we have Godzilla vs. Kong. Again, it's got a few of the same problems that Godzilla King of the Monsters has. Uninteresting human characters, uninteresting side plots. But when it does the Godzilla vs. Kong stuff, it's amazing. And they're doing another Godzilla vs. Kong movie, or at least another movie in this universe, sometime in 2024, so sometime next year. That is still a long way off, relatively, but hopefully it turns out to be good. I'm excited to see. I'm always down for monsters. Hopefully they'll learn people don't care about the human characters, and they end up putting more monster mayhem in that sequel. And then we have a movie that I reviewed a couple months ago, having not seen it, and I really enjoyed it, even though it's very much a product of the times, and it is kind of stupid. You have to have kind of appreciation for idiot humor. That is Good Burger, which is based off of a sketch from a TV show on Nickelodeon called All That, which is basically their version of Saturday Night Live. I think it's really funny. Like I said, you have to have an appreciation for idiot humor, because that's pretty much all the jokes, is that the main two characters, or at least Cal Mitchell is like the idiot, then Kenan Thompson plays the straight man, but they're really funny together. They worked real well off each other. I thought it was funny. It actually is one of a few 90s comedies that I think probably still holds up, and I just found the movie absolutely hilarious. Though I get why that type of humor may not be for everybody, and I completely respect that if that is not your thing. But if it is your thing, it's really funny. We have Spielberg's and Richard Donner's The Goonies, which is one of the great 80s adventure films with a fantastic child cast. And Josh Brolin, who played Thanos, was in this movie, which I think everybody kind of forgets. And also it has a young, what's his name, that plays Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings. He's a kid in this. So yeah, this is a really good little adventure movie about pirates and adventures. It's great, though. I could do without some of the language and innuendo, which is why it gets a PG. 80s PG movies were wild, man. There's a lot of stuff that would not fly today if they decided to make this. It would certainly be PG-13 if they made it today, though I don't think PG-13 existed yet when it came out, or it may have just been brand new. But anyway, then we have Goosebumps, like I said before. When you buy the discs on eBay, they come in the sleeve, so I had to replace the artwork, and anyway, that's why the case is black and white. because I got it off of Google with my black and white printer. Same thing with the second film that I'm about to show you. But yeah, this is great. This is a really good adaptation of Goosebumps. If you're a fan of the books, there's a lot of Easter eggs. There's a lot of references to the books. Jack Black is great as R.L. Stine. It was a little bit over the top at times. I still think it is a really fun movie. And then we have the second one, which I don't want to say is necessarily better, but it's not necessarily worse. I kind of like these movies equally. But I do like that Slappy has a bigger presence in this one than he did in the first one. And I like how it really embraced the Halloween aesthetic of it, because it literally is called Haunted Halloween. And it feels more like a traditional Goosebumps story. And it's really fun having all the Halloween decorations come to life. I still think this movie is super, super fun. Next up, we have a Christmas special movie that is a little bit of a guilty pleasure to get. It's not a very good movie. It has a really stupid concept, and it is really stupid, but I kind of like it. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. You take a 3-minute song about your drunk grandma getting killed by Santa on Christmas Eve, you turn it into a 45-minute Christmas special. For me, it works. It's just the right amount of stupid. I kind of enjoy it. It's got the voice of the original Leonardo from the mid-80s Ninja Turtles TV show as one of the villains in this. So, I mean, some of the songs are weird. They're kind of like out of place. So it's not a perfect movie. It is kind of rough around the edges. But at the end of the day, I don't mind watching this around Christmas time. I still get a kick out of it. This is one of the movies where it's kind of so bad it's good. And then next up we have The Greatest Showman, which had the unfortunate circumstance of being released on the same day as Star Wars The Last Jedi. But over time it got a little bit more of a cult following. So that's good. Of course, the songs are amazing. Everyone in the cast is fantastic. I recommended this movie to my mom because I knew it was her type of movie, and she loved it. She absolutely loved it, and I absolutely love it. I don't watch it as much as I should, but yeah, I still absolutely adore Greatest Showman. And then another one of my favorite 1980s films, Gremlins, and I reviewed this around Christmas last year, so my full thoughts go and watch that. But yeah, this is a great little horror film, little creature feature. It's campy. It's sort of B-movie schlock, but it also kind of is a little bit serious too. Fantastic movie. And next up we have the sequel, which, again, people either really hate the sequel or they think it's better than the original. Gremlins 2, The New Batch. I'm in the camp that thinks it's a little bit better than the original because I do like the meta humor and I do like the self-awareness of it, though I get that that's not going to be for everybody and it kind of pulls them out. I love it, though. Hopefully they do a third one. I know they're doing a TV show, supposedly. They announced a TV show a few years ago that was going to be on Cartoon Network / HBO Max, but given that they're canning a lot of their projects, including that J.J. Abrams Batman show that I was really looking forward to, I would not hold my breath that that show is coming out anytime soon, if ever. So I'll believe it when I see it. Hopefully that does end up happening because I love Gremlins and I want to return to the movie, even if it is in TV show form. And if they do a TV show, I hope that it does well enough that they do a part 3. And then we have Gretel and Hansel, which is a little bit of a slow burn horror, but it does have a lot of style. It is pretty unique with the way it's filmed, and tells the story in a traditional way, but also makes it super dark, which is what a Grimm fairy tale is supposed to be. It is PG-13 for a reason. It is very dark, but I loved it. I thought it was great. And the reason it's called Gretel and Hansel, not Hansel and Gretel, is because Gretel is more of the main character. Hansel is more of a plot device as opposed to a character, so they could have improved on that a little bit, but I still really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the style of the film, and I really liked what they did with the story. And then finally, the last 2 movies in the G section, Guardians of the Galaxy and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I prefer Volume 1 over Volume 2. I don't hate Volume 2. I know that there's a certain YouTuber out there who, one of his hot takes is that he hates Volume 2. I don't think it's terrible, but it is definitely a step down. I do think that a lot of the humor is inappropriately timed, and it's definitely a lot crasser than the first one. But at the same time, I do think it has a little bit of a sweet story about Yondu and him being the father figure. But yeah, the first one is definitely a lot better. It's definitely a lot sharper. It's definitely a lot wittier, and it's definitely a lot more unique. And this was a pleasant surprise for me because I thought 2 of the main characters are a talking raccoon and a talking tree. This is not the 1970s anymore. If this movie were made 40 years ago, this would have been better. But this movie is going to be really stupid. It ended up being awesome. So, and I'm very excited for Volume 3. And I really enjoyed the holiday special that came out a couple months ago as well. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. In fact, I actually cosplay as Star-Lord because I like the movie so much that when the second movie came out, I actually cosplayed as Star-Lord to the premiere, and I frequently cosplay as Star-Lord at various cons. So it's because of that movie that I started to kind of get to cosplay. That was actually my first real cosplay that I did, where it was actually a little bit more professional looking and not super, super cheap like store-bought costumes like they usually were. So that is it for the G section. Now we move on to the H. Kicking things off with the H section, a show that I think I'm the only one I like, and that is Halo Season 1 on Blu-ray. Like I said, I think I'm the only person who actually really likes the show. I don't know what fans of the games think of it, but for me, looking at it as a show, not connected to any of the games, as somebody who's only played like maybe half of the first game and none of the other ones, I thought it was really good. You can definitely tell where the budget went. It's really high budget. I really think the characters are compelling. The world building is compelling. Though I do have my criticisms with it, for a show based on a first-person shooter, there's not really a lot of action, but it does make up for that with really compelling world building and dialogue. And there is a character in the show that's kind of introduced in the first episode that you think is going to play a bigger role than she actually does, and then they just kind of didn't really know what to do with her. But it has been confirmed they are doing a Season 2, so hopefully when Season 2 comes out, I mean, they just started filming Season 2, so we're probably not going to see it till maybe late this year or maybe early next year. If they do Season 2, hopefully there's more action, and they remember that it is based on a first-person shooter. But like I said, I didn't have a lot of problems with the show. I still thought it was really good. And then we have...
Halo, wanna smash your Halo, 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 would you love me if I was Halo, Halo?
I have another movie that was a pleasant surprise for me, and that is Happy Death Day. This is probably one of the funniest horror films I've ever seen, and because it's intentionally funny as well. It's kind of a dark comedy. It's basically Groundhog Day, but with a serial killer. It's really great. It has a really good character arc for the main character as well. And then we have the sequel, which I think is even better, Happy Death Day to You. This one isn't so much horror as it is sci-fi. It does have horror elements to it, but the main focus really is about sci-fi and time loops and alternate universes and things like that. And I actually think it's the better of the two films, though I'm not sure that that is the most popular opinion. And then we also have Happy Feet. How this won Best Animated Feature, I'll never know. I don't think it's a bad film necessarily. I just think that there were better movies out there that came out that year, like Monster House. I think that probably should have won the Academy Award for 2006, so there wasn't a lot of animated films that year. But, yeah, I mean, watching this as a kid, I loved it. But watching it as an adult, you notice that this movie probably should have been PG-13, because there's a lot of really just inappropriate innuendo in this movie, and it's not subtle. I'm like, oh, I understand this now. There's a lot of, let's just say, talk about things that happen in nature. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I would let a kid watch this, and I actually am considering maybe getting rid of it, because I probably would not let a child watch this, because it is not appropriate, in my opinion, at least. And then we have the complete 8-film collection of Harry Potter. Of course, I already did a ranking of all these when Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore came out, so you can hear my thoughts on those. This, of course, is one of the greatest movie franchises of all time. I have very fond memories of going to see almost all of these in theaters with my mom. I have very fond memories of reading the books. And this is just one of those franchise movies that I always get comfort with when I to put it on. Then we have a movie that I will defend, and that is the Eddie Murphy Haunted Mansion. I get why people don't like this movie. I do get at times it can be really, really stupid, but it incorporated the ride really well. I think it does have a good mystery to it. The third act is a little rough. I do think the twist ending is kind of stupid and contrived, but I have a lot of fun with it. I don't think that the acting is really all that bad, aside from Murphy. Eddie Murphy just kind of doing his typical shtick, but I think everyone else in this movie is pretty good. I will defend this. There are worse Disney movies out there based on rides, like The Country Bears and certain Pirates of the Caribbean sequels. And then we have another movie made by Tremendous Pictures, the same people that did The Gallows, the same people that did Behind You. That is Held. And this is a really great escape thriller. It kind of plays on, like, psychological horror. It's like Saw, but if it were psychological horror. And that's their comparison, not mine. But it does kind of have that, the killer is the voice, and they kind of have to escape. And it also stars, I forget the guy's name, Bart Johnson, who played Troy Bolton's dad in the High School Musical films. If you like High School Musical and you kind of want to see Bart Johnson doing a dramatic role with a really exciting thriller with a really exciting twist, you should watch this movie. And also, it's an independent horror film, and you should always support independent film as well. Then we have Disney's Hercules, a movie that I'm kind of mixed on. I do think James Woods gives a fantastic performance as the villain, and the songs are really good. But at the end of the day, it's basically just Superman with Greek mythology. it could have been a little stronger, especially considering this was coming out just a few years after movies like Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast. You know, it's not as strong as those other films, but it's still pretty good for what it is. And then we have the Hobbit trilogy, The Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey, which I remember going to see this in theaters in 3D with a couple of my friends. I thought it was great. And then we have The Hobbit: The Desolation of Smaug, which in some ways is a little bit of a step up from the first one, but it's also a little bit of a step down. I don't think this needed to be a trilogy of films. I think they probably could have just stopped at like 1 or 2 films. And you could tell because they ran out of material from the books, because what is like 10 pages of book ends up being a 3-hour movie, and that is The Hobbit: The Battle of the Five Armies, which is basically a 3-hour movie, and you're basically watching somebody play World of Warcraft for 3 hours. That's what it feels like. You're watching somebody play a video game. There's not a lot of plot to this, and they ran out of pages of books. They had to incorporate all these other things, like a Legolas who wasn't in the book. I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, the first Hobbit book is about, or The Hobbit the book is about the same length as the first Harry Potter book, and that's one movie. I mean, they were even able to adapt, the Rankin and Bass version was even able to adapt The Hobbit into one movie. I don't know why Peter Jackson decided to make it a trilogy. Cash grabs. Next up, another one of my favorite Disney movies that I think doesn't get a lot of credit, and that is Holes. I loved this movie as a kid. I still love it now. It's got a really good mystery. It's got all these other subplots that intertwine to the main plot really well. I didn't read the books. I don't know what fans of the book think of it, but I think it's really good. It's got a great cast. It's got a great story. It's got great characters. And then we have DreamWorks Home, a movie that I kind of liked as a kid, but now as an adult, I just find this movie really annoying. Really, the only good part about it is Steve Martin is the villain, but at the end of the day, this is just the guy from Big Bang Theory being really annoying for an hour and a half, and then it's basically also a commercial for Rihanna's albums. So, I liked it at the time. I thought it was kind of clever, but now I'm just like, okay, this movie's really annoying. And then we have Home Alone 1 and Home Alone 2 on Blu-ray. These, of course, are Christmas classics. Everybody loves these movies. And then after that, they did the third one, which is okay. I don't own the third one. These are only 2 Home Alone movies I own, because after that, it went really downhill. But these are classics, though 1 is a lot better than 2, but 2 is still pretty watchable for what it is. And then we have Hop from Illumination, which I think is probably one of their worst films, though I did enjoy it at the time. I did get the movie when it came out at the time because I was a child. I was entertained by it because I was a kid, but now I'm like, yeah, this isn't good. But I am a glutton for punishment for pain, so I do end up watching this movie around Easter because it's really one of the only movies that came out around Easter, so I do that more out of obligation because there's only one Easter movie. And then we have Hotel Transylvania, which is amazing, and I'm really annoyed this did not get nominated for Best Animated Picture. I mean, Brave got nominated, but this didn't. Come on, guys. Yeah, but anyway, this is really great. It's got fantastic animation, got a great cast. It's done by Gennady Tartakovsky, who did Samurai Jack, as well as the Clone Wars micro-series from 2003. It's got a lot of energy to it. And then we have the sequel, which the plot for the sequel is kind of thin, and I think it kind of contradicts its own message with the way it ends, but it's watchable-ish. It's my least favorite of the Hotel Transylvania movies. And then we have Hotel Transylvania 3. I don't hate this movie as much as everybody does. I get the criticisms. I still think it is a little bit of a step up from Part 2, though, because the plot of this one is a bit more focused. Yeah, Jim Gaffigan is the villain. It definitely has a lot more energy than Part 2. And they put out a 4th one on Amazon Prime, which I reviewed at the beginning of last year, but it is not on Blu-ray yet, and I don't think it ever will be, at least not for a while, which is a shame, because I want to get the 4th one so I can have all of them. And then we have the classic 1966, I think is when this came out. I don't know the exact year, 1960-something, I want to say 66. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Of course, this is a very short and sweet, 20-ish minute feature film based on the book. Everybody knows this. It plays on TV every year. It is a classic. Then we have the live-action Jim Carrey version, which I get the criticisms of it. I don't think it's that bad. I still think it is a little bit fun. I kind of enjoy the cynical humor, though I get why this film is not for everybody. And then we have the Illumination one with Benedict Cumberbatch, which, again, I think is the second. I mean, the original one from the 60s is always the best, but I do think this is good. The animation's vibrant. It's very fun. Everyone kind of looks like a CGI Muppet, which is a little bit interesting. I don't think the Grinch is as mean in this as he is in the animated version. He's not really mean. He's more just kind of a jerk. He's not as mean as he is the other ones, but I guess that's because you can't really show animal abuse in this day and age. He's not as mean to Max, so I know Grinch maybe could have been a little bit meaner, but it's still really good. It's still really sweet. It's still really heartfelt. Still keeps the message of the book and other versions of the movie. Then we have probably my favorite DreamWorks franchise of all time. These are some of the greatest DreamWorks movies ever made. How to Train Your Dragon, absolutely fantastic. Fantastic score, fantastic cast, fantastic movie, just all around, fantastic animation. I understand why Toy Story 3 won Best Animated Film in 2010. I'm not saying it shouldn't have, but this is a very close second, though I do think the plot for this one is a bit stronger than Toy Story 3, but I understand why Toy Story 3 won. They were basically awarding the franchise because Toy Story was the first CGI film ever. Then we have the sequel that's even better, and apart from Prince of Egypt, I think this is the greatest DreamWorks movie ever. How to Train Your Dragon 2. Again, I was talking about great sequels earlier with Catching Fire. This is another one of those sequels that's even better than the original. Then we have How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World. I mean, that is still a really good end to the trilogy, but I still have my criticisms with it, particularly with the villain. I think the villain is a little bit of a rehash of the villain from the second one. I don't think there needed to be a villain. I think the story about Hiccup trying to let Toothless go so he could be with the Light Fury was probably enough conflict in and of itself. I think the villain was kind of shoehorned in. And then we have the TV special How to Train Your Dragon: The Homecoming, which takes place after the Hidden World. It's about Toothless and the Light Fury's kids. It's about Hiccup and Astrid's kids. And it's really interesting because, it's about his kids thinking that dragons are still scary, even though they live in harmony with the dragons now. This is a Christmas special like the other one, but yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's a nice little epilogue to the Hidden World. And I know that there are several How to Train Your Dragon TV shows, and I am going to get around to watching those when I get around to watching those. I don't know why I haven't gotten around to watching them yet, because I love this movie, but I just never got around to them. I'm going to try and watch them at some point. And that is it for the H section. Now we move on to I. Next up in the H section, we have The Hunger Games. I remember going to see this movie with my dad after school the day it came out, kind of on a whim. It was like 4:30 or something, and I had no idea that he had wanted to see this. Like, I had read the book, and I read him some of the book, and I had no idea that he wanted to see it, but he loved it. So this was for me what Harry Potter was for my mom. We went to go see all of these when they came out. I loved this. I think Donald Sutherland is great as the villain. I mean, Jennifer Lawrence is pretty hit or miss in her performance, but of course, Elizabeth Banks, she's great. Woody Harrelson's great. Everyone in this movie is pretty good except for Jennifer Lawrence. She's kind of mixed. And then we have the sequel, which is even better in my opinion, Catching Fire. There's a lot of really great second movies in the franchises where it's even better than the first one. It keeps you coming back for more. Examples of that include like Empire Strikes Back, The Two Towers, right? Those are all really great sequels in their own right, and this is one of them as well. Then we have Mockingjay Part 1, which I don't think needed to be a two-part book, or two-part film. I think they just tried to capitalize on Harry Potter doing this. With Harry Potter, it was justified because that book's like 800 pages, and they couldn't cram anything in a movie. Then everyone else started doing it because money. So I don't think this needed to be a two-part movie, but what are you going to do? And then, of course, coming up we have Mockingjay Part 2. I mean, I'm not a fan of how this ends, and of course I wasn't a fan of how the book ended either. I think the ending was a little weak, could have been improved by a lot, but for what it is, it's still pretty good. And there is another Hunger Games movie coming out in November that is the prequel about President Snow called The Ballad of the Songbirds and Snakes. And I've never done a Hunger Games ranking on this channel because I never really had an excuse to, but now I do, so you'll probably be getting that ranking sometime in November when that comes out, assuming it sticks with that release date and doesn't get moved. And then we have Ichabod and Mr. Toad, the only movie from the war era, which was when Disney was putting out a bunch of these like compilation movies during World War II because they didn't have a lot of money. This is the only movie from the wartime era that I like because it's not a bunch of just cheap little shorts. It actually has effort put into it. The first half about Mr. Toad, of course, and the second half about Sleepy Hollow. Very good, very creepy. It's actually really creepy too, the way they just go. I think both stories are really well done. This is fantastic. I like the songs too. I like that Bing Crosby is the singer. And it's funny because the villain in the the villain in the Sleepy Hollow section actually looks a little bit like Gaston, so I wonder if he was maybe a little bit of inspiration for that. Yeah, this is great. Of course, the Headless Horseman is one of the most iconic. I think what's weird though is like on the Disneyland ride for Mr. Toad, you end up in Hades, you end up in HE double hockey sticks, which is not in the movie. So it's kind of weird that they decided to end the ride that way when it has nothing to do with the movie. So I have no idea why they decided to end it that way. Anyway, it's a scary ride, but it's also kind of a creepy little movie. So yeah, this is a fun little Disney movie from the older, because a lot of the older Disney movies are not very good. This is one of the few that actually is pretty good. Kicking off the ice section, we have Igor, which, again, I think this is one of those movies that gets a lot more hate than it deserves. I understand why a lot of people wouldn't like this movie, but I think it's pretty funny. It's pretty fun. It's got a good message. It's a good little twist on the Frankenstein story. It does have its funnier moments when it needs to. It's pretty entertaining, but I do understand why people don't enjoy it that much. It just doesn't resonate with a lot of people. Then we have Christopher Nolan's Inception, one of the most confusing movies I've ever seen, but it is very well made. It is very well acted. It has a really good cast. It's very well directed, but the plot is super confusing. And even though I've seen this movie a few times, it's just very hard to understand. Though I know, but this one's a movie that does have a lot of rewatch value, so you can kind of maybe try to understand it next time you watch it. Then we have one of the weakest entries of the MCU, which is ironic because it's one of the strongest characters, The Incredible Hulk. Kind of a weak movie, doesn't really know what it's trying to be. Is it trying to be a sequel to the Hulk movie from 2003? Is it trying to be its own thing? I don't know. And, I kept saying this movie's pretty inconsequential, and then we had She-Hulk, which of course tied us back into it. So I'm glad they did that, but it's still not a very good movie, apart from the last 20 minutes or so. And then we have my second favorite Pixar film after Soul, The Incredibles. This movie was amazing. It's still amazing now. I was so disappointed in the sequel because we waited so long for it and just ended up being an Elastigirl spin-off movie when it should have been more about the family. But yeah, this is a great movie. It's very well written. It's very well directed. It is one of Brad Bird's best films, and it is one of Pixar's best films. And then we have Independence Day. This, of course, is one of the great 90s action films. This is the movie that took Will Smith from being known as the guy from The Fresh Prince to actual action star. Though I think nowadays he is a bit typecast, and that is mostly due to this movie. But this is still really great, even though it came out in the mid-90s and some of the technology is a little bit dated. It still has a great story. It still got great dialogue. It is still an amazing movie. And then we have Indiana Jones, The Complete Adventures, which has the first 3 films and then that abomination of a 4th one that I tried to disown, but unfortunately I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it because there is a 5th one coming out this summer, supposedly, assuming it doesn't get delayed for like the 10th time. It was supposed to come out like 2020, and then 2021, and then last year, and now it's finally coming out, supposedly. I mean, the trailer's out, so it's at least done filming, or at least close to it, so I can't see any other reason why it would be delayed, so you'll probably get a ranking for Indiana Jones when that ends up coming out. But then we have one of my favorite cartoons that was canceled way too soon, Vader Zim Season 1 and Season 2, though Season 2 I think probably just could have been included in this one box set as a complete series because there's only like 10 episodes on this, whereas this has, quite a bit, but this is very short. They could have just combined these as one, but I guess they wanted extra money. I don't know why they decided to divide it as Season 2, but yeah, this is one of my favorite cartoons, and of course I've talked about it before, and I have that in Vader Zim show that I wrote in a few videos. I loved this show when I was in high school, and I still love it now, and I know that there's a movie on Netflix, and I did watch it, but I also read the comics that came out a few years ago, and for the first, 20 minutes of Enter the Florpus, it was basically the first couple issues of the comics, but I get why they did that, because not a lot of people are going to watch the movie of the Green show, but yeah, I guess that was more to establish context. I thought Enter the Florpus movie was pretty good for what it was. I do think it probably could have had a better conclusion, because it didn't really conclude anything. It was more just kind of a fun little movie. I wish it had more closure, and it actually brought closure to the show. But maybe that means we'll get more, whether that be more comics, whether that be more Invaders and projects. Hopefully we get something from that. And then we have Inside Out, which is in my top 10, if not my top 5 Pixar movies ever. This is fantastic. And I get, it's basically Osmosis Jones, but for the mind and emotions instead of the physical aspects of the body. But this is still great. Everyone in this is just absolutely perfectly cast. Amy Poehler is Joy. Louis Black is Anger. Everyone in this movie is great. It's very emotional, no pun intended. And adults will get a lot of it, out of it. Kids will get a lot out of it. This is a film for everybody. It's very smart. It's very well written. It's very well made. This is the same guy that... this is Pete Docter, the same guy who did Monsters, Inc., so has just as much emotion as Monsters, Inc. Man, Pete Docter is one of just the Pixar greats. I hope he continues to make more stuff for Pixar because they really need a win as of late, because apart from Soul, their other movies have been kind of hit or miss, but man, I'm really hoping that when Elemental comes out, because it looks very similar to this, that knocks it out of the park, but we'll see how that one ends up turning out. But anyway, yeah, Inside Out, fantastic Pixar film. Then we have Into the Woods. I don't know what fans of the musical think of it, since it's Broadway musical, but as a movie, I think it's great. I think it's well directed. It looks very visually stunning. I love the cast. I love the songs. I love everything about it. I like to see Chris Pine sing it like, who knew Chris Pine could sing? I certainly didn't. He has a lot of fun with this. He just hams it up. Johnny Depp, of course, Johnny Depp is really good. Everyone in this movie, there isn't anybody in this movie where I thought, well, they can't sing. No, everyone in this movie, fantastic. And this got nominated for a few Oscars, which I think it deserved. I don't think it won anything, though, as far as I know. But yeah, I love the songs. I love the cast. I love this movie a lot. And I'm excited to see Chris Pine again in Dungeons & Dragons in just a few months. He had a lot of fun. It looks like he's going to have a lot of fun with that. He had a lot of fun in it with this. But yeah, I love this movie. Cannot talk about it enough. Continuing on, another Brad Bird movie, because I talked about Incredibles just a couple minutes ago, but this is another one of his movies, and that is The Iron Giant, a movie that I did not like that much when I was a child, but now I enjoy it a lot more. I think the animation's great. I think the story's great. You know, the 1950s aesthetic to it is fantastic. This is just such a great movie. It is probably one of my favorite animated films now. And then we have the movie that kicked off the MCU and made Robert Downey Jr. a star. That is Iron Man. Of course, you know, this is one of the few MCU movies, or at least one of the earlier ones, that still holds up even all these years later. Some of the Phase 1 movies and even some of the Phase 2 movies don't really hold up as well now. This is one of the few that is consistently still amazing. And by all accounts, it should not have worked, considering the ingredients. You had Robert Downey Jr., who was a washed-up actor at the time that nobody wanted to work with, and Jon Favreau, who hadn't really done an action film before, but it ended up being amazing. And then we have Iron Man 2, the inferior sequel. It's still very watchable, but it is also very complicated and spends more time trying to set up the Avengers than it does focusing on the actual story. Way too many plot lines, but it's still entertaining enough. There's worse MCU movies out there. This is still one of the better ones as far as the bad MCU movies go. It's still one of the better ones. Then we have Iron Man 3, which I know everybody hates this movie. They hate the Mandarin twist. I never really had a problem with it, even when it came out, and then, of course, Shang-Chi went back and fixed it. But I think this is better than Iron Man 2 because it's not as complicated of a plot, and I think that, you know, Harvey or Harley, whatever his name is, he's a great little side character. Is it as good as the first one? No, but it is certainly better than the second one. And then we have the only Michael Bay movie that I think is actually legitimate. Like, I like most of Michael Bay's movies because they're fun, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily good. Not that the two are mutually exclusive. This is one of the few that I think is both. I think this actually is a legitimately good movie. It is one of Michael Bay's only movies that is competently made. It has a great story that actually does make sense. It's got a really great cast. It's got a lot of good twists. It's got really great action, and he holds back on a lot of his Michael Bayisms, namely the explosions, until like the last couple of minutes, the last like act of the movie. So that is restraint. This is a great movie. I absolutely love this. If you haven't seen The Island, which is, don't let the fact that Michael Bay directed it put you off. It is actually really, really good. We have one of my favorite TV shows that unfortunately did not have the last 2 seasons released in any format, but that is iZombie, the first 3 out of 5 seasons. They unfortunately have not released season 4 or 5 on DVD or Blu-ray. And season 5 ended like 3 years ago, guys. What are you waiting for? Release them already. And for some reason, you can't get season 4 anywhere. You can't buy it digitally. You can buy 1, 2, 3, and 5 on iTunes and places like that. But you can't buy season 4 anywhere. So I have no idea. But it is on Netflix, but I'd rather have physical copies of it because Netflix give it and Netflix take it away. So I don't know if it's maybe a contract thing with them. Like maybe when it leaves Netflix, then they'll put it physically, or they'll put it at least out digitally somewhere else on the Netflix, but I don't know. Anyway, that is it for the I section. Now we move on to the J's. All right, starting the J's, we have Jack Frost, not to be confused with DreamWorks Race of the Guardians. This is the Michael Keaton movie where he goes from being Batman to being a snowman. Is it stupid? Absolutely. Is it kind of funny? Absolutely. This is one of those movies where I acknowledge it is really stupid. It has a really stupid story, and it is kind of dumb, but I still kind of enjoy it. I mean, it's a fun little harmless Christmas movie. There are a lot worse Christmas movies out there. As far as, like, bad Christmas movies go, this is still one of the better bad ones, though I still really enjoy it for what it is, mostly because of Michael Keaton just having the time of his life in this movie. Kind of, he knows that the movie's stupid, but you can tell that he's giving his all, so I appreciate it for that. Then we have James and the Giant Peach, and you'll probably get my full thoughts on this around the time that the Willy Wonka movie with Timothée Chalamet comes out next December, or this December. I actually haven't seen this movie in years. I've seen it on TV a couple times. I never really go back and watch it, but I bought it because of the Roald Dahl ranking that I'm planning on doing, and I think this is Henry Selick. that did Nightmare Before Christmas, or maybe it's Tim Burton. I don't know. Yeah, it is Henry Selick. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think this is gonna be. And I have all the Roald Dahl books too, as well. So I'm gonna read the book and then go back and watch the movie. So we'll get my full thoughts when the Roald Dahl ranking comes out. And then we have a movie that I gave a full review on for November. Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. This was one of the first movies to be nominated for Best Animated Film. And I think it rightly deserves it. I mean, I get why Shrek ended up winning over Monsters Inc. and this one, but this is still an absolutely genius movie, no pun intended. Okay, pun a little bit intended. It's got a great cast. It's got Martin Short. It's got Martin Short and Patrick Stewart as the villains. It's an original plot, especially because from the time it came out, and it led to a really great TV show as well. But again, if you want my full thoughts on it, you can watch my review. And then we have another one of those Christmas movies that I acknowledge is kind of silly, but is still one of my better stupid Christmas movies. Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jake Lloyd. I think, was this before or after he became Anakin Skywalker? I don't remember the exact year this came out, but it was around the time that came out. So, is it dumb? Absolutely. Is it still kind of silly and fun? Absolutely. I love it, even though it's not the best movie. I still get a lot of entertainment out of it. And then we have, for a direct-to-video animated movie, that's still pretty good. I'm surprised it didn't go to theaters. Joseph King of Dreams, especially considering there's a lot of talent behind this. It's got Mark Hamill, it's got Ben Affleck, it's got a very star-studded cast behind it. I'm surprised this did not go to theaters. And this is sort of a prequel to Prince of Egypt, because, technically in the Bible this takes place before that story. So this is the story of Joseph, which I absolutely love. I love the story of Joseph in the Bible, and I think they did a pretty good job adapting it for viewing. Especially, they kept the spirit of the book, or they kept the spirit of the original story in the Bible, so everything they didn't ruin it. So that was good. And then we have Robin Williams, Jumanji, absolutely classic kids movie, even all these years later. It's one of Robin Williams' best films to date. And this actually has a young Kirsten Dunst who played Mary Jane in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man films. Then we have the sequel, Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, which everybody thought was going to be dumb. Everyone was kind of mad that they made this movie after Robin Williams died, but it ended up being awesome. Everyone ended up loving it when it came out. I was one of the few defenders of this movie. I thought it looked really good. It ended up being really funny. Of course, the whole cast is hilarious. They bounce off each other really well. I do not own the next level, or the last level, whatever it's called, because I don't like it. I think it kind of rehashed Welcome to the Jungle, and lightning could not strike twice with that, so I only owned the original and that one. Then we have the animated Jungle Book. This was the last animated Disney film to be released after Walt Disney passed away after this came out. This was the last one to be made by him, or to have his involvement. So it's not one of the better Disney movies, but it's still pretty fun. It's got a lot of really great songs. It's got a lot of energy to it. And then we have the live-action remake, which I think is better than the original because it's a lot more exciting. It's got a fantastic cast. Everyone in this movie is perfectly cast, whether that be Scarlett Johansson as Kaa, Ben Kingsley as Panther, Shere Khan being voiced by Idris Elba, Bill Murray as Baloo. Of course, I've given my thoughts on this in my Disney live-action remake rankings. If you want my thoughts on that, you can go back and watch any of those. And then we have a movie that is pretty good, but I get why it didn't do very well. It wasn't very well marketed. It wasn't really clear what the movie was about. And it does have a few problems, mostly from Eddie Redmayne's acting and a plot that feels like it is based off a book that does not exist, and they kind of chopped up the book, and that is Jupiter Ascending. Like I said, there's a lot of dumb ideas in this movie, but there's also a lot of really fun ideas in this movie. Again, the main issue is that the plot feels a little bit like it was kind of maybe screwed up in the editing room, because it feels like this is based off a book that doesn't exist, and they cut out half of that book. So, but I still really enjoyed it. I think Channing Tatum's kind of fun in this movie. Again, it does have a few really stupid ideas in the plot, but it's got a lot of really fun ideas in the plot as well. Kicking off the case section, we have the Kim Possible movie, So the Drama, which is the movie based off of the TV show, and that was, I think, supposed to be the series finale at the time, and then decided to bring it back for one last season. But this is a really great movie, especially if you are a fan of the show. I think it ties everything up really well, though I thought the fourth season was pretty good, though this is probably what should have been the finale. And then we have the live-action version of Kim Possible, which everybody but me hated. I don't think it's that bad. I think the actors playing Draken and Shigo were really good. And it does kind of acknowledge that Kim was a little bit overpowered. Like, she doesn't really have a lot of character development throughout the show. So that was kind of funny that they did that. I think the kid they got to play Rod, he was really good. For what it is, considered it's a live-action TV movie based on a show that came out 20 years ago. It could have been a lot worse. I thought it was fun, even if the plot was a bit predictable. I am one of the few people that enjoys the live-action Kim Possible movie. And then we have another movie that everybody but me seems to hate, King Arthur: Legend of the Sword. This has a lot of style. This is one of Guy Ritchie's best films, in my opinion. It's got a lot of great style with the action. It's got a fantastic score from Daniel Pemberton. It is very exciting. Charlie Hunnam and Jude Law are great in this movie. I don't know why it bombed. I thought it was really good, and it set up sequels that never happened, unfortunately. But I thought it was really good for what it was. I don't know why people slept on this. Then we have Kong Skull Island, a movie that has a really great cast except for Brie Larson. I just don't like her, but everyone else in this cast is awesome. And I mean, half the cast is in the MCU. Tom Holland, Samuel L. Jackson, John C. Reilly, they're all they're in the MCU. This is a fantastic King Kong movie. Just not even just as a connection to the Kong, or sorry, not even as a connection to the Godzilla movies. Just on its own as a Kong movie, it's amazing. And this I think is the best of the MonsterVerse movies because, man, it's a throwback to the Vietnam era, and it's got really great action. It's got a compelling story. It's got great characters, and it's also got a lot of monster mayhem. But it is definitely the most grounded of the other ones, I would say. It's not super chaotic. It doesn't try to be anything big spectacle. It doesn't go over the top like the other ones did. I think this is one of the few this is the only movie in that MonsterVerse where I actually cared about most of the human characters, and it actually worked. I do think it is probably the best story and characters out of all the MonsterVerse movies. And then we have a little Christmas horror film here, The Krampus, which this is great. If you like Gremlins or The Nightmare Before Christmas, it's kind of a throwback to those. It feels like a movie that would have come out in the 80s, but it has 21st century technology. This movie is super fun. I love watching this movie every year around Christmas time. I watched it, I think, the day before Christmas Eve or on Christmas Eve last year, because I didn't have time to watch it on Krampusnacht last year, but I still enjoy this. It makes a great double feature with Gremlins because they're very similar in tone and style. Then we have one of my favorite animated movies, which has a fantastic score all around, got fantastic characters, got fantastic actors, Kubo and the Two Strings, and I don't think this movie is talked about enough. This is from Laika, who also did Coraline 9 and some of the greatest animated films ever, and this movie is absolutely fantastic. It's got great world building, it's got great mythology, it's got fantastic characters, it's got fantastic acting. I love, love, love this movie. Then we have one of my favorites, well, I mix on this franchise. It's the Kung Fu Panda trilogy. The first one is pretty good, though it is a little bit typical hero's journey archetype. The second one is probably the best of the three. It's got a better villain. It's got a better story. The character's a lot more fleshed out. Then we have the third one, which isn't bad, but it has a few ideas that are set up that don't really follow all the way through. And there's supposed to be a fourth one coming out in 2024, and I know that there's a couple of TV series spin-offs of this too, and I'm going to try and plan on watching those two around the time the fourth one comes out. Like, I know there was one that was on Nickelodeon like 10 years ago, and they just came out with, I think it's called The Paws of Destiny or something like that on Amazon Prime, and maybe there's a couple other ones that I have missed out on, but I'm going to try to watch the Kung Fu Panda TV shows as well by the time the fourth one comes out, and then I will also update my ranking to include the fourth one, but that's over a year away. That's not coming out until at least 2024, so there's no delays. The K section was fairly small. That's it for the Ks, and I move on to the Ls. Kicking off the L's, we have La La Land, which has fantastic music, fantastic choreography, and a really sweet, heartfelt plot. And then the end happens and completely ruins it. This is a movie where it was going really strong, and then they shot themselves in the foot at the very end. I won't spoil the ending if you haven't seen it, but man, it is one of the frustrating, most infuriating endings I've seen to a movie. But I like it enough that I still buy it, because at least, the first, up until the last 10 minutes or so, or the last 5 minutes or so of the movie, it's still pretty good. But man, how to ruin your movie with just one ending. That is something that should be addressed in film class, is how to ruin your movie with a terrible ending at the very end. And then we have one of Tom Cruise's earlier roles. This is before he was super big, and it is a little bit of a cheesier 80s film, and I already reviewed this movie back in January for a throwback Tuesday or Thursday back when I did those, and that is Legend. This is a pretty hokey fantasy film, and it's got kind of a cliche plot, right? The farm boy goes to rescue the princess, and horrible effects, but for whatever reason, I still kind of enjoy it. It's one of those movies where I know it's bad, but I am still highly entertained by it, though. And Tom Cruise is pretty fun in this. And it's also directed by Ridley Scott, who did Alien, and no, he did Alien. James Cameron did Aliens, but yeah. So if you want to see one of Ridley Scott's earlier movies and one of Tom Cruise's earlier movies, there you go. And then we have a movie that I am so angry did not get nominated at all for Best Animated Film when it came out. That is the Lego Movie. In fact, this probably should have won Best Animated. Actually, no, How to Train Your Dragon 2 is actually really good too. But yeah, the Lego Movie, fantastic film, super hilarious. For a movie based on Legos, everyone thought this was going to be really stupid, but actually ends up having like an actual plot with actual characters, great message, lots of really fun self-aware humor. It is hilarious. And then we have another movie in that series that I was also mad did not get nominated for state film, Lego Batman. Boss Baby gets nominated over this. Just let that sink in for a minute. They nominated the Boss Baby over the Lego Batman movie. This was fantastic. It was probably my favorite movie of 2017, or at least my favorite animated film of 2017. It's hilarious. It's probably even better than the first one. It's one of my sister's favorite movies, too. You know, she's probably watched this movie several times. In fact, I don't even know how many times she's watched it since buying it. So that is amazing. I always look forward to watching this movie. It never gets old. It is hilarious. And then we have one of the weaker entries in the Lego series, the Lego Ninjago movie. I never watched the show, so I don't know what fans of the show think of it. As a movie, it's pretty good. I think that the cat is definitely the highlight of this. I do think it is one of the weaker entries in the Lego franchise, though it isn't as funny as the other ones, but it's entertaining enough. And then we have the second movie, which was a little bit of a disappointing sequel to the original. It wasn't as clever, but again, it was entertaining enough for me. But it is, again, one of the weaker entries in the Lego franchise. And they're supposed to do a Lego Batman 2 at some point, but I don't know what they're doing with that. They announced that a long time ago, and nothing ever came of it. Then we have one of my favorite Disney movies, and one of my favorite childhood movies, Lilo and Stitch. Amazing, fantastic movie. I was obsessed with this movie as a child, and I still love it now. And this movie turns 20. No, it turned 20 last year. I keep thinking it's 2022. No, it's 2023 now. Yeah, this movie turned 20 last year, and it also made a really good TV show as well. In fact, this next one is essentially the pilot episode to that TV show, Stitch the movie. It's about them going to find the other 625 experiments because Stitch is experiment 626. What else I forgot to mention, this also has the direct-to-video sequel, Stitch Has a Glitch. As far as the Disney direct-to-video sequels go, it's one of the better ones, but still not super good. Not as good as the first one, though. And then this one, I think, is fantastic. And then we have Leroy and Stitch, which was the series finale to the Lilo and Stitch TV series, which was never released physically. Hopefully they will correct that, but it is on Disney+. But for somebody who was obsessed with the TV show and grew up watching TV show, this was basically my equivalent to Avengers Endgame at the time, seeing all the experiments finally come together to defeat the evil villains at the end, and everything wrapped up with a nice little bow. And I keep hearing they're going to do a live-action remake of Lilo and Stitch, and I'm just thinking, why would you do that? That's going to look stupid. We already have a live-action version of Lilo and Stitch. It's called E.T. It's called Bumblebee. Come on. We don't need a live-action version of Lilo and Stitch. Come on, guys. What are you thinking? Then we have a movie that when it came out was nominated for all sorts of Oscars. This was back when I really decided to sort of step out of my comfort zone. I was entering middle school, maybe even high school, when this movie came out. I decided to kind of step out of my comfort zone and try to find movies that I would not normally go out of my way to watch. And I'm so glad I watched this when it came out. Life of Pi. This was fantastic. It is beautifully directed, has a fantastic message, has fantastic effects, and I love how they don't really give a straight answer to what's going on. They kind of let the audience kind of interpret it on their own. But man, this is amazing. I absolutely adore this movie and watch it every year on March 14th because that is Pi Day, because it's 3.14. You think that's a joke, but that actually is why the character is named Pi. It does tie into that plot. Then we have one of my favorite horror films, Lights Out. This is one of those movies that doesn't overstay its welcome. It shows up, it says boo, it moves on, it does its job. This is a great movie. It's directed by David F. Sandberg, who also did Shazam. It's funny how he went from making this little fairly, I don't want to say low budget, but definitely smaller, at least by certain standards, horror film, to doing Shazam, especially because the two are very different in tone, because Shazam was a bit more lighthearted, but there you go, that is Lights Out. And then we have the greatest, in my opinion, the greatest Disney animated movie of all time. Out of all 61 of them, this is the greatest one. The Lion King. And yes, I will acknowledge it is basically just Hamlet with lions, but man, this movie is so amazing. Everything about it is big scale. The songs are iconic. The characters are fantastic. This is this is the best Disney animated film. And then we have one of the few Disney direct-to-video sequels that's actually good. The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. The first one is Hamlet. This one is Romeo and Juliet, but it is just as good. It is just as energetic. Most of the songs in this are just as good. The animation is actually pretty good for a direct-to-video sequel as well. I don't own Lion King 1.5 because I do not like that one as much. I don't really have as much rewatch value for that one. And then we have the movie that kicked off the Disney Renaissance, The Little Mermaid, and they're doing a live-action version of this this year, which, you know, like I said, one of my most anticipated movies in 2023. I'm not against it, even though they're pretty hit or miss, and I do have a lot of faith in it because Lin-Manuel Miranda is doing songs for it, and he's a huge fan of this movie, as well as Alan Menken, so I don't think he's going to intentionally screw it up. And yeah, this is a movie that kicked off the Renaissance after a few years of Disney not making a lot of money. And compared to some of the other Renaissance films like Aladdin or Beauty and the Beast, it's not one of my favorites of the Renaissance, but it's still really good for what it is. And then we have one of my absolute favorite animated films that is not Disney or a movie put out by a big studio, and it's got a fantastic cast all around for such a independent film. It's got Jeff Bridges, Rachel McAdams, Paul Rudd, Albert Brooks, Marion Taylor, Benicio del Toro, Ricky Gervais, Paul Giamatti. They're like the many stars in this movie. The Little Prince, my word, the animation in this is so good. The story is so good. This is on par with some of Pixar's best, and I am furious that this did not get nominated for Best Animated Film. I don't remember what got nominated. I mean, Inside Out, of course, wins for Best Animated Film in 2015. It rightfully well deserves it, but man, this is a movie that nobody saw. Even when they released it to Netflix, nobody was talking about this movie. If you have not seen The Little Prince, please give it a watch. It is amazing. It is one of the best animated films you will ever see. And I do not say that lightly. If I recommend a movie with high praise, you know it's good. And then we have Looney Tunes Back in Action, which is sort of like Roger Rabbit. It's got the kind of same idea where the Looney Tunes are actors and they're doing movies. If Space Jam is kind of a homage to sports movies, this is an homage to spy movies. This is like Looney Tunes do spy. Steve Martin is the villain of this. He does a fantastic job. Everyone does a fantastic job. This is a hilarious movie. And it's the same guy that did Gremlins. So it's kind of got that self-aware Gremlins 2 type of humor. It's more along the lines of the tone of the second Gremlins than it is the first Gremlins. It's kind of got that sort of self-aware humor. For some reason, like, the Daleks from Doctor Who are in this movie for a profile. So that should tell you the kind of wacky antics that happen in this movie. It is so funny. And then we have Dr. Seuss's The Lorax. I mean, compared to some of the other... This is one of the better Dr. Seuss movies, but again, what we have to compare this to is the Jim Carrey Grinch and the Mike Myers Cat in the Hat. So, I mean, it's not a super high bar. But, yeah, I mean, even though the message to this is pretty heavy-handed, the animation is amazing. The colors are vibrant. The songs are great. It's got a really good cast behind it. I still enjoy it, even if it is a little bit heavy-handed with some of its messaging. But the book was heavy-handed, too, so I think they just kind of stuck with what the book did. And then we have one of the greatest movie trilogies of all time, and some would even argue the greatest movie trilogy of all time, except for maybe Star Wars. People either think this is the greatest movie trilogy of all time, or they think Star Wars is the greatest movie trilogy of all time, and that is Lord of the Rings, the extended editions, because I will not accept any other version of this film, because the theatrical cuts don't really make a lot of sense when you watch the extended editions. And like I said, one of the greatest trilogies of all time. I watched this around Christmas last year, and I want to have an opportunity to watch this again, and I actually am one of the people that liked Rings of Power. I liked what they did with it, and I really enjoyed this movie as well. Man, this is some of the greatest films of all time. And Return of the King, man, that won all the Oscars. That was nominated and won for all the Oscars for a very good reason. It is one of the greatest filmmaking feats ever. Peter Jackson was such a master at his craft. What happened? And then we have a movie that Sean Chandler recommended to me, and it came out during 2020, so of course nobody saw it, even when it went to streaming, and still nobody sees this movie. It's a movie I recommend to everybody. I've been trying to get a lot of my family's watched this, but there's still a few people in my family that I keep recommending this to, but they just never get around to watching it. Love and Monsters. Hilarious movie, original-ish concept, and it's kind of got like the action hero thing, but it's not like a typical action movie where you have like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Sylvester Stallone or something where, you know, they just are shooting everything and they're jumping the cheesy one-liners. No, this guy is a coward, and it's a little bit more of a realistic action movie, like how you would react realistically in this situation where there's giant bugs everywhere. It's also kind of a sweet movie because, like the title implies, it's a love story. It's about going across the country and fighting down monsters to try and get back to your lost love. It's great. It's kind of got like Zombieland vibes to it too. Like Michael Rooker plays a character that's very reminiscent of Woody Harrelson's character in Zombieland. So if you want to see a really funny, really entertaining action, sci-fi, fantasy movie, Love and Monsters, you should definitely watch this. It is one of Dylan O'Brien's best roles too. And that is it for the L's. Now we move on to the M's. This is actually one of the biggest sections. The M section is huge. Not as big as the S section, but yeah, this definitely has a lot of movies to it. Starting with Madagascar. I don't know why it says the complete collection, because it actually doesn't come with the Penguins movie that's separate, that's filed under P for Penguins, but yeah, it has the trilogy of Madagascar films, and yeah, they're good. I mean, they're not one of my favorite DreamWorks franchises, but they're entertaining enough, they're fun. The Penguins steal the show, though, and the Penguin movie is actually my favorite of the Penguins, or my favorite of the Madagascar films. Then we have the movie that, unfortunately, did not do very well, and even though it was super fun, Guy Ritchie's The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Again, this is another one of his very stylized action films, and again, for a TV show based on, for a movie based on a TV show from the 60s, it's still really fun. I am so mad this did not get a sequel, and unfortunately it probably never will unless they recast a certain actor, but I don't want to get into that. And it looks like if Henry Cavill isn't coming back as Superman, at least bring him back for a sequel to this. Come on. It's not like Guy Ritchie's doing anything. That and like Sherlock Holmes 3. He's get off his butt and finish making those. And then we have, coincidentally, another Henry Cavill movie, just because it's filed Man from U.N.C.L.E. and then Man from Steel, which both happen to star Henry Cavill. Of course, this is the best Superman movie ever. Sorry, you Christopher Reeve fans. I like that movie. I like Christopher Reeve's movie, but it is cheesy and hokey. But this movie is actually really grounded. It made Superman a bit more relatable, even though I don't agree with some of the choices he makes at the end of the movie with what he does to Zod. But yeah, this movie is fantastic. It's got a phenomenal score. It's really compelling. It's very exciting, even though I do think it is a bit overly long in the third act. But yeah, that is Man of Steel. And then we have a very cheesy Tim Burton movie that is still super funny, Mars Attacks. Yeah, it's cheesy. It's very 90s, but I love this movie. It is so funny. It's one of those movies you just gotta turn off your brain and watch it when you're having a bed. It's just such a cheesy, hokey, fun time. It doesn't take itself seriously at all. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's just for fun. And then we have a movie that, again, not a lot of people saw, and it's from the same director as Napoleon Dynamite, Nacho Libre, those kind of movies. That is Masterminds. What's funny is this is supposedly based on a true story about these four idiots who kind of robbed a bank of several $1 million. And Zach Galifianakis' character in real life had to like hide out in Mexico for a while because the feds were on it. But this is such a funny movie. Nobody saw it, unfortunately. It did not do well. So if you haven't seen Masterminds yet, give it a watch. It is one of the best times you will have watching a movie. And then we have a movie that I'm going to talk about further at length when Wonka comes out. That is Matilda from 1996. I am aware that they recently remade this or readapted this as a musical on Netflix, which I guess is based on the Broadway musical. And I'll talk more about that when we get closer to Wonka, when I have an excuse to watch that. But yeah, this is really good. I mean, it's kind of dark for a kids movie, especially one of the 90s, but the book was kind of dark and depressing too. But even at the end of the day, it still is a very ray of sunshine, hopeful little movie. So yeah, Matilda, one of the great kids movies of the 90s. And then we have one of the few video game movies I own, because this is one of the few video game movies I think is actually good, and I unapologetically like it. Max Payne, great revenge thriller based on a movie that's based on a game that's very stylized after old detective noir comics. So yeah, Mark Wahlberg does a great job with this. Mila Kunis does a great job with this. Max Payne, one of the few video game movies that is actually really, really good. And then we have one of my favorite YA book to film adaptations, The Maze Runner. I absolutely devoured the trilogy of books. I tell you this, I checked out the first book from the library around the time the first movie was coming out, and I read the entire trilogy of books over the span of 2 weeks, because that is how engaged I was with these books. And then we have the sequel to Scorch Trials, which made some very odd decisions with what they did and what changes they made to the book, which were just so weird and out there and didn't make a lot of sense. And then we have the conclusion, The Death Cure, which I know that there's more books. I know that there's the prequel books, but they haven't made those into movies yet. They're talking about doing it, but I don't know. They haven't really said anything other than we're planning on at some point making those. But The Death Cure, it's good. It has a few issues with the ending. It's kind of like The Hunger Games, where the first two were pretty good, and then for some reason the third one, the ending just kind of felt a little bit lazy, though I still did enjoy it. I didn't hate the way it ended, but man, there were some weird choices made with this. And then we have my second favorite Disney movie of all time, Meet the Robinsons. After Lion King, this is my favorite of the animated Disney films that are theatrically released. And again, it's very underrated. Nobody really talks about this movie. For some reason, it just did not do well when it came out. So, yeah, this is very good. It's got a very good message. It's very fun. It's got amazing characters. It has a lot of creativity to it. If you haven't seen Meet the Robinsons yet, do yourself a favor and watch it. It is awesome. And then we have another DreamWorks movie. We have Megamind, which, how did Boss Baby get a sequel? And this did not. So, yeah. But apparently they're doing a TV show for this sometime next year, I think, on Peacock. So it'll be fun. I think Megamind would lend itself really well to a TV show. So I'm finally got there remembering, oh yeah, this exists. This is one of DreamWorks' greatest movies, honestly. If you watch my review on this, you know that I am over the moon about this movie. It is hilarious. And then we have the Men in Black trilogy, which is no longer a trilogy because I also have Men in Black International, which is not a reboot, contrary to what everyone thinks. It actually is a continuation of Men in Black 3, even though Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones are not in that movie. They do reference the movies that happened before it, so it is a sequel. It just takes place in a different country. It's about another branch of the Men in Black. I love all these movies, though I do wish this one was a little bit less familiar, a little bit less like the first one, at least for the first third bit. But all these movies are great, except for the second one. I don't like the second Men in Black movie, because it has no idea what the tone wants to be. Does it want to be more childish? Does it want to be more adult? The villain's not very good. I know. I don't like the second one, but 1, 3, and International are all really, really great. Then we have season 1 of Merlin. There's no cover for it because I got it on, my dad got it on eBay, so it's used, but still great. There's the first season, second season, third season, and the fourth season, which is on Bluray. I guess the first 3 seasons are so old that they just never bothered putting them on Bluray, at least not in the U.S., because it is a show from the UK, so I don't know if that was like a Region 2 only thing or whatever, but, and then the 5th and final season of Merlin, and I can't really get my thoughts on it because I've seen the show, but it was a long time ago, but I am going to go back and rewatch it around the time that I also rewatched Doctor Who, so maybe I'll get my thoughts on it. I haven't decided yet. And then we have Mickey's House of Villains, which is basically a movie version of Mickey's House of Mouse, which was a show where they would basically just show a bunch of Mickey Mouse cartoons, except these all have a Halloween or Halloween-ish theme. And then we have the Christmas equivalent of that. Again, a bunch of Mickey Mouse shorts that are basically just the Mickey Mouse, they're basically just, and then we have the Christmas equivalent of that. It's kind of the same thing as the first one, but it's Christmas themed. That's Mickey's Magical Christmas, Snowed at the House of Mouse, Mickey Mouse shorts that are themed to Christmas, and then have other Disney characters from like Little Mermaid and Lion King and other Disney movies like that as sort of the framing device around the film. And then we have Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas and Twice Upon a Christmas. These are great anthology films. They're all very sweet. I do think some of them are a little bit filler, like the first one of Twice Upon a Christmas was just ice skating. I'm like, yeah, okay. Even those that are filler don't go on for too long, so it's still very great. So Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas and Twice Upon a Christmas. I think that's kind of weird that they went with CGI in the second one, though. I don't know what they were thinking with that, because the first one's 2D animated, this one's 3D animated, so I mean, it's not terrible computer animation, but it's pretty jarring when you first watch it, especially if you watch it Once Upon a Christmas right before that. Then we have Minions, a movie that, again, everyone either really likes this movie or they despise it. I'm one of the few that likes this movie. I get why people are annoyed with it. For some people, it doesn't work. For me, it's fun. I enjoy the antics of the Minions. I get why a whole 90-minute movie based on them might not be some people's cup of tea, but for me, I really enjoyed it. And then we have the second one, which I think is better than the first one, because it has a lot stronger plot. I don't know why it's called Minions: The Rise of Gru. It should have been called Despicable Me: The Rise of Gru, because the Minions aren't really the focus on this movie. I mean, they're still in a big chunk of it, but the majority of the focus is on Gru. It's more of a prequel focusing on Gru. It should have been called Despicable Me: The Rise of Gru, but I loved it as well. And then we have one of Spielberg's greatest movies, one of Tom Cruise's greatest movies, Minority Report, a movie that's probably more relevant today than it was when it came out, with the internet tracking everything everybody does, and, personalized ads and everything. I think it's a little bit more relevant than when it came out, which is kind of spooky. But, yeah, if you haven't seen Minority Report, this is a really intense thriller that just keeps you guessing from beginning to end. It's very well crafted. It's very well acted. I absolutely love this movie. And then we have one of my favorite cartoons that has 4 seasons completed and a 5th season currently airing, as well as a movie supposedly coming out this year. But despite all those seasons, they only released the first season of it on DVD. That is Miraculous Ladybug, or Miraculous Tales of Ladybug, and Cat Noir. I love the show. It reminds me a lot of when I used to watch Kim Possible back in the day, and also is a little bit like Batman the Animated Series. And I love how every episode is a different villain. Like, they hardly ever reuse the villains, and if they do reuse a villain, it's in a way that makes sense. So I love how every episode is sort of a supervillain origin story. It's all very creative. It makes me wonder what an Incredibles TV show would kind of be like, where maybe every episode is a different supervillain. So maybe Pixar should use this as a template for doing an Incredibles show. And for a TV show, the animation is fantastic. It is on par with Disney. It is on par with Pixar. The action is very fast-paced. The writing is, well, I mean, the writing definitely is for children, but it's got some smart moments, though. So Miraculous, one of my favorite cartoons currently that I just discovered a couple years ago and have been hooked ever since, and I'm very much looking forward to the movie whenever it comes out. And then we have Mirror Mirror, again, very great, kind of a spoof. So it's Snow White, but it's kind of from the Queen's point of view, and it's sort of like Ella Enchanted, like I said earlier, where it's sort of like the Shrek type of movie, where they're sort of poking fun at the fairy tale a little bit, kind of doing something a little bit different with it. And it's directed by a guy, I think he used to be a Bollywood director. And you can tell, because there's a lot of musical sequences in this that are straight out of a Bollywood film, and yet it kind of works. Julia Roberts is great as the Queen. I forget her name. I think her name is like Lily Evans or something like that. But yeah, she's really great in this. I think everybody in the cast does a fantastic job as well. It is so fun. If you haven't seen Mirror Mirror, do yourself a favor, maybe watch it this weekend or something. I don't know. It's good. Then we have a Tim Burton film, which this, based on the book that this is based on, everyone sounds like, yeah, Tim Burton is the perfect director for this. Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. It's like if Tim Burton directed X-Men, which is just kind of like Wednesday Addams. Actually, when I'm watching Wednesday, because I'm trying to make my way through that, I'm like, this is very similar to when he did Miss Peregrine. Kind of that same idea, the School of Monster Children or Church of Powers. Is going to be, and they only adapted the first book, and I think there's at least 3 books in the series. There could be more at this point, but they only adapted the first one. But I think they did a pretty good job. I don't think it needs a sequel. I think it wrapped up pretty well. And then we have the Mission Impossible. Sorry, these are out of order. The Mission Impossible collection, which is the first 4 movies. The second one I like a little bit more than when I first saw it, but it's still not a good movie. The first one, of course, is really great, especially for a TV show based on the 60s, but it actually manages to do some really good. Mission Impossible 3, one of my favorites. Philip Seymour Hoffman does such a great job as the villain. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, that's one that Brad Bird directed. That's also really fantastic. In fact, all the Mission Impossible movies except for 2 were actually pretty fantastic. Rogue Nation is the next one. Mission Impossible Rogue Nation, fantastic film as well. And then Mission Impossible Fallout. And I'm so excited for Dead Reckoning Part 1, and it'll give an excuse to do a Mission Impossible ranking, though it's going to be hard to rank these, because like I said, apart from 2, they're all masterpieces. I honestly have no idea where to rank these. I'm going to have to start nitpicking just to figure out where to place them on the list, because I can't just say it's a tie between all of them, except for 2, because 2 sucks. So, I don't know, I'm going to have to find really dumb nitpicks just to figure out where to place these on the list. That should tell you how fantastic that franchise is. And then we have a movie that was nominated for Best Animated Film, and Encanto beat it. And I do like Encanto better, and people are going to be mad that I say that, but Mitchells vs. Machines, the reason I like Encanto better than this one is because it's the same people that did Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, and the ending of the movie is very similar to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It's the dad trying to hack into the computer to shut down the evil machine, and that's literally the same thing as Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. So they sort of copied themselves. Had the ending been a little bit more original and creative, absolutely would have been better than Encanto, but I just can't let that go because there was so much creativity, and then the end was just let's just redo what we did with Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. But yeah, the animation is super great. It's got that kind of Spider-Verse aesthetic, which they also did, where it looks like 2D, but it's also 3D. The writing is sharp. It's hilarious. I have almost no problems with this movie, except for, of course, the third act, where it was plagiarized from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, as I've said about 10 times now. Next up, we have Moana, one of my favorite Disney films. Like I said, Lin-Manuel Miranda, fantastic songwriter. He did the songs for this. I love all the songs in this. Dwayne Johnson is in this. He's awesome. This is one of my favorite Disney movies. I actually like it better than Frozen. I'm sorry. If it's just between this one or Frozen, I'm going to choose this every single time. The songs are better. The story's better. Everything about it is just better. But yet, for some reason, Frozen is more talked about, even though Moana is the superior film. And also, Zootopia beat it at the Oscar for Best Animated Film, and I like Zootopia, but Moana was far, far better. And then we have Monster House, which actually was nominated for Best Animated Film, I think, the year it came out. And yeah, it's got the nightmare fuel animation that Robert Zemeckis likes to do. But as far as the story goes, it's pretty good. It's a nice little Halloween ghost story, and it's got a good cast behind it, good little mystery behind it. So, and it's directed by Gil Kennan, who did the Poltergeist remake, and he was supposed to do the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, but he recently dropped out, unfortunately, so we'll never know. But he is doing the new Ghostbusters movie, from what I've heard, is that the Ghostbusters movie that's supposed to come out in December, or whenever it ends up coming out. As of now, it's December, but again, things could change. He's directing that one, so I wonder what his take on Ghostbusters will be like. That'll be fun. And hopefully, I don't know, it may turn out to be a disaster. Then we have one of my favorite Pixar films, Monsters, Inc. It's an absolute masterpiece. I love the show Monsters at Work. The world of Monsters, Inc. is just such a fun world to live in, such a fun world to return to. So I'm very excited for Monsters at Work Season 2. That is coming out. And then we have the prequel, Monsters University. It's not as good as the first one, but for what it is, it's still entertaining, but it is not nearly anywhere as strong as Monsters, Inc. though, but I still like it. And then we have another DreamWorks movie that a lot of people slept on, and it's Monsters vs. Aliens. For some reason, this just did not resonate as well with people as some of their other movies. For some reason, this didn't get a franchise. I would have loved a sequel to this. I'm aware that there's a TV show on Nickelodeon, but that only lasted like one season. So maybe they'll continue it on. I mean, Universal owns DreamWorks now, so maybe they'll put it on Peacock like they're doing with Megamind. Maybe we'll get some sort of sequel. I'd rather have the Monsters vs. Aliens sequel than Boss Baby 3, so, which they're unfortunately making. So yeah, my camera fell when I was filming, so this is a retake about talking about Monsters vs. Aliens, Mutant Pumpkins from Outer Space. That's why there's a little bit of a jarring edit between Monsters vs. Aliens and this one, is because in the middle of talking about this one, my phone fell off the tripod, so I had to rehook up the camera. I'm not sure what happened there, but anyway, Monsters vs. Aliens, Mutant Pumpkins from Outer Space, the closest we are getting to a sequel. This is a 20-ish minute Halloween special that came out just a few months after the movie, so they must have been working on this around the same time. It's really fun. It's really clever. There's a lot of references to other movies that are just fantastic. It is so funny, and unfortunately is the closest to a sequel that we're getting for now, but hopefully we end up getting a proper sequel at some point. And then a movie that is on everybody's worst of 2022 list, except me. If people don't think this is the worst movie of 2022, it's pretty low on their lists. A lot of people have been calling this movie their worst movie of 2022, or it's on their list. I'm one of the few defenders of this movie. Morbius. I like this movie. I mean, yeah, the plot's a little bit all over the place, but it's Matt Smith is great as the villain. It has really well stylized action, and it is some of the best CGI I've seen in a movie, at least for last year. And I think the character is actually pretty well written, but I do get why a lot of people have their problems, but I just never really saw a lot of problems with it. I thought it was fun for what it was. It's a comic book movie. I'd rather have a schlocky, cheesy comic book movie that's entertaining than one that's incompetently made, like Batman and Robin or Spider-Man 3. I mean, Tom Maguire's Spider-Man 3, I mean, those are far, far worse, in my opinion. And then we have Mortal Kombat! That's not exactly how the music goes, but yeah, the 1985 Mortal Kombat. I like this movie, even though it's really hokey. It is pretty good. I mean, this was, I think, the first movie. No. One of the Super Mario was the first movie. This is one of the first movies based on a video game, and it's got all the 90s cheese, and I mean, it adapted the game pretty well. A lot of people are mad it was PG-13 instead of rated R, but for what it was, I think it was fine. I think it was fun. I like it. I get that it's not great cinema, but it's junk food movie for me. I like it, and I'm very excited to watch it again around the time the new Mario movie comes out, so I can properly do a video game ranking, hopefully. And that's the only Mortal Kombat movie I like, because Mortal Kombat Annihilation is just hot garbage, and then the third Mortal Kombat is rated R. So, but then we have Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium, which is basically Willy Wonka, but set in a toy store. This is actually really good. For a G-rated movie, it's got some pretty mature themes. I don't mean inappropriate, I just mean there's themes of, like, getting older and dying, which are not normally in a G-rated film. And I'm surprised that it is G-rated because it's live action. Normally those get PGs, but this is one of the few movies I like Natalie Portman in. I don't think she's very good in Star Wars. She's okay in Thor. This is one of the few movies where she's actually really good, and they've also got Jason Bateman in it as well. And yeah, I mean, it's basically Willy Wonka set in a toy store. It's a really adorable kids movie. If you haven't watched it yet, it is great. It is absolutely fantastic. It is magical. Then we have the animated Mulan and then the direct-to-video sequel. Because when they package these on Blu-ray, it's like, let's package it with the direct-to-video sequel because we know nobody will buy it, so we'll force them to put it in. I was like, yeah, so I hate Mulan 2. It is one of their worst sequels because Mushu is just so unlikable in it. But anyway, but Mulan, the actual movie Mulan, the first one, it's good. I mean, again, it's at the tail end of the Disney Renaissance, and it's kind of where they started. So it's not one of the stronger movies of the Disney Renaissance. It's not even one of the stronger movies of the Disney library overall, but it's entertaining enough. It's got really fun songs. Mushu's great. And yeah, then we have a movie again that everybody but me hates, and I think you already know what it's going to be. The live-action Mulan. Everyone hates this movie. There's certain YouTubers out there that absolutely just despise this movie when they put it on their Disney ranking list. It's like last place or pretty close to last place. I don't have a lot of problems with it. I don't think the actress is very good, but I do think it has some interesting ideas to it. I think the action is fantastic, though. The action in this, it plays really well like a Chinese war movie. And I enjoy the action even if it does have a few problems, but it's still better than Maleficent or Alice in Wonderland or any of the other live-action remakes that are legitimately bad. Then we have the Brendan Fraser Mummy trilogy. Of course, these movies are absolutely iconic. Everyone loves them, including me. These are great movies that are reminiscent of adventure films like Indiana Jones and things like that. And then we have the Tom Cruise Mummy movie, which again, it's one of those movies that everybody but me hates. What a recurring theme we have in this. I mean, ignoring all the problems with it, like it was supposed to set up like a shared monster universe, which is sad because they have a photo of all the actors that were supposed to be in this. Like Johnny Depp was supposed to be like the Invisible Man and a few other things, and I guess they paid all the actors or something, and they just never decided to do that because this movie bombed, and it bombed hard, and everybody hated it except me. But ignoring the fact that it has very convoluted, shoehorned, trying to set up a cinematic universe that didn't happen, I think it's fun. It's very creepy. It has a lot of style to it. Tom Cruise, of course. So I do think that its weakest problem is that it is trying to be more of an action movie than it is a horror movie or a monster movie. But for what it is, I still enjoyed it. I still had fun with it, and that's about all I can ask for. And then there's the recurring theme of these next few movies, too. We have tons of Muppet mayhem coming your way, and that is the Muppet movie, the original from 1978. Of course, you know, the Muppet Show came out first, and this is the origin story for how the Muppets came to be and how they formed the Muppet Show. And it's great. It's super funny. I think the villain in this, he's kind of fun. Doc Hopper's French fried frog legs, which is kind of a dark idea, but it's campy. It's funny. This is very smart. I really like the running jokes in it. It has one of the smartest, funniest scripts ever. And then we have Muppet Treasure Island and Great Muppet Caper together, which is odd because these are so wildly different in tone. Great Muppet Caper actually think is one of the weaker Muppet movies just because it's the odd one out with all the other ones. Because this one actually is like the Muppets are actors doing a movie that's a detective movie, so it's just kind of a weird idea. I mean, I'm glad there's this experimental, especially because this was a follow-up to the Muppet movie, but I don't know, as far as the other Muppet movies go, they just quite mesh right with the tone, I guess. Even though there are a few interesting songs, it's just one of the weaker entries. Muppet Treasure Island, of course, Tim Curry is so good as Long John Silver. This is so funny, and they did a great job adapting Treasure Island while also keeping the trademark Muppet spoof humor. Muppets Take Manhattan. This one's just kind of okay for me. I don't really remember too much about it. Honestly, this is not one of my go-to Muppet films. I don't hate any of the Muppet movies, but there are definitely some I like less than others, and this is one of them, unfortunately, just because, again, it just doesn't really fit well with some of the other ones. Then we have The Muppet Christmas Carol, which apart from... Well, actually, this is my favorite version of Christmas Carol. My second favorite being Spirited, which is the Will Ferrell Ryan Reynolds movie that just came out last year. This is fantastic because it keeps all the tone of the book, and some of the changes I enjoy. Like, Christmas Carol, normally it's supposed to be thought of as this really scary story with the ghosts, but no, the ghosts in this are still fairly nice, except for the ghosts of Christmas Future, and it's still very sweet, and I like that Kermit plays Bob Cratchit. I think that was good casting. I think the Muppets that they chose to play different roles are great, and of course Michael Caine is one of the great actors to play Scrooge, and the songs in this are great. I like how Jacob Marley is Marley and Marley, and it's the two hecklers, so this is a darn near perfect movie in its own right, both as a Christmas Carol adaptation and as a Muppet movie. And then we have another one of the Muppet movies that I'm not too fond of, Muppets from Space. It's fun, but it's definitely very dated. Like some of the other Muppet movies, those feel pretty timeless. This one's really dated. You can tell that it came out around like the late 90s or whenever it came out. But yeah, and it's kind of weird. It's like, it kind of ruins the idea around Gonzo because the running joke in the Muppet Show and the other Muppet movies has always been Kermit's a frog, Miss Piggy's a pig, Fozzie's a bear, and Gonzo is a whatever. But we don't care what Gonzo is. We're going to accept him anyway. But now it's like, Gonzo's an alien. Like, where did that come from? It's so weird. And yeah, you can tell this was like the first movie they did after Jim Henson died because I don't think he would have approved of that idea, because that's just kind of weird. It kind of goes against the idea of who Gonzo is, in my opinion, at least. I know it has its fans, it's just not for me. And we have the 2011 Muppets, which is my favorite of the Muppet movies, because it meshes the old and new so well. It has the new legacy of new Muppets like Walter, and has some modern-day humor, while also honoring the legacy of the Muppets and the Muppet Show and Jim Henson. I tear up every time all the Muppets join in the Rainbow Connection song at the end. Of course, Chris Cooper is great as the villain, Tex Richmond. This is the best of the Muppet movies. And we have the follow-up sequel, which is basically just a remake of The Great Muppet Caper. Muppets Most Wanted. It's very similar to Great Muppet Caper, but I like Kermit's evil twin, Constantine. I think that some of the performances are really great. Ricky Gervais is great. Tina Fey is great. Tim Burrell's great. And everyone in this movie is great. And the songs are good, too. It's just not as strong as the Muppets from 2011. And really hoping they end up doing a third Muppet movie. I know they came out with the Muppets Haunted Mansion last year, and I already reviewed that when that came out, or 2 years ago, not last year, 2 or 3 years ago. So hopefully we get a proper third Muppet movie. It seems that, Disney purchased the Jim Henson Company for a lot of money, and they don't really do a lot with the Muppets. So and when they do, it's usually not very good, like that ABC show. So hopefully we get something good from the Muppets pretty soon. And then we have Murder on the Orient Express, an all-star cast directed by Kenneth Branagh and starring Kenneth Branagh. It's got Penelope Cruz, Willem Dafoe, Judi Dench, Johnny Depp, Leslie Odom Jr., Michelle Pfeiffer, Daisy Ridley, and many, 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 many other stars. I think they did a really good job with this. It's an exciting little murder mystery, and even after I've seen the movie, this is still one of the few mysteries where I go back and I still watch it, even though I know how it ends, just because it is such a well-crafted, well-directed, well-acted film. And then they did Death on the Nile, which looked good and had a good cast, but man, the pacing for that movie was so all over the place, which is why I don't own that one, because I don't ever want to go back and watch that one again, because it just was very awkwardly paced. And we have My Little Pony in the movie. And again, this is one of the movies where it may surprise you to learn. I'm disappointed this didn't get nominated for Best Animated Film either, because the animation, I mean, it looks a little weird, because it's like 2D animation, but it looks a little too crisp. But it's got a really good cast behind it. It's got Kristen Chenoweth, Emily Blunt, Liv Schreiber, Michael Pena, Taye Diggs, Zoe Saldana. It's got a lot of great people. And the songs in this are fantastic. They harken back to like some of the great Disney Renaissance songs, even though this is not a Disney movie, but it is very much reminiscent of that kind of movie that Disney would make in the 90s when everyone was trying to copy Disney. So I think it's really good. It's a really good movie for what it is. And then they did that garbage CGI sequel that came out on Netflix that I just absolutely despised. But yeah, but that is actually a really good film as well. And that is it for the ends. Now we move on to the ends. Kicking off the ends, we have one of the funniest movies I've ever seen with Jack Black, and it is Nacho Libre. If you want my full thoughts on this, I did a review for it just a couple months ago for November. And anyway, but I still think it's really fun. It has a great message. I love the score. Everything about this movie is fantastic. The writing is sharp. It's just a fun movie. This is for somebody who doesn't like sports movies, but it isn't really even a sports movie. It's more of a comedy, and also coming from somebody who has a religious background and also has a really good message. I mean, I'm not Catholic, like in the movie. I'm LDS, but I still resonate with the message of, also, this was written by somebody who was LDS, so it's the same guy that did Napoleon Dynamite, so there you go. And speaking of which, we have Napoleon Dynamite right here. That just is happened to be, because that's how it's sorted alphabetically. I know a lot of people find this movie really stupid, but I love it. And it was actually filmed somewhere where I used to live. And if you live in Utah or Idaho, this movie is like one of everybody's favorites, because it was filmed in Utah and it takes place in Idaho. So, if you have Mormon friends or you have friends around that grew up in that culture, this is it's hilarious. So, yeah, Napoleon Dynamite's super funny. And then they did the TV show, which was good, and I'm disappointed that it only lasted one season. But yeah, this is just a timeless classic. This is a movie that I think in about 20 or 30 years is going to end up being considered one of the classics from our generation, the same way that like Ferris Bueller is a classic for 80s kids. And then we have National Treasure and National Treasure Book of Secrets. And I'm not enjoying the TV show as much as I should be. I like last week's episode because they brought in a certain character from the movies, but it's just not as energetic as the movies. These are great. They're silly. And I mean, I think the reason that it doesn't work is because if they tried to do it again today, it would be over in like 10 minutes, because you can Google everything now on your phone, but that's why it just doesn't work as well in modern day. But these are still pretty fun, even though they maybe not hold up in some sense, but I still really enjoy them. They're fun little adventure movies reminiscent of Indiana Jones. And then we have another movie that just got a Disney Plus sequel, which is kind of funny that these both came out around the same time, and I just did a ranking video of these. It's the Night at the Museum trilogy. If you want my full thoughts on these, I literally put out a ranking video like 2 weeks ago, so go and watch that if you want my full thoughts on that, as well as the new one. And then we have one of my favorite movies. I watch this movie probably around 50 times a year around Halloween and Christmas. The Nightmare Before Christmas. I love this movie. It never gets old. It's perfect. I love it. It's short, it's sweet, it's to the point. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's very simple. The songs are fantastic. It's quirky, it's kooky, it's original. I love it, love it, love it. And then we have a Liam Neeson thriller that I've seen a couple of times. I haven't really watched it that much, but I still really enjoyed it when I saw it. That is Nonstop. And then they did a whole bunch of movies that were kind of the same premise. You know, he's the FBI agent on the plane, and then they did the one a couple of years ago from the same director. But it's basically the same movie, but it's on a train. So this is a fun little thriller, though. If you haven't seen it, this is a fun little whodunit mystery. It's kind of like the game Mafia or Murder in the Dark or whatever you want to call it, but it is set on a plane, and Liam Neeson is the main guy. It is great. Okay, that kicks it off for the ends, and now we move on to the O's. This is one of the smaller sections of this video because they only have 4 movies. Let's start with the letter O, the first of which is Odd Thomas, directed by Stephen Sommers, who did the first 2 Brendan Fraser Mummy movies and starring the late Anton Yelchin. This is a really good supernatural thriller. It is based on a comic, but I did not know that when I watched it. Or a comic or a book series, I can't remember. But this is fun. I really liked iZombie. It kind of reminded me of that. It's kind of like iZombie, Sixth Sense, kind of those movies. This is a great movie. It's fun. It's also got Willem Dafoe in it. So there's a good cast. So it's kind of a shame that this is like a smaller movie because it was such a powerhouse cast. It kind of came and went. Maybe because it was an independent film. I don't know. Anyway, for what it's worth, it did not do well for it. But this is a great. If you haven't seen Odd Thomas, this is a great one to watch around Halloween this year. Put it on your list. It is great. And then we have one of my favorite kids movies that I loved as a kid that I finally went around and got it. That is Osmosis Jones. Like I said before, this is like Inside Out, but it's about the body instead of the mind. And then this is also, you know, live action mixed with the animation, which is really great. It's got Bill Murray. He's really fun. And Chris Rock is really fun. And then they've got, I forget the guy who plays the villain in this. I think Lawrence Fishburne is the villain in this. He's really fun in this as well. This is great. It's clever. It's got some gross out humor, but it never goes too far with it. I think this is a movie that, I don't know how many people remember this movie, so let me know what you think of Osmosis Jones. And then we have another DreamWorks movie that also kind of came and went, but like nobody really talks about this. They don't really talk about it in the same vein as like Shrek or Dungeons & Dragons, because this is not a franchise. It was the one movie, but it is no less than the other ones. That is Over the Hedge. This is a pretty fun movie. It's a nice little satire in suburbia. I think it has a lot of energy. It's got a really great cast behind it. It's super funny. So yeah, Over the Hedge, one of the great DreamWorks films. And then we have, concluding the O section, we have Oz the Great and Powerful, which is a prequel to Wizard of Oz. It's not based on any of the books, at least to my knowledge. So yeah, I think they're supposed to be doing a Wicked movie in a couple of years, and I think it's the same guy that did In the Heights, as well as a couple other movies, and I think they're doing that one as like a 2-parter. So for what it's worth, I will at some point be doing a Wizard of Oz ranking, even though this is the only Oz movie I own. I don't own the original Wizard of Oz, but I will probably get it around the time that Wicked comes out, and I don't own Return to Oz because I haven't seen it, but I will definitely be watching it when it comes out, so you guys can get a ranking on that. But yeah, for what it's worth, this movie, though, on its own, really good. It's got a great cast. It's got Mila Kunis in it, and James Franco's in it. They're all really well done. I think Zach Braff plays the flying monkey in this. He's really funny. And I went and saw this in 3D, like, opening night, and I thought that was really good. It still has kind of the same style as the original Wizard of Oz. I think it's pretty good. I don't know how many people, I don't know how well this movie did, but I really like this movie, Oz the Great and Powerful. That is it for the O's. Now we move on to the P's. Kicking things off the P section, we have one of my favorite movies, Pacific Rim. I mean, yeah, the premise is kind of silly. It's monsters coming out of the ocean, and we're going to send people in mech suits to fight them, but it's awesome. It's just a fun little action popcorn flick. I absolutely love this movie. It is one of Guillermo del Toro's best. And then we have the sequel, Pacific Rim Uprising, which isn't as good, but I still have fun with it. I think John Wayne did a good job with it, and unfortunately, they do set up Charlie Day to be the villain in a third film that will probably never happen. Though I am enjoying the cartoon that is on Netflix currently. I will try to give my thoughts on that sometime soon once I finish that. And then we have the Peanuts Holiday Collection, which is it's Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown Christmas, Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, and actually that's it. There's 4 pictures out here, but there's actually only 3. So And I like all these. I'm not a fan of Charlie Brown Thanksgiving as much, but I think the other two are pretty good as well. And then we have the Peanuts movie from 2015, which again, very disappointed this wasn't nominated for Best Animated Film, just based on the animation alone. This is one of Blue Sky's best films. Rest in peace to Blue Sky, by the way, because Disney decided to get rid of them once they bought them. But yeah, I know the animation looks like, 2D mixed with... It's so good. It's very expressive, and it keeps all the simplicity of the Peanuts and doesn't try to modernize it with cringy modern references or anything like that. So thank goodness for that. And then I said this is in the P section, which should have been with the M's because it's Madagascar, but that is Penguins of Madagascar, my favorite of the Madagascar films. Especially considering it's a spin-off about the comic relief, it should not have worked, but it is hilarious. Benedict Cumberbatch is great as the wolf or whatever he is. Then, of course, you have John Malkovich as the villain, spitting out all these movie references, which is just awesome. And then we have a movie that is a little dated because it's very early 2000s, but it's the perfect score, and it's basically Ocean's 11, but for SAT scores instead of a heist. And it's got Scarlett Johansson and Chris Evans, way before they were even in the MCU, which is kind of funny. I mean, yeah, the characters, they're not that complex. They're kind of tropey. They're kind of cliche. But I have a good time with this movie, regardless. And then we have one of my favorite Disney animated films, Pinocchio. I'm one of the few people that kind of liked the live-action version. I know everyone hated it. I don't think it deserves as much hate as it's getting, but it was good. And then there's the Del Toro version, which I have not yet watched, but I will be watching it sometime within the next year so that I can review it. But as far as the Disney animated Pinocchio goes, I love this. This is one of my favorite Disney animated films. It's scary, it's exciting, and it is fantastic. And then we have the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Curse of the Black Pearl, of course, for a movie based off of a Disney ride of all things. This should not have worked, but it did. It's awesome. It had just the right cast. I think Johnny Depp was actually nominated for his role in this movie. I think he got nominated for an Oscar for this. I don't remember though. Yeah, this is great. It's got a great story. It's got a great cast. Just the right ingredients to work. And then we have the second one, which I think it's more hate than it deserves. It's not as good as the first one, but it's still pretty good. The second third of it, the middle section, is a little rough. The second act is a little rough, but the Cannibal Island and everything like that is just weird. But it has a good setup, but the execution is not the best. Then we have the overly complex third one. As far as I know, there's no deleted scenes for this, because I think they used everything they shot. And you can tell that it's over 3 hours long, and a lot of it is needless. So it's definitely my least favorite of the Pirates films. Then we have On Stranger Tides, which was a vast improvement over 3. It went back to the simplicity of the first one and tried to go over the top with it. I think the scene with the mermaids is kind of fun. Everything. So this is still kind of a fun little return to form. And then you have Ian McShane as the villain. It's great. And then you have Penelope Cruz, who has a really good dynamic with Johnny Depp. And then you have Dead Men Tell No Tales, which, again, a little bit of step down from 4, but still pretty good. I think, the idea of setting it up to be a legacy cast, even though that didn't really happen because this was the last one, didn't happen. Javier Bardem. Javier Bardem kind of brings this movie down because he has a really cool design, he has a really cool backstory, but man, it's like he and Johnny Depp were trying to out-ham each other, but I still have a really fun time with this movie. Then we have Planet 51, which is a movie that I did not appreciate as much as a kid, but I think it was great. It's got Dwayne Johnson in it. It's really fun. It's sort of reverse E.T., where instead of the alien coming to Earth, it's the astronaut coming to an alien planet, and the alien scientists trying to experiment on him. Really fun movie, very clever, nice little throwback to sci-fi films of the 50s as well. It's very good. It's very stylized. It's actually one of Sony's better films. Everybody gives Sony a lot of garbage because they did the Emoji Movie and several other ones, but this is one of their better ones. And then we have the absolutely amazing, one of the greatest films of all time, and I will stand by that. 1960s Planet of the Apes with Charlton Heston. One of the greatest movies ever, one of the greatest twist endings ever. And this movie is just absolutely fantastic from beginning to end. It's one of the few movies that came out around the 60s that actually has really good pacing. It's not super slow or anything. It actually has really good pacing. It's got really good effects, practical makeup. Everything about it is just awesome. It is one of the greatest movies ever made. And then, of course, we have the prequel trilogy of Planet of the Apes. Rise of the Planet of the Apes, which was actually directed... Actually, this one was not directed by Matt Reeves, but this is still a really good setup for the other two that were much better. And this by no means a bad film. This is a fantastic movie, actually. It's really good. It has really good setup, kind of ties into the first one in some ways. There's a lot of references to the original that are really clever and sly. And then we have these two, which were directed by Matt Reeves, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and War of the Planet of the Apes. These are amazing because well, I don't want to spoil the end of the original Planet of the Apes. You haven't seen it because, like I said, it's one of the greatest twistings ever. But, it doesn't really matter which side you root for. You can root for either side, and it gives you reasons to root for both sides. And, of course, Woody Harrelson is fantastic as the villain in this. And Caesar, I think, is one of the most complex characters in any movie. So, yeah, those are great. All of the Planet of the Apes movies, at least those four are pretty solid. I know there's like 20 of them, but I've only seen those. But they're doing another Planet of the Apes movie, and it's directed by the same guy that did The Maze Runner. So when that comes out, I might do a ranking of all the Planet of the Apes movies. So we'll see what happens with that. Next up, we have The Polar Express, which is still pretty good, though I do think the pacing is a little bit off, because there are just scenes of just Robert Zemeckis showing off his technology that just really, really pad the runtime. But then again, this is based off of a book that's like 20 pages, so you can't really make a full-length movie out of that, so I get why they do that. But I mean, everybody gives the animation of this movie a lot of flack, and I get it. The animation isn't the best, the motion capture isn't the best, but it was a new style at the time, and it's experimental, and you can't say that Robert Zemeckis didn't try something new or different, which he did. And there's a lot of good in this movie. Tom Hanks, I think they spent so much money on the animation that they could only afford to get one big star, so that's why Tom Hanks plays like half the characters in this movie. So, but yeah, I still think it keeps the spirit and message of the book down pretty well, though. So that is The Polar Express. And then we're going from a Christmas movie to a little bit more of a spookier movie, which is a weird transition, but it is Poltergeist, the original from 1982. So this movie just turned 40 last year, and I did a 40th anniversary review of that one, as well as E.T., like I said earlier. So my full thoughts on that, you can go and watch that video as well. And then we have the remake of Poltergeist, which I also did a review for, so I'm not going to talk too much about this one. But I think in some ways it got some things right, it got some things wrong. That's about as vague as I'm going to go, but go back and watch that video if you have not, if you want my full thoughts on that, Poltergeist. Then we have the Powerpuff Girls movie from 2002, so a little bit over 20 years ago now. This is one of my favorite cartoons. It's one of my favorite movies. It's so funny. Like, even as an adult, it's a lot funnier, because they're not inappropriate references or anything, but the jokes you don't get when you're a kid. And this is the same guy that I think did Foster Stuff for Imaginary Friends, this is the same guy who did Foster for Imaginary Friends, and I think he actually is the husband of Lauren Faust, who did My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and a few other cartoons. And he also, I said Foster Stuff for Imaginary Friends already, but yeah. So this is great, and that Garbage reboot, we don't talk about that one, but this is great, this is fun, this is a great movie. I love the cartoon, I love the movie as well. It's a nice little origin story that sets up the show. It actually came out after the show was done, so there's that. And then we have Prep and Landing and Prep and Landing Naughty vs. Nice, which are two Disney animated Christmas specials. They're fun because they're like Mission Impossible, but with elves. They're really fun. The second one isn't as good. The first one's a lot more clever, but I still enjoy the second one. The second one has a lot more plot holes, though, and I don't enjoy it as much as the first one. But now we have another movie that was made by Tremendum. As they keep saying, people that made The Gallows held. This is another one that came out around the same time that is Prey, not to be confused with the new Predator movie that came out on Hulu last year. This actually came out in 2019. This was filmed about 4 hours away from me, so on this little island, and it was produced by Chris Loving and Travis Clough. It was not directed by them, like they directed The Gallows, but they did some of the casting, they did some of the producing. This is a fun little island survival movie. So it's kind of like Predator, I guess, but this came out way before that Prey did. So it's kind of Predator with different sort of monsters. It's really fun. It's really exciting, especially the last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes of this movie are super intense. So go watch it if you want to see a smaller budget independent horror film that's really good. Watch this one as well. Just make sure that it's this one and not the Hulu Predator movie. And then we have Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. I'm mixed on this movie. I think it's really fun. I think the cast is great. It's just a fun little spoof of Pride and Prejudice, a fun little satire on it. Matt Smith is great in this, though he has a very small role. But yeah, this is a fun movie. The book is even funnier, too. But so read the book and then watch the movie. I still think it's pretty fun. And then we have the greatest DreamWorks movie ever made, The Prince of Egypt. This is a perfect movie. The songs in it are perfect. It's big scale. It is epic. It is everything that a movie based on a Bible story should be. So it's a shame that DreamWorks peaked at like their second movie. And then we go from Prince of Egypt to Prince of Persia, And if you want to talk about this, I will hopefully be doing that video game ranking, as I keep saying, around the time that Super Mario Bros. Comes out. But this is a fantastic film. Jake Gyllenhaal's really great. Ben Kingsley's great in this. I forget the guy's name. He plays Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man movies. He's awesome in this too. This is Alfred Molina. That's his name. So yeah, this is fun. It's got good action. It's got a pretty good story. It's witty. It's fun. This is very fantastic, and especially for a video game movie. And I had really low expectations for it, but it ended up being really, really good. Then we have the movie that was supposed to kick off the revival of 2D Disney animated films, but that unfortunately did not happen. Princess and the Frog. I don't know why this didn't ever kick off that revival that we were supposed to have, because they went from doing this to doing Tangled, and they did Winnie the Pooh, but that was only like an hour, and then the rest of those other ones were CGI, so unfortunately we're not getting 2D, although they're doing a TV show of this sometime this year, supposedly. Tiana is the name of it, so maybe that'll be a revival for 2D Disney movies, who knows. And then we have one of my favorite rom-coms, fantasies, whatever you want to call it, The Princess Bride. This is one of the most quotable movies ever. It's got everything in it. It's fencing, fighting, torture, chases, escapes, true love, miracles, everything you'd want in this type of movie. The cast is perfect. This is one of the funniest, most quotable movies ever. It is iconic. If you haven't seen Princess Bride yet, what are you waiting for? Watch it as soon as possible. I highly, highly recommend it. It is one of our family's favorites. And then we have a movie that's a little cliche, a little predictable. It's pretty safe. You know exactly what you're going to get with it. The Proposal with Ryan Reynolds and Sandra Bullock. I still think this movie is pretty funny, but you get exactly what you expect with it. If you've seen this type of movie before, you know exactly where it's going to go, but that doesn't make it any less entertaining. Ryan Reynolds especially is hilarious in this, and Betty White's in this too, so she's really good at this as well. So I really enjoy this, even though it is pretty cliche and predictable. And that is it for the P section. Now we move on to R. And in case you're wondering, no, that was not a mistake. I'm not skipping a letter. I just simply do not own any movies that start with the letter Q. So we're skipping Q. We're going straight from P to R. Starting off with Ringo. I gave my thoughts on this when I did my November review for it, but yeah, this is a fun movie, and it was kind of made during that time period where Nickelodeon decided to go a little bit edgier with some of their movies. But yeah, Johnny Depp is great in this. The animation's fantastic. I didn't like it so much when I was a kid. Love it now as an adult. I definitely see why it won Best Animated Film at the Oscars the year that it was nominated. That is a great film. And then we have the complete Rankin and Bass Christmas collection, which includes Rudolph, Frosty, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. You know, there's a ton of these. You can pause to read those if you want to read what ones are on there. And if you want to see my full thoughts on this, I did a ranking of the Rankin, a couple of Christmases ago. So go and find that video if you want my full thoughts on these as well. And then we have Pixar's Ratatouille, one of Pixar's greatest. It's the same thing as Brad Bird. He did The Incredibles. Brad Bird is one of the creative geniuses. Again, Incredibles 2 wasn't very good, but Incredibles 1 and Ratatouille, those were all great, and I absolutely adore this movie. This is actually the movie that got me really interested in cooking as a kid. It made me really appreciate cooking and food, so I owe it to that because I got to learn a very valuable life skill because of this movie. So thank you for that, Pixar and Brad Bird. And now we have Ready Player One. Spielberg's, not his last movie was The Fabelmans. I think this was the last movie he did right before The Fabelmans, and then he took kind of a hiatus to do The Fabelmans. I could be wrong on that, though. This is great. I mean, some people who read the book were pretty mixed on this. I did read the book, and I think the changes were fine. I was fine with it. I think the movie still got the point across really well. It has a great cast. It's great. It's a love letter to 80s and just pop culture in general. I love this movie. And then we have Real Steel, which I think is an underrated film. It's got Hugh Jackman. He's kind of playing the same character he plays in every movie. He plays kind of like the drunk, deadbeat dad, you know, kind of the same character as Wolverine, kind of the same character he plays in those types of movies. Same thing with Eddie the Eagle, he kind of is typecast. But this is great, and it's funny because this movie was supposed to take place in the future. This movie takes place in, I don't know if they give a specific year, but yeah, I think the year it passed, though. I think it takes place in like 2015 or 2016 or something. So it takes place in the past now, and we don't have boxer robots, so this movie was wrong. But they're talking about doing a TV show of this at some point. I hope they do, because this is a great movie. It's clever. It's a fairly original concept. It is highly, highly entertaining, and it's one of the few sports movies I like, because it's not really a sports movie so much as it is a sci-fi film. And then we have Recess School's Out, which is the series finale movie to Recess. And yeah, I know they did Taking the Fifth Grade, but I don't consider that the finale, because that's literally just a compilation of other episodes that they repackaged. This is the true finale in my mind, because it's actually a story, not just a repackaging of previous aired episodes with a framing device around it as a finale. This honestly is where the show should have ended, to be honest. But yeah, James Woods is the villain in this, and he's fantastic in this. This is a great little movie. Recess is like Phineas and Ferb, but during the school year. Phineas and Ferb takes place during the summer. Recess is the school year. It's great. It's one of the greatest Disney cartoons. It's clever. It's funny. It's just as great as the show. I absolutely love the show and the movie. And then we have 1984's Red Dawn, the first movie to ever be rated PG-13 by the MPAA. Fun fact. I don't own that garbage remake. That should not exist. But this is fun. Well, it's not fun. It's a war movie. It's actually a very serious war movie. But it's still pretty good. It has its moments. It's got a great story, great cast. Everything about it is fantastic. And then they had to ruin it with that garbage remake. Even though the remake had a good cast, the story just got everything so wrong. So everything that was cool about this one was completely thrown out the window. But yeah, Red Dawn, one of the great 80s war films, one of the great 80s teen films. If you haven't seen Red Dawn, you want yourself to watch it. It's definitely a must-watch. And then we have the Ring trilogy, The Ring 2, Rings. I gave my ranking on this a couple years ago around Halloween. If you want my full thoughts on this. But I really like The Ring. I'll defend some of The Ring 2. It wasn't as good as the first one, but it's not a disaster like everyone says. And then there's Rings, which that one's sort of in the middle for me as well. And then we have Blue Skies, Rio. I don't own the second Rio because I don't like it, but I do own the first one. I like this. It's vibrant. It's colorful. It's got really good songs. It's got a fun cast. And my dad actually, when he was a missionary for my church, the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, he went to Brazil. So he served for 2 years in Brazil, and I took him to see this movie, and he really enjoyed seeing all the Brazilian landmarks and kind of having a flashback to his mission days. So there is that. And then we have R.I.P.D., the Rest in Peace Department, with Ryan Reynolds and Jeff Bridges. I'm aware they did a sequel, but it's direct-to-video, and it doesn't have the original cast, so I'm probably not going to check it out, because honestly, what even is the point of that? But this is good. It's basically Men in Black, but with slightly more sci-fi. I really think it's fun. I think it's actually really fun. And Ryan Reynolds and Jeff Bridges have a good dynamic with each other, because Jeff Bridges is really disgruntled, Ryan Reynolds is really funny. So this actually is a clever little movie, even if it is a bit familiar, because it's basically just Men in Black. And we have DreamWorks' Rise of the Guardians, underrated film, honestly. I don't know why this didn't do well, but man, this is a great film. It's just a little bit over 10 years old now, and nobody really talks about it. But it's slowly gaining a following from what I've seen. I think people are still rediscovering this movie or discovering it again, but I love this movie, especially I think Jack Frost probably figured this, but yeah, Hugh Jackman is the Easter Bunny. Alec Baldwin, of all people, as Santa, which is odd, but yeah, this is a fantastic little fantasy film, and it is a highly, highly underrated DreamWorks movie. And then you have Jude Law as the boogeyman in this. It's a shame this didn't get a sequel or a TV series, because there's so much you can do with the concept of fantasy creatures like that. So it's a shame they didn't go all the way with that. And then we have another slightly underrated DreamWorks film, The Road to El Dorado. And if you want my full thoughts on this, of course, as well as my full thoughts on Rise of the Guardians, you can watch my DreamWorks reviews. I have a whole review series of those that I did last year. But yeah, this is basically like Emperor's New Groove, but as a musical. It's super funny. I love Kenneth Branagh and whoever the other guy in this movie is, I can't remember now. But yeah, they have a really good dynamic with each other. The songs in this are great. It's not a musical, but when they do the songs, it's great. It's super funny, super full of life, super energetic. Though the plot doesn't really make this a lot of sense at certain points. Then we have Kevin Costner in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, one of Alan Rickman's greatest villain roles. He is so good in this movie. Kevin Costner, he's okay, but Alan Rickman is the reason to watch this. Keep in mind, it is an almost 3-hour movie, so it will take a big chunk of your time, but it is really great. And then we have another Blue Sky Studios movie. We have Robots. This is where Blue Sky peaked. I did a Blue Sky ranking around the time that Ice Age Buck Wild came out last year. It's about a year ago now, give or take. And this ended up coming in first place on the Blue Sky ranking. So, because everything after this just was not as good. But yeah, the world building in Robots, super clever. Ewan McGregor, Robin Williams, they're all really great in this movie. It is such a fun and clever little movie with a ton of clever jokes. And then we have the Rugrats trilogy. Because really only 2 of these movies are Rugrats, and the third one's a crossover with Wild Thornberrys, but they packaged it as a trilogy for some reason. But yeah, again, if you want my full thoughts on those, I just did those videos back in November for Nick November, but I also did a ranking of these 3. So that is it for the R's. Now we move on to the S section, which is also very, very huge. I think it is the biggest section of this video. So it's going to be a very long section, so strap in. Alright, so kicking off the biggest section of this video, the S, we have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in San Andreas. I find it kind of funny that The Rock is in a movie about earthquakes. But anyway, so there's... It's a pretty good disaster movie for what it is. Alexandra Daddario is pretty good at it. Carlo Gugino, I think is her name. She's pretty good at this. As far as disaster movies go, it's not that bad. I mean, it takes itself a little bit more seriously than it should. I wish it were cheesier. I wish it were hokier. But it's fun, and it's fun seeing The Rock being an action star in a disaster movie. And then we have the Santa Claus trilogy. I did a ranking of this, and I already did my thoughts on the show as well that recently came out, so you can watch those videos as well. But I think they're good. I mean, I think 3 gets a lot more hate than it deserves. 3 is my favorite one. 2 is the one I don't like. 2 is a little bit, it makes no sense. But if you want more in-depth thoughts on that, you can watch that video that I'm shamelessly promoting. And then we have a just bizarre little Christmas short. When I say short, I mean like just a little bit over half an hour, maybe less. But it's from the same guy that did Jimmy Neutron. It was a few years before Jimmy Neutron. This was back when computer animation was still fairly cheap looking, but for the time it looked good. And that is Santa versus the Snowman. And yeah, this is, how do I even describe this movie? This is just kind of a fun little movie. The animation, by today's standards, doesn't know, but it's a fun little plot. It's kind of got a genuine sweetness to it as well. And it's also kind of funny. Like, there's a lot of jokes that I wasn't expecting because it's actually super funny. So it's one a nice little half-hour Christmas short to watch around the holiday season that is a little bit more obscure. Santa versus the Snowman. Then we have a movie that I was so mad only got nominated for Best Score. Not Best Actor, not Best Actress, not Best Director, not Best Picture. It only got Score, which infuriated me, and that is Save You, Mr. Banks. Fantastic casting, fantastic directing. Everything about this was great. And what does the Academy do? They say, forget that. It's just going to get nominated for Best Score and nothing else. What were you thinking? This is a great movie. I was a huge fan of Disney. I was a huge fan of cinema. And I was absolutely fascinated with the way things get made and how movies get made. And, you know, the struggles they have to go through. This was great. It's perfect for fans of cinema. It's perfect for fans of Disney. And shame on you, Academy, for sleeping on this movie and not nominating it for anything other than Score. And then we have Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which is basically a lesser Goosebumps. I think they did the best they could with what they had. I mean, it doesn't have the strongest plot or the strongest characters, but the way they brought the illustrations to life was great. So, and it was pretty intense. I was actually surprised by how intense it was as well. So Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, it's an okay movie, but it's fun enough to watch around Halloween. And then we have one of my favorite Jack Black movies, one of my favorite early 2000s comedies, School of Rock. And it's funny because I did not realize this movie was PG-13 because they would play this on Nickelodeon all the time because this was around the time that iCarly was starting to peak in popularity, so they were trying to use the fact that Miranda Cosgrove is also in this. And they, of course, edited it down to a PG. So when I watched the unedited version, thinking it was cleaner than it was, like, oh, there's some kind of off-color jokes and remarks in this that I don't remember. Sure enough, it's PG-13. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not terribly inappropriate. It was just kind of shocking me because I just didn't remember anything about it being there. But this is a fun little high school-ish movie. It is PG-13 version, though. There are some kind of off-color innuendos, so just being very cautious of that. And then we have Scooby-Doo, the live-action 1 and 2. I think they get more hate than they deserve. They're fun, and it's got Freddie Prinze Jr. and Sarah Michelle Gellar, and they got married because of this, and they're still together, so that's good that there was a little bit of a love story that came out of this, and everyone had a fun time making it. None of the cast has ever come out and said, oh yeah, I hated making this movie, so everyone seemed to have a fun enough time making it, and that's pretty good, it's pretty wholesome, so I don't own Scoob because Scoob is awful. That was just a stain on the legacy of Scooby-Doo. And then we have The Secret Life of Pets, which is basically Toy Story, but with pets. But Kevin Hart is really funny as the villain. He's super funny. And we have the second one, which I think is better in some ways, because it's not Toy Story straight up anymore, but it also feels like a bunch of episodes of a TV show strung together. Like this is like a TV show pilot pitch. So it's a little bit rocky in terms of how the plot flows, but it's certainly stronger in terms of just not being a ripoff of Toy Story. And then we have Serenity, like I said earlier with Firefly, way back when I did the F section. great TV show, and then they did the Serenity movie to wrap things up. I don't like how they wrapped up the story of a certain character, which I won't spoil. I will never forgive them for what they did, but if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. You know how they did this certain character dirty. So shame on you, Joss Whedon, for how you did that. And then we have Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which it just barely squeaks out of my top 10 whenever I do an MCU ranking, and people are always a little bit upset at that because it's always top 10 for them. Like, why is this not in top 10? Aquafina. She's the reason this is not in the top 10. She is so awkward and loud and cringy. I hate her in this movie. But everything else about this movie is really good. It's got the world building. It's really interesting, kind of like Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's got fantastic action, fantastically choreographed action scenes. It fixes the Mandarin twist from Iron Man 3 that people were not too fond of, though, like I said, I never really had a problem with it. And, yeah, everything about it is pretty good. I just do not like Aquafina. But I am excited to see what they do with the sequel, though. And then we have Shark Boy Lava Girl. And, yeah, this is kind of... It came out around the same time as Spy Kids, same director, same type of style. Actually, well, I don't want to say I prefer this over Spy Kids, but I was definitely more obsessed with this one as a kid over Spy Kids. I loved this movie. I watched it all the time. And, yeah, Shark Boy Lava Girl, one of the great kids' movies from Rodriguez. So, yeah, this is a fun time. Parents can enjoy it, too. It's clever. And it's also got Taylor Lautner, who... I'm not a Twilight fan, but if you are a Twilight fan, there you go. There is Jacob the Werewolf when he was a child as Shark Boy. Next up we have Shazam, my favorite movie in the DCEU. Super, super excited for part 2, which comes out in March, so not too long now, assuming they don't delay it again, because it was supposed to come out back in December, but of course, James Cameron just had to release Avatar 2, which means it got delayed all the way to March, so, yeah. But yeah, this is fantastic. I love this movie. I love the cast. I love the dynamic. I love the story. This is my favorite of the DCEU films, and I'm very excited to see what they do with part 2. I hope part 2 doesn't disappoint. I should probably not set my expectations so high, because I'm bound for disappointment. Then we have another movie from the 80s. So, when I was a kid, we had, like, this very independent, smaller video rental store. It wasn't as big as, like, Blockbuster or any other big store shops. And they only had, like, 50 movies out at a time, and they would just kind of rotate. So, oftentimes, we would rent the same movies over and over just until they got new stuff. Because they also didn't get the new releases until several months after they were released, because I guess they would buy them discount or something because they didn't have a whole lot of funding. But one of those movies is Short Circuit. This is great. It's like E.T. as a robot. So yeah, this is funny. It's such a funny movie. I love it. It's great. So if you haven't seen Short Circuit, it's one of the great 80s sci-fi comedies. And then we have Shrek, the Ultimate Collection. It comes with the 4 Shrek movies and then Puss in Boots. It also comes with Shrek the Musical, but I never liked Shrek the Musical. I didn't think it worked for me. But yeah, this comes with all the movies, including Puss in Boots, and then there's a whole bunch of supplemental material, like shorts and everything, that were included as bonus features on the DVDs. And I already did a Shrek ranking recently because Puss in Boots 2 just came out just a couple weeks ago, and I'm very excited to buy Puss in Boots 2 when that ends up coming out on Blu-ray, which I assume will probably be sometime in March. Then we have M. Night Shyamalan's last really good movie before he started to kind of be hit or miss. And people either like this movie or they despise it. This one is probably one of his most divisive films, because I think even with the bad ones, we can all collectively agree they're bad. And with the good ones, we can all kind of collectively agree they're good. This is the one everyone seems split on. Signs, with Mel Gibson. I think it's good, up until the end. The end is what ruins it. The ending is stupid. But up to that point, it's a pretty good little alien thriller. It's got Joaquin Phoenix in it as well, so it's got the young Abigail Breslin. So, yeah, everyone in the cast is pretty good. And, yeah, the plot has a few issues, but I still think it's a pretty good movie for it, especially because M. Night Shyamalan has made much, 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 much worse since then. So, then we have Sinbad, The Legend of the Seven Seas. When I did my DreamWorks ranking last January, out of 42 movies, this was in the top 10, which somebody was really, really enthusiastic that it was the top 10. Like, yes, this is such an underrated DreamWorks movie. Thank you for putting it in the top 10. And I agree. Again, this is one of those DreamWorks movies where I am so sad it did not spin off into a franchise, or at least a TV show or something, where we only got the one movie, and that was it. And I'm so sad about that, because this movie is funny. It's fantastic. It has a really good story. It's got a really great villain. I absolutely adore Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas. Then we have an Illumination movie that I'm mixed on. I bought it because this was a blind buy because I hadn't seen it. I needed to do Illumination ranking when the sequel came out. That is Sing. It's okay. It's watchable. It's not my favorite Illumination movie. They're much, much better. I don't own Sing 2 because I did not like Sing 2. But I'm going to have to do another Illumination ranking when Mario comes out. So there's that. So we have Sky High, which I think is criminally underrated now. I think this would work really well as a Disney Plus TV show, especially because they are exploiting nostalgia. So how cool would it be to have all of the original cast returning as adults now and passing on the generation to a younger Sky High? I really think that would work as a TV show, honestly. They really need to exploit the nostalgia of this property because it came out in 2005 and then nothing ever came of it. But it is a really good movie, honestly. I think not enough people watched it or talked about it. It's got Kurt Russell in it, and it's also got Linda Carter, who played the Wonder Woman in the 1970s. It's got a ton of references to Marvel and DC, so if you're a superhero fan and you haven't seen Sky High yet, definitely owe it yourself to watch. And then we have considered one of the greatest animated films of all time, and I don't disagree with that. I just think they're much better animated films, and yeah, I can see why because it's the first ever animated film, at least fully, that is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which recently turned 80, I think. So, yeah, there you go. And if you want my full thoughts on this, I did a ranking of all, at the time, 60 Disney animated films when Encanto came out. And, yeah, this is still pretty good for what it is, but it's a problem when the villain and the side characters have more personality and are more memorable than the main character, because Snow White doesn't have a lot of substance as a main character, but there you go. And then a movie that came out during 2020, so you know what that means, and especially because given the subject matter of this movie, how it took that event that happened in 2020 that caused the world to shut down and kind of made a dystopian future movie out of it, similar to The Hunger Games. Songbird, produced by Michael Bay. Very controversial film, given what it is, but I didn't have a problem with it. I think they did it as tastefully as it could. It's a little ridiculous. It's a little over the top. It's a little exaggerated, but I still thought it was fun. It does feel like a YA novel where they took like half the pages out, though, because it is kind of chopped. But again, they rushed it. It was made in less than a year, and you can tell it was made in less than a year. But it's got some good performances. You got Sophia Carson. You have Alexandra Daddario. You've got, what's her name? What's in this movie? Demi Moore. You've got Demi Moore in this. You know, there's a power song considering that it's a small budget movie produced during the you-know-what that I can't say on YouTube because they will flag this video for misinformation. So then we have Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't like the second one as much. The second act of the second one is a little bit jarring, but it's a little bit all over the place. But this is great. This one is great. I love this movie. Jim Carrey is great. This movie has a lot of Easter eggs, references to the Sonic games. I'm not a huge Sonic the Hedgehog fan in general, but this as a movie I thought was very entertaining. And then we have an underrated Disney remake. It's not really a remake. It's a remake in name only and in one scene only. That is The Sorcerer's Apprentice. For the most part, it's a pretty original story and it stands on its own. It's just got like that one part that is a reference to the original Sorcerer's Apprentice with Mickey Mouse. Other than that, it's pretty much its own thing. Nicolas Cage is great, and, you know, I don't really like Nicolas Cage or Dave Baruch that much normally, but this movie, they're really good. And you've also got Alfred Molina as the villain. And this always ends up in my top 10 of the Disney remakes. They're pretty close. This is one of their better ones because it is pretty much its own thing, and it doesn't rely so much on just trying to redo the same thing like a lot of the other ones do. And then we have my favorite Pixar film currently. It has yet to be dethroned, Soul. Coming from a very religious background, this movie really speaks to me. It's fantastic, but I can speak to everyone regardless of whether you're religious or not, just because it has the message of, you know, your life is worth living. I think it is a very uplifting film that a lot of people need, especially in this day and age, and man, it is fantastic, and it comes back to when Pixar actually tried, and not soulless cash grabs, no pun intended. Then we have the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. 2 out of 3 of these movies are good. The third one's bad. The first 2 are pretty good, though they are a little bit campier by today's standards, but they still hold up for the most part. We have Spider-Man Homecoming, Tom Holland's first outing as Spider-Man. This is fun because it harkens back to like 80s teen movies like Ferris Bueller, but kind of with a superhero twist. It's pretty good, though I wish that it relied a little bit too less on the legacy of Iron Man. And then we have Spider-Man Far From Home, which again, I wish it relied a little bit less on the legacy of Tony Stark. I wish Spider-Man was given more freedom to be his own person. And, you know, because even the villain in this is just somebody that Tony did not treat correctly. So, yeah, this is still pretty good, though, and I liked the twist ending of this, which was concluded with Spider-Man No Way Home, my favorite MCU movie, because it combines all the Spider-Man actors, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, and each of them is given a character arc that feels very earned. Tom Holland especially. I love the way they closed out his arc, yet left it open enough that they could possibly continue it. Spider-Man No Way Home is my favorite MCU film. Even nostalgia aside, it is still a fantastic film. And then my second favorite Spider-Man film, Into the Spider-Verse. So excited for Across the Spider-Verse. It's one of my favorite... This is one of my favorite movies, and I'm so excited for Across the Spider-Verse. It's one of my most anticipated movies of this year. Hopefully they don't delay it again. So there is that. Next up we have the Spider-Wick Chronicles. I did a review of this for November. Well, my full thoughts on that, you can check that out. But we're supposed to get a TV show of some sort from Disney Plus sometime within the next couple of years. It's got, what's his name as the villain? It's coming out. He plays one of the villains on the new Willow show as well. But yeah, I don't know what they can do with it though, because I think this adapted all of the books pretty well, because the books are fairly short, and even when combining the books, you can't tell that they were combined. I think it stands alone on its own pretty well. So I'm wondering what the TV show is going to be, and I'm excited for the TV show, and I'm excited to maybe compare the two when that comes out. Though I still think Spider-Man Chronicles is a terrific fantasy film. It's got an all-star cast. It is great. And then we have Spies in Disguise, the last movie that Blue Sky Studios put out before Disney shut them down. Tom Holland, Will Smith. It's a great movie. It's funny. It's original. But Tom Holland and Will Smith feel a bit typecast. Tom Holland plays kind of the same nerdy teenage boy he always plays, and then Will Smith plays the same action hero he's played in almost every movie since Independence Day. But it is still really funny. The animation's really great. And then we have one of my favorite DreamWorks movies, Spirit Stallion and the Cimarron. It has one of the best musical scores I've heard in any movie, animated or otherwise. I love how it's a Western, but it's from the perspective of a horse. And yeah, everything about this movie is so powerful. It's one of the most powerful movie scores I've ever heard. And yeah, if you want my full thoughts on that, I gave a review of that during DreamWorks Month last year. And then we have a movie that people are very split on. Split. Some people really hate this movie because of how it deals with real-life mental illness, and they're not cool with the fact that it kind of, I don't say glorifies it, but kind of adds a supernatural element to it, because it is a sequel spinoff to Unbreakable, which isn't really a spoiler anymore at this point, because we've been out for like 5 years. So, I already talked about Glass, so there you go. But James McAvoy gives a brilliant performance, though. It's one of his best performances, because he's playing multiple characters in the same movie, and it is scary. It is dark. It is one of M. Night Shyamalan's best. It is definitely a return to form back in his earlier days. And then there is that twist that says, hey, it's a comic book movie the whole time, because it's tied into Unbreakable. So that was kind of a cool little surprise. And then we have the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I recently did a review of this for November. You can check my video out for thoughts on that. I did not review these, though, because I have not had the time, but I am going to put out reviews of it later this month. I'm going to try and finish off the November videos, albeit very late, just because of things that were going on in my life that I could not control that delayed those videos coming out. That is Sponge on the Run. This one's Sponge on the Run. Sponge on the Water, Sponge Out of Water, and then Sponge on the Run. I've been filming for a long time, because I was starting to go, and I'm starting to just gobbledygook. But yeah, anyway, I'm not going to give my thoughts on this yet, because I'm going to review them, and I don't want to spoil my thoughts on those. And then we have Spy Kids, of course, one of the great kids' movies of the early 2000s, which still holds up. It's really fun. It's great for the entire family. You've got Ellen Cumming as the villain, sort of, kind of the villain. It's a great movie. And then we have Spy Kids 2, which is one of the sequels that is actually, I don't want to say it's better than the original, but it's still really good. It's a really good sequel, and it's got Mike Judge as the villain. He's great in this. It's got... See, I've been filming for a long time because I'm starting to blank. I'm starting to brain fart a lot. It's got Randall from Monsters, Inc., whose name I can't remember, but he's really good at this. And then we have Spy Kids 3D Game Over, which has Sylvester Stallone as the villain. And, I mean, it's one of the weaker entries, but it's still good. You can tell that this is kind of where Robert Rodriguez is trying to run out of creative juices, but it's still fun, mostly because of Sylvester Stallone. He hands it up in the best way. And we have the fourth one, All the Time in the World, which still is good. It's definitely a passing of the torch legacy type of movie. Like I said, Force Awakens, Ghostbusters. Maybe not as strong as some of the other entries, but it's decent enough. And then we have the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies, which are the only Star Trek movies I own because they're the only ones I've seen. So Star Trek Into Darkness, Star Trek Beyond. I think these first two are really good. I'm a little mixed on the third one, because this actually was not directed by J.J. Abrams. I'm sorry, this was Justin Lin who did Fast and Furious movies, and you can tell that J.J. Abrams was not involved with this because he was busy working on Force Awakens at the time. So hopefully we'll get a fourth one with Abrams. I mean, they're talking about doing a fourth one. They have been for a while, but part of me wants it because I want them to fix 3, but part of me doesn't because of what happened to Elton Yelkin. So I don't know, if they do a fourth one, they should maybe do it with a different cast, but have it be on that same timeline, I guess. Maybe do like this timeline's equivalent of like Star Trek Generations or something like that, where it still kind of honors the legacy while also being its own thing. And then we have, these are falling. And then we have Stranger Things season 1 and 2. They never released season 3 on Blu-ray, which is weird. And I have not started watching season 4 yet because I didn't have Netflix. There was a period of time where we didn't have Netflix, and then we have it again, but I didn't have Netflix when it came out. I'm going to try and review Stranger Things 4 sometime within the next couple of months. I was going to try and do it earlier, but I didn't realize every episode of season 4 is like an hour and a half or longer. I'm like, ooh, this is a time commitment. So at some point I will try to review it, though, and I have time to actually sit down and watch all the episodes. And then we go from Star Trek to the other sci-fi franchise that starts with Star Wars, the original trilogy. Again, like I said earlier, people either think this is the greatest trilogy of all time, or they think Lord of the Rings is the greatest trilogy of all time. I'm a fan of both. I can't really decide. They both have their strengths. They both have their weaknesses. Then we have the prequel trilogy, which, yeah, it isn't as good, but there's still some good to be found in every film. Yes, even episode 1. I'm one of the few people that actually thinks that all Star Wars movies have some good in them. There aren't any I absolutely hate. I try to find some positivity in all of them, even in some of the weaker projects, including the TV shows. So there is that. And then we have episode 7, The Force Awakens. Cool thing about this, if you didn't see any of my earlier videos, I was a Make-A-Wish kid because I had a big heart surgery about 10 years ago now. And my wish was to visit the set of Star Wars The Force Awakens because they had just started filming it. And so I got to meet Harrison Ford. I got to meet J.J. Abrams. I got to meet John Boyega. I got to be inside the Millennium Falcon. I got to meet some of the people who do the creatures and the droids and everything. So that's why I don't really like when people talk crap on the new Disney Star Wars. I mean, you can have your opinion on it, but I don't like when people talk crap on it because Disney was so generous to let me visit that set, so it kind of feels a little bit, ungrateful if people crap on it. That being said, I do have my criticisms with some of the directions going, but I still try to find positivity in it because it's more fun to like things. Then we have Rogue One, fantastic. This is one of my dad's favorite Star Wars movies. Like, he went to actually go see the IMAX re-release just to see the preview for Andor, and he hasn't watched Andor yet, but yeah, this is actually probably one of his favorite, if not his favorite, Star Wars movie. So, Rogue One, there you go. And then we have Star Wars The Last Jedi. I'm not going to get into whether or not, I don't want to get into politics with this. But, yeah, this is, I like the movie. I'm sorry, I do. But please, let's not rant and rave if you hate the movie. It's divisive, but I've never really had that many problems with it. And we have Solo, A Star Wars Story. It's a shame that this is probably not going to get a sequel. Ron Howard just came out a couple days ago and said it's probably not going to get a sequel, unfortunately. Which is weird, because the way they leave it, they were setting up that, hey, who knows, maybe they will continue it on as a Disney Plus series or a comic or something. Because that seems to be the way of what they do. They seem to take loose plot threads that never got continued on screen and just continue them on as novels or comics or Disney Plus series. And then we have Rise of Skywalker again. Not going to get into the politics of whether this movie is good or bad. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the fan service. Is it a little over the top of the fan service? Yes, but I love when they do fan service. I love when it makes everything feel connected. So I actually really liked Rise of Skywalker. It's actually in my top 5, maybe higher, of my Star Wars movies ranking. So, and I cannot wait for them to maybe do another Star Wars movie. Rogue Squadron, I hope, comes out soon. Whether or not that movie is going to come out is still up in the air, no pun intended. And then we have The Clone Wars, the animated film, of course, from 2008, which is essentially the pilot to the TV show. As a movie and a TV show pilot, it's not very good, but it led to a fantastic TV show that's far, far, far superior. And I have almost all of that TV show right here. This box set is the first 5 seasons, and then they canceled the show. And then Netflix brought it back for one more season, and then Disney bought it, and then they brought it back for season 7, but they never released season 7 on Blu-ray, so it's only on Disney Plus. But hopefully one day we will finally get that last season. And then we have the micro-series done by Gennady Tartakovsky, who did Samurai Jack and Hotel Transylvania. These aren't technically canon anymore. They were at the time. This was to bridge the gap between episodes 2 and 3. They would air these as little 3 to 5 minute shorts on Cartoon Network to try and advertise episode 3 around the time it was coming out. and sort of filled the gaps about like General Grievous, Palpatine getting kidnapped and everything. But of course, Clone Wars has now retconned that, so I look at this as maybe like an alternate universe or a Star Wars what if, like a Marvel what if. Still great though, still has a lot of really good fast-paced action. Again, Tartakovsky did a fantastic job with this, so it is by no means bad. I still really like this, but I have it labeled as non-canon. That's why it's at the end of the shelf. I have it sort of labeled as like alternate universe. And then moving on from Star Wars, we have Street Fighter, which for a video game movie, it's cheesy, it's hokey, but so is the game. And what I find so funny about this movie is that every character is like an over-the-top, blatant stereotype of the country they're representing. And of course, you have the guy from America who's so American. He has the American flag tattooed on his arm, and he's very clearly from America. Who do they get to play him? Jean-Claude Van Damme, who's about as French as you can get. So I just find that so funny that it's so miscast, but it is also such a fun time. It's a terrible movie, but I love it. It is so over the top and so hokey and so cheesy, and everyone's having a fun time with it. I mean, even Raul Julia, I hope I pronounced the name right, he's so good as M. Bison. And it's also got Ming-Na Wen in this. She played Mulan, she plays Fennec Shand in the Book of Boba Fett, The Mandalorian, and of course she's been in many, many, many other things. And she's fun in this, but everyone's having a good time. I have a good time when I watch it. I think they know it's a bad movie, but they're making the best of it. It is such a fun movie, even though it is horribly made. And then we have Stuart Little and Stuart Little 2. You know, I think these movies are pretty good. I think this is the same guy who directed The Lion King. Yeah, it is. It's the same guy who directed The Lion King. It's Michael J. Fox in it as the lead role. This is a pretty good movie. And then the second one, which is actually truer to the book, because the book involved the bird Margalo, or Margot, whatever her name is. She wasn't in the first one. She's in the second one. It's funny that the sequel is truer to the book than the first one was. So the book was very odd, though, from what I remember. So the movie kind of toned down the oddness, which I think worked in its favor. Then we have Suicide Squad, not to be confused with the one that came out last year from James Gunn, because that's rated R for very good reasons, because it's very violent and very vulgar, and I will never watch it. But this is great, the 2016 one. I know it's got its haters, but I'm one of the few people who actually thinks it's pretty good, it's pretty decent. I know of only one other person who actually really likes this movie. So it has its fans. I think Margot Robbie's great as Harley Quinn. I mean, the whole cast is pretty good. I mean, it'll even, to some degree, defend Jared Leto as the Joker. I think he did his own spin on it. I don't think he did a terrible performance. At the end of the day, he's still better than Brent Spiner's take of Joker and Young Justice, because he was just so miscast in that show. And then we have Super 8, which is basically Stranger Things, before Stranger Things was a thing. And it's directed by J.J. Abrams and produced by Spielberg. And you can tell that Spielberg was sort of Abrams' mentor, one of the inspirations, because it really harkens back to 1980s movies like E.T., The Thing, like all those other movies. And it's kind of like Stranger Things. I think the people who wrote Stranger Things actually watched this and went, let's do that. It's cool. The 80s are cool again. Let's make that. And then we have Christopher Reeves in Superman, the movie. This will conclude the S section. I haven't seen this movie recently. I have to give good thoughts, but I know it's a little bit slower paced than a lot of comic movies. But this was one of the first mainstream comic book movies, so you gotta admire it for the legacy that it left behind. I mean, without this, we wouldn't have the MCU. We wouldn't have Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. This laid the foundation that would later be improved upon by other movies, so you have to give it credit. This does happen to have the original 1978 version, but it also has the director's cut, the Richard Donner director's cut on disc 2, and then disc 3 and 4 are a whole bunch of documentaries. So it's got a lot of really good features, especially because it's only the DVD edition, not the Blu-ray edition. But it's got enough special features on here that are incredibly fascinating as well. So if you like special features and like knowing things are made, this is definitely a set to pick up. And that is it for the S section. Now we move on to T. Luckily, the U section is very, very small. There aren't a lot of movies in the U section. There's M. Night Shyamalan's Unbreakable, which of course I already talked about because of Split, and Glass. And you can tell me I was starting this movie for a very long time. But yeah, I think this is actually one of the better superhero movies because it's not a comic book movie in the traditional sense, but it's a movie. Their comic books are a thing that people read, and this just happens to be a person who happens to have superpowers, not really knowing that he has superpowers, and Samuel L. Jackson is the fantastic villain in this. It is actually one of the better comic book movies that came out in the early 2000s, especially because we hadn't really cracked the code for comic book movies quite yet. So that's actually a pretty unique film, and it still stands out today. And then we have Uncharted. I gave a review of this when it came out to theaters. If you want to follow thoughts on that, you can watch it. My thoughts on it haven't changed that much. even going back and watching it again, I still think it's fun. It's great. I do think Tom Holland was a little miscast as Nathan Drake, but I look at this as like young Indiana Jones when they did that TV show. Kind of the same thing. Same thing with Mark Wahlberg as Sully. Antonio Banderas is great as the villain. He had a great dynamic with the girl in this. I still think it's a fun little adventure film that harkens back to the days of films like Indiana Jones. And we have one of my favorite Pixar films, Up, and this will conclude the You section. This is great. Of course, the first 15 minutes are famous/infamous for being incredibly emotional and sad, but the rest of the movie is very fun. Has a great message, great characters, very creative, a lot of originality, a lot of creativity to it, and that'll conclude the U's. And now we have the V's. Now, the V section is a lot longer this year. Last year, there were only like 2 or 3 movies in the V section. This time, it's a lot longer. Not because I have a lot of movies that start with V, but because I have a certain series that starts with V. But rather than doing a complete series set, they release these as individual videos every couple of months. And so that's why it's very long, though I haven't seen all of the videos in this series, so I can't give my thoughts on all of them, but I will show them to you, and I will talk about the ones I have seen, and then just kind of show you the ones that I haven't seen. But starting with the movies in the V section, we have Bluray and the City of a Thousand Planets, a very underrated sci-fi film. It didn't do as well when it came out. Critics hated it. Audiences were kind of mixed on it. I think it's great. I really want a sequel that has a lot of creativity to it. I mean, the chemistry between Dane DeHaan and Cara Delevingne isn't the best, so maybe with maybe a better cast, it could do better, but I want to see where this goes. Like, it is very creative. It's based on a comic that has a lot of influence, I mean, Star Wars influence, or, no, I think the Bluray comic came out first, then George Lucas read it, was influenced a lot by the comic to make Star Wars, but there's a lot of creativity. So if you're a Star Wars fan, and you kind of want to see where George Lucas kind of got some influence from it, like the ship looks a little bit like the Millennium Falcon, and there's a few other things that are very reminiscent of Star Wars. Watch this. It's creative. It's fun. I don't get why people hated it. And then we have another movie that I don't get why people hate, which is a recurring theme. I have a lot of movies that people hate for some reason. Maybe I just have really bad taste in movies. I don't know. Hugh Jackman in Van Helsing. This movie is really silly and over the top, but I love it. It's so over the top and goofy, but that's kind of part of the charm of it. It also is kind of creepy when it wants to be. And then this is what I'm talking about why the V section is so long, is because I bought a ton of VeggieTales DVDs last year. Starting with, these aren't in alphabetical order, these are in release order. So I'll start with the first VeggieTales video released, Where's God When I'm Scared? Of course, this has the very iconic, God is bigger than the boogeyman song. And of course, it's really funny. It's kind of, they're vegetables telling Bible stories, which is kind of a weird concept. But it's great, and the way they do the Dingo, the Lion's Den, and there's kind of these minor references without being sacrilegious, which is great and hard to do. And then we have the second video in that series, God Wants Me to Forgive Them. This is the Grapes of Wrath one. This one doesn't have a silly song and kind of tells us where they didn't quite know what they wanted the show to be yet. So they're kind of experimenting with different formats. And also the animation of the older ones is, of course, it's a little bit worse than the originals, but it's still very watchable animation. And I like this one. And of course, the second half of this is a parody of Gilligan's Island, which was old when this came out. And this came out a little bit over 30 years ago now, so it's really old now. So I kind of really decided to do Gilligan's Island, all things for this. Then we have Are You My Neighbor? The first half of this is the story of the Good Samaritan, but told in kind of a Dr. Seuss way. Kind of way the premise of Dr. Seuss. Then the second half is a parody of Star Trek. So again, very witty, very sly. There's a lot of really fun jokes for both kids and parents. Rack, Shack, and Betty, which is the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, of course, but they changed it a little bit to be a little bit more kid-friendly, but they also kept the fact that they were burned in a furnace, so they work in a chocolate bunny factory, but also their boss is going to kill them by throwing them into the furnace, so... Yeah, this, of course, has, the villain song, the Bunny song, the Bunny, I love the Bunny. This is great. And then we have the next one released, Dave and the Giant Pickle. This is great. This one's great, too. These are all really great. Honestly. And then we have the VeggieTales Christmas special, The Toy That Saved Christmas. My favorite line of this was, I want to play Mousetrap. You move your dice and you roll your dice and you move your mice. Nobody gets hurt. It's just so random. That's one of my favorite lines of this. It's a really good Christmas special. I actually watched it a few weeks ago because it was the Christmas season, of course. Still a fantastic video, even though the animation is a little bit dated by today's standards. And then we have Larry Boy, The Fifth from Outer Space, which is a loving spoof of Batman. And of course, the lesson in this one, as the title implies, is not to tell lies, which is always a good lesson. And then this was the first VeggieTales movie we saw, because I had most of those old ones on VHS, which should tell you how old the show is. But When we saw this one, we used to live in Utah, and of course Utah, like I said before, is a very large Latter-day population, including a lot of bookstores that sell kind of religious themed items. We saw this video, and it was called Josh and the Big Wall. My name is Josh, and of course I was just a couple years old at the time. Which one did this come out? 97, so I don't think we bought it in 97, though. I think it was a couple years older by that point, but of course my dad was like, oh, we have to buy this. He's named after Joshua from the Bible. We have to get this. So we did. We discovered VeggieTales is hilarious, and then that's kind of how the collection started, though. Most of them were VHS tapes and not DVDs, but now I have all the old ones on DVD after years of my VHS tapes being gone. So there you go. Continuing on with the VeggieTales collection, we have Madame Blueberry, which is a really great lesson in being thankful for what you have, and of course has a lot of really good songs as well. And then we have Larry Boy and the Rumor Weed, which is funny because the villain is a parody of Audrey 2 from Little Shop of Horrors. Of course, this one is Don't Spread Rumors. It's a really good sequel to the Fib one. And then we have King George and the Ducky, which is a retelling of the story of King David from the Bible, but of course they changed it because the story of King David is really dark. Instead of I'm lusting after a guy's wife, let's send the husband off to die in war, it's I am jealous that the kid has a better rubber ducky than I do. Let's send him off to war so I can steal his toy. So, and it's also King George instead of King Dave. And that's probably because they did David the Giant Pickle, and they didn't want to confuse people because it's the same David, but didn't want to confuse kids, I guess. And then we have Esther, this is a very different type of VeggieTales because it doesn't have any silly songs. It doesn't have the usual I'm Bob and I'm Larry opening. It plays more like a movie, even though it's only 45 minutes. And of course it takes one of the darkest stories in the Bible, and it keeps kind of the same themes and everything, but of course it doesn't tell it completely accurately because the original story is not child-friendly at all. This is most of the Bible not child-friendly, but yeah, this is still pretty good adaptation of that story. Then we have one that isn't really a VeggieTales episode, it's a compilation, The Ultimate Silly Song Countdown, and of course this is where the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything came from originally, I think. So it's fun looking down, counting down all of the silly songs that have been released up to that time, or at least the top 10 of them. And then we have The Star of Christmas. I don't think this one is as good as The Toy That Saved Christmas. I still watch it around the Christmas season, but I just don't enjoy it as much. It's just not as funny to me, I guess, not as entertaining. But then we have this one, which is highly entertaining, Lyle the Kindly Viking. And this is where the animation really started to improve. If you look at the older VeggieTales and you watch this one, the animation is super gorgeous in this, even though, yeah, this one is like 20 years old now by this point. And I remember I was a little kid when this one came out. I was alive when it first came out, but it's still really good. The animation looks a lot brighter, more vibrant. And yeah, this is where VeggieTales, this is where the budget really started to kick in for VeggieTales. Taking on, we have the big screen VeggieTales movie, Jonah. This was released in theaters, and they went so over budget with this that it bankrupted Big Idea. And so they ended up getting bought out by a company called Classic Media, which does pretty much every cartoon character that isn't already owned by Disney or Warner Brothers. So like Mr. Peabody and Sherman, Casper the Friendly Ghost, He-Man, hundreds and hundreds of other characters. And what's ironic about this is that there was a time where Phil Vischer, the creator of VeggieTales, was airing VeggieTales on TV, on NBC, but what NBC did not tell him is that they were going to cut down most of the religious references to give it a more mainstream worldview, because they wanted a mainstream audience. Vischer was furious. He decided never to work with NBC again, but once they got bought out by Classic Media, DreamWorks bought out Classic Media, and then Universal bought DreamWorks. What does Universal own? NBC. So now it's back in the same hands of the people who cut down all the religious references who Phil Vischer did not like in the first place. So a little bit of irony for you. And then we have The Ballad of Little Joe, which is an adaptation of the story of Joseph, but totally kind of a Western setting, which is really fun. I think the way they retell the story in this one is really fun. It's got a lot of really great songs. And then we have this weird spin-off series of VeggieTales. Larry Boy got so popular that there are at least a few of these 2D animated Larry Boy ones. I haven't watched them all. I've seen the first one. I enjoyed it. Haven't seen these yet, so I can't give my thoughts on them. But yeah, I see why this maybe didn't work for a lot of people, because the 2D animation style is good, but it does look very weird if you're used to the computer animation style. So there is that. But anyway. Next up, we have VeggieTales and Easter Carol, which, as the title implies, is a retelling of Christmas Carol, but it's about Easter. Again, I really like this one. I watch it every year on Easter, and this has one of the most beautiful songs in any VeggieTales movie about the life of Christ. So good. Such a great little Easter special. And then this one, I've seen once or twice. Can't really give too many thoughts on it because I've only seen it once or twice. It's The Strudels Tale. I think the first half has something to do with, like, Jekyll and Hyde, but they kind of made it, like, 70s disco. And I don't really remember much about it other than this one. I've only seen it a couple of times. It's not one of my favorites, but it's not that bad. Duke of the Great Pie War. Again, I've only watched this one a couple of times since getting it. Because, again, not one of my favorites. Not as good as some of the older ones. Not terribly bad, though. And I do like the first half of this, which is about Moses, or at least baby Moses. And then we have one of the ones that I actually really do like, Minnesota Cuke. I actually remember getting this on VHS as a birthday gift when it came out, which is back in, I want to say, 2005 or 2006, whenever this came out. But, yeah, I watched that one all the time, and I like the Pizza Angel song. That is probably the best part. And, of course, this Minnesota Cuke implies it is a parody of Indiana Jones. So if you're an Indiana Jones fan, don't let the fact that VeggieTales is a primarily their show put you off to it. It's still a really fun little parody of Indiana Jones. There's lots of little lines and references that are referenced, and if you're an Indiana Jones fan, you'll get them, and it's hilarious. Then we went from an Indiana Jones parody to a Lord of the Rings parody. Lord of the Beans, which is also really funny, and the way this worked out is I bought this on eBay, and it never arrived. So I buy another copy from the same seller on eBay, and the other copy arrives. So what do? I now have two copies. I give the other copy to one of my friends who's a huge Lord of the Rings fan, and he and his kids really loved it. So now I have that copy, and I love this. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, yeah, watch this. It's awesome. There's, again, a lot of references to the first one, or to the other Lord of the Rings movies that are fantastic. And then we have Sherlock Holmes and the Golden Ruler. This is a pretty good little mystery for what it is. I watched it once or twice. I don't like it as much as some of the other VeggieTales ones, but it's still pretty decent. And then we have the third and sort of final, at least the third final solo outing for Larry Boy. Larry Boy and the Bad Apple. I personally think this is the best out of all of them. I think it's the funniest. I think it is the best animated. I think this is kind of where the show peaked. Because after this, the quality kind of went downhill. VeggieTales, there's still a few quality ones in here, though. Yeah, I really like the Bad Apple. She's a really good villain song. And then we have Gideon Tube Warrior, which I haven't watched, so I can't give my thoughts on it. No One the Big Exit, which I've seen it once or twice, but I haven't seen it recently enough that I can give proper thoughts on it, though. I do like how it is a little bit of a parody of the Lone Ranger a little bit, even though it is the story of Moses, the Wizard of Oz, which is, of course, Wizard of Oz, and it's also the story of the prodigal son to some degree. But again, I haven't seen it recently enough. It's not fresh enough in my mind that I can give proper thoughts on it. This one I remember because I watched it all the time. It is the second theatrically released VeggieTales film, The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything. This is weird because it doesn't have like any biblical lessons or anything, so it's kind of out of place. It's more what makes a hero, and there isn't really a lot of Bible connection to it. This is where VeggieTales started to go a little bit more mainstream, which is disappointing, though it's not a bad film. I mean, there's worse kids' movies out there. At least this one has good morals, and there isn't anything inappropriate in it, like a lot of kids' movies do. The Tomato Sawyer, Tomato Sawyer and Huckleberry Larry's River Rescue. Haven't seen this one yet. I plan to watch it, though. I bought these DVDs like a year ago, but I've never really had time, or a little bit under a year ago, but I never really had time to watch them. Apart from the classic ones, which I absolutely had to watch again. Haven't really had the time to go back and watch the newer ones, but I might at some point this year. Would you like me to do a VeggieTales review series, VeggieTales ranking series? I don't know if it would be popular enough, because I know there's a lot of like non-religious and non-Christian people out there that love VeggieTales just because they're kind of smart. I don't know if it would be popular enough to do this a channel. Should I do a VeggieTales series? Let me know. Abe and the Amazing Promise, which of course is the story of Abraham and Sarah. I like the story of that Bible. It's an amazing story, but I haven't seen the VeggieTales take on it yet, though, so I'm curious as to what that would be. And then we have one of the few newer VeggieTales that I actually have seen, but it was years ago. That's Minnesota Cuke Part 2, The Search for Noah's Umbrella. This one's fun. This is a fun little sequel that connects to the first one pretty good. I think it's pretty fun. Then we have this one, which is a stage show called See Yourself Silly. It's just like that other silly song DVD. It's just a bunch of songs from VeggieTales but performed on stage. So I like this. VeggieTales has a lot of really fun, catchy music, so it's nice to kind of put on in the background to listen to. Then we have Pistachio, which is a parody of, or not parody, it's a retelling, I guess. Yeah, it's sort of a parody. Pinocchio, of course, is all about obedience and everything. It's the story of Pinocchio. It tends to be, which is funny because Pinocchio is also kind of like Jonah, which they also did. I like this one. I think it's fun. It's just not as strong as some of the other VeggieTales DVDs. And then we have 'Twas the Night Before Easter. along with Easter Carol, I like to watch this one around Easter time too, though it is literally just the same plot, beat for beat, as The Star of Christmas, but it's Easter. So it's a little bit lazier than some of the other ones, but it's still nice enough when it is. This one I haven't seen. Penniless Princess, haven't seen it, so I can't really give my thoughts on it. This one I have seen, League of Incredible Vegetables. It's not as strong as some of the other Larry Boy movies, but I still think it's fun. It's a fun little Justice League type of parody type of movie. So if you like superhero movies, kind of watch this. I think you might get a kick out of it. And then if you're a sci-fi fan, if you like Star Trek and just other sci-fi films in general, this movie's hilarious. Adventures in Space, The Final Frontier. Yes, it's mainly a parody of Star Trek, which they also did in the Are You My Neighbor movie. But it's also got a ton of references to Doctor Who, Planet of the Apes, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica. It's got everything in this. If you're a sci-fi fan at all, watch this. You'll find something hilarious in this movie for you. There's tons of cute little references to it. That's actually one of my favorite newer VeggieTales. And that is it for the VeggieTales. And now for the final two movies in the V section, Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage. I like both of these movies. I do. And if you like all the buddy comedy stuff about the first Venom, you're going to like the second one. If you didn't like the first one, you're not going to like the second one. That's pretty much how it goes. And I do think Woody Harrelson is an awesome villain in this. He's a much better villain than the villain in this. The villain in this is kind of generic, but he was really, really good as Carnage in this. And of course we have Spider-Verse coming out in June, so I get a chance to rewatch these to update the ranking, along with all the other Spider-Man movies and Morbius. So that is it for the V's. Now we move on to the W's, which thankfully is a shorter section, along with the X section and the Z section, because I don't own any movies that start with Y. Luckily, there's only like a small handful of movies in these sections, which is good, because my voice is starting to go, and it's getting late, so I need to wrap this video up pretty quickly. Okay, I misspoke earlier, because apparently I forgot that about a lot of movies that start with W. Last year was a fairly small section. This year it's slightly larger. There's not 2 or 3 movies that start with W. There's like 10 of them, approximately. I don't know the exact number. I'm not going to count. Anyway, it's larger than I thought it was going to be. So anyway, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. I gave my full thoughts on this during last January for the DreamWorks January. If you want my full thoughts on that, you can check that video out. But it is pretty good. It's a nice little stop-motion spoof of werewolf movies and monster movies. I do think it's fun. It has a lot of really good visual gags and jokes. And then we have Tom Cruise, War of the Worlds. This is one of the best Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise movies ever. It's fantastic. It's scary. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's a great little action movie as well. War of the Worlds, so good. And then we have Warcraft, which for a video game movie, pretty good. It's got some world building. It's obviously trying to be Lord of the Rings, but I mean, you can't ever really be Lord of the Rings. But for it is, it's pretty good. I think the acting isn't too bad. The effects aren't too bad. For a movie based on a video game, I actually think it is pretty competently made. And then we have Warm Bodies, which is one of the cutest movies I've ever seen. It's fun. It's Romeo and Juliet, but with zombies. And it's really funny. And this is kind of what influenced iZombie. Like, if you watch this and you go back and watch like at least the first season of iZombie, it's very reminiscent of the movie Warm Bodies. And then we have a movie that I reviewed back in November, so I'm not going to give my full thoughts on it quite yet. That's Wild Thornberry's movie. I'll have full thoughts on that. You can watch my video on that I did back in November. But I do think it is a really great movie. And then we have a movie that was recently made into a TV show, Willow. I'm not enjoying the Willow TV show as much as I thought I was going to, but the movie, it's really good. And I gave a full review of this just a few weeks ago, right before the show came out. The show, though, incredibly disappointing. It's picking up a little bit, but still not good enough for me to give it a terribly positive review. Hopefully by the end of the show it fixes what is going on with it. I don't know what they were thinking with what they're doing with the show. My review on it's going to be pretty harsh, honestly, in a couple weeks when it finishes. Then we have Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the original with Gene Wilder. This is great. The songs are great. I mean, I to some degree, like I said, I kind of prefer the Giant version because it's truer to the book. This has better acting, though. And, of course, we had that weird subplot in Charlie Chocolate Factory about giving Wonka daddy issues. But this is pretty good, though. And, of course, has the scary tunnel scene that traumatized Minnie and Generation. It still does. Then we have, coincidentally, another movie based on a Roald Dahl book. That's just how it's filed because of alphabetical order. The Witches, the original one from the early 1999, I want to say. No, 89. Wow, this is older than I thought it was. Okay, I thought it was 90s. It's late 80s. Okay, so yeah, 1989. At least that's what it says on the copyright back. I could be wrong on that. But anyway, I don't care. I don't care anymore at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't care. Angelica Houston, I have seen this movie once or twice. The effect, it's very creepy, obviously. The it will give you nightmares. This movie is actually really, really creepy. But that's kind of how the book was. And then we have the remake with Anne Hathaway that went straight to HBO Max and then got released on DVD later. I don't know which one I prefer because it's been a while since I watched the original. But of course, you're going to get my full thoughts on this when the Wonka movie comes out, hopefully late next year when I do my Roald Dahl ranking. I think Anne Hathaway did a pretty good job, though. I think she was fun. She was a little over the top with the acting, but she was kind of fun to watch. And then we have The Woman in Black. This is good because the scares from this aren't really from jump scares. There's a couple of jump scares in it, but it's more of an atmospheric horror. It's a good ghost story. It's a little confusing towards the end a little bit, but this is still a really good movie with a lot of creepy imagery and a really creepy atmosphere. It is one of my favorite horror films. If someone says PG-13 horror films aren't scary, show them this one, prove them wrong. And then we have Wonder Woman. I don't own Wonder Woman 1984 because it's a terrible movie. It is probably the worst movie in the DCEU. One of the worst superhero movies ever. The first one, fantastic. It's a little bit reminiscent of the first Captain America movie for the first half of it, but it's pretty good. I like seeing Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and seeing her little fish out of water dynamic. And it's got really good acting, though. The villain, a little bit miscast. I don't think casting Lupin from Harry Potter as the God of War was the best choice there, but yeah. Then we have World War Z, and I don't know, it's nothing like the book, obviously. It's more of an action thriller, whereas World War Z was a bunch of, like, letters or something. Yeah, this is pretty good. It's a little good Brad Pitt action movie, and it actually had Peter Capaldi, who played Doctor Who, and like I may have said earlier, in this he plays a doctor of the World Health Organization, and he's credited as WHO doctor. And then about a month after this movie came out, they announced he was playing Doctor Who. And then we have Wreck-It Ralph. This concludes the W section. I don't have a Ralph Breaks the Internet because it's a terrible movie. I like this one, though. It's fun if you're a video game fan. If you're an arcade game fan, this is really good. Even though it came out around the time it was like Megamind and Despicable Me, and it still has the I don't want to be the bad guy anymore kind of thing. It's very similar to those. But out of these three, I think it's probably the one that did it the best, although I'm not a fan of Vanellope, but it's still a very sweet movie with very good animation. It is so funny. And that is it for the W's. Now we move on to the X. Then we have Winnie the Pooh, Very Merry Pooh Year. Pooh Year. Sorry, it's so late that I'm just so immature now at this point. I'm so tired. My brain is so fried that every little thing is funny and stupid to me. But yeah, this is a cute little Winnie the Pooh movie. Winnie the Pooh is genuine and heartfelt and sweet enough. And I should probably get some of the other ones, like the Tigger movie and all those. I'll get those at a later point. But yeah, I got this for free from a Disney movie. Well, not free. It was points. It was free in the sense that I didn't pay any actual money for it, but it's also free in the sense that I spent points on it. But yeah, this is cute. It was for the 400 points it cost me, which is not a lot. It was good. It was a nice little Christmas/New Year's movie, and I was able to watch it kind of near the tail end of December. So there you go. And then starting the X section, we have X-Men and the Wolverine Collection, which is every X-Men movie from X-Men 1 from the 2000s all the way up to the Wolverine from 2013. And then we have X-Men Days of Future Past. And then we have X-Men Apocalypse. I don't own Dark Phoenix because it's a terrible movie. I don't own New Mutants because it's a terrible movie. I don't own Logan or any of the Deadpool movies because those are all rated R. But yeah, I'm very excited to see when we get the new, when we get the MCU versions of X-Men, how that's going to connect. Of course, we have X-Men 97 supposedly coming out sometime this year as well, so it'll be fun to kind of go back and maybe do some X-Men coverage. Though I've already done an X-Men ranking when New Mutants came out, so if you want my thoughts on that, go back and check that movie, or check that video out. And I don't have any movies that start with Y, but I do have 2 movies that start with Z. These will be the final 2 movies to talk about, and then the video is done. And that is Zathura, which is basically Jumanji in space. It's directed by Jon Favreau, who also, of course, directed Iron Man. It was one of his kids' movies. It's not as good as Jumanji, but it's still fun. The only thing I don't really like about it is Kristen Stewart. I think she was miscast, but, I mean, yeah, Josh Hutcherson, one of his earlier roles when he was a kid, is pretty good. So, if you like Jumanji and you want to see, like, a space version of Jumanji, that's pretty much what you get. And then the final Blu-ray, Zootopia. And that will conclude my collection video, of course. Zootopia is awesome. And of course, I said with Zootopia Plus, I'm glad we finally got something that continued Zootopia after all these years. I'm disappointed it was a bunch of shorts and not a full-fledged series. That was a cop show, but you know what you're going to get. Hopefully this gets more of a following and we actually do get a full-fledged Zootopia show. That's more of a cop show. That's just my idea. That's what I'd pitch to Disney. This is great because, you know, it's a world of animals, but it's also a metaphor for racism, which is something I never thought I'd do in a Disney movie. So it's pretty deep for a Disney movie about talking animals. It was a lot deeper and more meaningful than I expected. And that is it. That is my complete Blu-ray collection for the year of 2023. All the movies I purchased in 2022 and throughout the years as of now. And I was able to film this video in a couple of days, so thank goodness for that. And instead of skipping over movies and just kind of holding up like I did last year, I actually had the energy to talk about each individual movie, which took a lot of energy. And I'm very proud of myself for having accomplished this, so I'm going to give myself a big hand. That's why this video was twice as long as the one last year. It's probably going to be around 3.5 to 4 hours, perhaps even longer. Whereas before, they've always been kind of around an hour and a half, just because I've rushed them because I don't have the energy. But I finally did it! So hopefully some of you counted. I think I have a little bit over 500, but I don't know the exact number. So hopefully some of you counted. And if not, that's an excuse to go back and watch this video again some other time and keep track of how many Blu-rays and DVDs I have. And remember, if it's a box set, it only counts as one. So there you go. So let me know how many movies you think I have in the comment section. And, what was your favorite movie out of all these that I showed? What are some movies you like? And, what are some movies you collect? Are there some movies in your collection that you like and only you like? See, now I'm not even saying real words anymore. That's how brain fried I am. Are there any movies in your collection that seems to be like nobody likes them except for you? Are there any movies that are kind of guilty pleasures? Let me know what you thought of that. And I'll see you next year, but I'm sure it will be even longer because I am never going to stop collecting these movies. I have a problem.